Hey guys, this is the Ecron Writer here, welcoming you to a new Mortal Kombat epic. And this one happens to be based off of Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, which I'll admit I wasn't too familiar with. This actually takes place 2 years after the events of Shinnok's Uprising. Well, actually, it doesn't take place 2 years, it actually takes place 1 year. 1 year after Shinnok's Uprising, but even though the game says it takes place a decade after, since the original tournament, because it was made in 2002, it actually takes place 10 years in the Netherrealm, because, time moves faster there. Anyway, at first I wasn't really into Deadly Alliance, because this is Mortal Kombat Vengeance, by the way. And this title, I feel, carries more impact than Deadly Alliance because Mortal Kombat Vengeance was actually the working title for Deadly Alliance because it was supposed to be Mortal Kombat 5. And I feel like it carries more weight because of what's about to happen later on here in this chapter. In the prologue, I mean. So, I just wanted to wing through this and get on with Deception because I wasn't a huge fan of the 3D games. I didn't grow up with it as much as many people did. And as much as I wanted to do Immortal to start out with, I can't because due to copyrights, of course. So let's get this thing going, shall we? Mortal Kombat Vengeance. After a stressful hiatus as well as my mind never shutting up, I'm back for another Mortal Kombat epic, based on Deadly Alliance, or as I call it, with the working title, Vengeance. I was so disappointed that there was the Roman numeral 5 featured in the said title, yet the original title itself was rejected. It's no question it should be called as such, rather than the demonic duo from what is about to unfold. Also, this should be the chance to shine for a certain hero that has been left in the shadows and disrespected by the brutal developers for far too long. After all, according to Underdog, they said this was where his downfall started. Besides, revenge is served with a silver cold platter, especially one consisting of razor-sharp and fatal edges. Hint, hint. Anyway, the prologue. Only 1 year had passed since the Netherrealm War. The same heinous battle led by the fallen elder god Shinnok and his psychotic and demonic associate Quan Chi. Both the realms of Edenia and Earth enjoyed perpetual peace as the new champions consisting of the brotherly gods Raiden and Fusion led Liu Kang and his comrades to victory. With the two rightful deities attaining the title, no worries were flared involving Liu's eternal curse, which is a callback to Shaolin Monks Part 2. The Wuxi Academy stood as proud as ever, but remained as silent as a gentle breeze. The sun began to rise and the monks were just coming out to perform their usual daily tasks. Even the most prestigious of them all, the former champion of Earthrealm Liu Kang. He trod his way to the center ginormous platform, the eerie training arena. The Lei Tai Center platform was suspended by 5 massive statues of great masters that founded the academy even before the Great Kung Lao's existence. The center practice area was used to evaluate tests as the teachers watched from the tower. Normally this would be the place where Liu Kang and his closest Shaolin brother, Kung Lao, would spar together. But today, it was only just the realm-renowned warrior. Meanwhile, the technical den was just as deathly silent as the arena. The Matokan shaman Nightwolf stretched out his weary muscles over one of the balconies and admiring the sunrise. His loyal pet wolf Kiba strolled beside him, let out a yawn while stretching his paws and maw filled with fangs. Kingfishers, magpies, and swallows chirped their usual morning songs, putting a smile on the Indian's face, knowing that life has begun to awaken. Always the nature lover. "Good morning, Nightwolf." He and Kiba saw a familiar friend emerge from the shadows in the arched exit. He let out a bow, bending over the waist. "Good morning to you too, Kung Lao," he replied in the same fashion. "Off for training, I see." Turned his hat by the rim. "Indeed I am. Liu Kang should be out already. I just wanted to say it before I should go." The shaman smirked. "All right, hurry along then. I'm always so surprised how you two maintain an early routine, with breakfast and all. Looks like us Matokans aren't the only traditional early risers." "So I see. I shall best him in battle, one of these days. Can't wait to see him fall over the likes of me." "Right. Good luck. Be careful out there." Nightwolf always liked Lau's witty persona, always willing to make a jest or a snark here and there, seemingly to ease a tense situation. They bowed to each other again, and for some reason during the short conversation, Kiba began to sniff Lau's boots. He then turned away, leaving Kiba with a sudden low growl. Nightwolf faced his pet, which he could have sworn his hairs were sticking up a notch. Concerned. "Kung Lao?" All he did was abruptly stop, before he faced the two with a gleam in his eyes and a wry grin, before he teleported away. After sniffing the crisp air, Kiba let out several wild barks that only the monks from several feet away can hear. Ooh, wonder what's happening. The sky brightened in robin's egg blue as Lao found his rival do some practice exercises. Some of Lu's katas even looked like he was swimming, yet still, Lao watched him closely without showing any smirks nor spatting any challenges. Lu was so deep into his stunts that he didn't mind Lao's presence. Lao figured he ignored him since he knew he'd show up. He didn't even pause nor made a greeting to him. Nevertheless, he just edged closer, slowly toward the occupied monk. All of a sudden his form began to grow in an eerie green light, only to reveal a 7-foot male wearing a dark olive green shirt with a black leather jacket, with his pants and boots matching it almost as opaque as his soul. His squinting eyes shined as his smile showed some white teeth that could have been sharpened into fangs, and his black crew cut glimmered. From his peripheral vision, Liu Kang spotted a towering shadow cover him. He was certain the silhouette didn't belong to Kung Lao. To confirm this, he turned, and it was none other than his arch nemesis, Shang Tsung. The heroic warrior let out a sharp, direct kick to the enemy's chest, yet he stood as steadfast as a tree. Liu then countered with several rapid punches, making the sorcerer back away a few inches, before he caught his outstretched leg. Liu's direct punches forced the demon to relieve it, then he blocked the shapeshifter's advances. Liu kept on grabbing an arm and hit Shang Tsung directly with swift punch and kick. He thought he'd have the advantage on his own like in the first tournament. However, there was another who stepped up to the ring. Quan Chi fired a green energy spear toward Liu's unsuspecting back. Liu's body just collapsed and he wasn't even wearing any armor to protect himself. His bare back took the severe blow. With the rear of his body sending excruciating pain, Liu slowly stood up, only to have Shang Tsung put him in a stranglehold. His two massive and strong arms wrapped around Liu's windpipe and forehead, preventing him from rising any further. He desperately tried to break free from the sorcerer's firm grip, closing in more around his neck. Losing oxygen, his weak hands were unable to remove them. That was until Shang twisted Liu's neck, snapped it to the left, and left his body limp. With that quick blow, Liu just fell to the hard terrain of the arena. The deadly alliance was successful in eliminating Liu Kang. As Quan Chi stepped forward to his associate, Shang spoke in an evil, vehement tone. "Your soul is mine." He rose his arms, making Lu's bright emerald soul rise out of his inactive vessel. Shang Tsung was about to seal his soul for himself, just as he did with the great Kung Lao, Chan Kang, and many other unfortunate victims. Suddenly, as Lu's essence was about to be held in Shang's evil clutches as his own valuable prize he always wanted, it almost instantly rocketed skyward, as if it was carried by a sudden updraft. Quan Chi screamed for the shapeshifter to chase after it through the heavens as it climbed faster. Needless to say, Shang Tsung was greatly enraged that his partner did absolutely nothing but watch the hunt. Using the souls in his possession, Shang unleashed them eerie skulls into the air. The streaks of souls were just too slow as they fell leagues behind from Lu's soul, almost as if it was being magnetically pulled upwards. Soon enough, Lu's energy continued to rocket through the clouds, and the other malicious souls were still on its tail. A deafening crash of thunder was heard when a volley of lightning shot down into Shang Tsung's raised arms. The electricity lit up his body like Sirius for a short while, knocking off his feet and leaving him stunned. Quan Chi just stood in alarm. "You imbecile! Raiden must have found us!" Some wild barks belonging to a wolf of sorts closed in fast and it tackled Quan Chi to the ground while the carnivore was tearing his limbs and armor. The blanched demon kicked him off, but seconds later he rose and witnessed a shaman chase after his pet. "Oh shit! Not Nightwolf again!" He just stopped short as he gazed upon his old enemies. Quan Chi! And Shang Tsung too! The former struggled to get back on his feet, and there was another bolt striking the duo. Inside an oriental kitchen filled with wooden cupboards and a brown ceiling with a lone bulb shining down and a lampshade, Kung Jin, Kung Lao, Aiko, and Jim's mom were having a hearty breakfast when they were startled by the sudden lightning storm as they beheld it through an arched window. They noticed the opaque tan-gray clouds with the strikes zapping the arena at the heart of the compound. They even made Aiko and the tween Jin cringe. Kung Lao overslept, which was a habit he thought he'd broken, but always tended to sneak up on him from time to time. He only managed to take some quick bites of his eggs when the storm broke. "I have never seen the likes of such a storm!" Aiko and Jin remained speechless, though Lao became suspicious as if those strikes belonged to... No, it's not a cataclysm. Could it be Master Raiden? Spectators could have sworn their hair stuck up from the backs of their necks. Lao observed, never flinching from the violent display. The bolts kept on licking around the same vicinity. It must be him. Something's afoot. I must go out there. Aiko, with me! Cardiokinetic screeched. Are you insane? I'm not going out in this storm. He's astrophobic. Aiko, the lightning is only striking the Wuxi arena. It must be Raiden. We are needed! Lao just urged his mate and even grabbed her by the hands as they ran out to the dry air. The claps were irritating their ears at times, yet Lao never hesitated, nor covered them. Kept on leading Aiko as they ran several feet following the brewing storm. The vicious duo was almost immobilized as they were nearly hit by the sudden enormous flash descend onto them. Only Nightwolf, who commanded his pet into him, realized it was Raiden, wielding his long staff. He and the shaman wound up with ascended arms, then shot some volleys of lightning, Raiden from his rod and Nightwolf from his battle axe. The targets were in dead center until they both dematerialized. Ah, they got away! Yes, but it was fortunate they never took Liu Kang! The Matoken crouched next to the lifeless monk, never responding as he shook his body and kept yelling for him to awaken. His eyes were still closed and his face pale with his slightly crooked neck. Nightwolf just sat next to him, shocked to the core, never minding the distant muffled calls from the other monks, not even the shrieks from Lao and Aiko. Lao's stamina and legs were a hell of a lot stronger than the rookies. Took her a few more minutes before she reached the arena. couple ran to the center of the tournament symbol as they surveyed the horror. It was unmistakable. Liu Kang is dead. What the fuck just happened? To quote Ian, Kung Lao, Aiko, and Nightwolf gather around Lu's empty vessel, mourning for the loss of their good friend, all except the Thunder God, who stood idly until something flashed from within his heavy white decorative robe. He dug in the right socket and took out a small golden dragon head. It looked as if it was crafted by the finest Chinese artisan. Its eyes began to lighten in a bright jade before he faced the saddened group, with Aiko breaking into tears. Lao and Nightwolf were just too upset to tender her cries. Aiko, Nightwolf, Kung Lao. The trio turned to their mentor with blushed faces and red eyes. They didn't faze him. Liu Kang is dead, but only his soul still remains. What? What are you talking about? Liu Kang's spirit is inside this golden dragon. Laid it out. I created this in case the time would come. As an elder god, I was able to conjure this dragon head, inspired by Shinnok. His amulet empowered him, created by the ancient black arts, and maintaining his lost strength once he was casted down to the netherrealm. In the heavens, I was unable to watch over Earth, and dreading for Liu Kang's life, I'd made this sacred relic. Somehow the former monk wasn't convinced. No! Liu Kang's spirit has been imprisoned by Shang Tsung. What? Where am I? Why am I trapped in here? The three warriors were stupefied as they heard Liu Kang's voice emitting from this golden spiked head, letting out a rise and a fall. The emerald eyes began to flicker like small candles as he spoke. It's all right now. You are within the dragon amulet I had made, to encase your soul from our nemeses Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. What? Raiden? Raiden? Master? Is that you? I am not the sorcerer, Liu Kang. Kung Lao, Aiko, and Nightwolf are with us. Liu Kang, can you hear us? Can you see us? Yes! I can hear and see you, Kung Lao. Aiko and Nightwolf too. Even the Wuxi arena through those orb windows. Then it must be the eyes. Pointed them out. Well, at least it's roomy in here. Noticed he was inside a dark chamber with dark golden walls, with the front end shrinking. Well, anyway, Liu Kang, we must focus on the task at hand. Shang Tsung and Quan Chi are at large. This evil has two faces now. They have escaped from the Netherrealm, and I needed to strip away my powers as an Elder God to intervene with our adversaries, while the Elder Gods themselves would rather stand by and watch the ruination of Earth and its champion. I cannot stand idly and watch. I cannot stand idly by and watch this evil consume the world. We must gather all the able warriors across Earthrealm and Edenia. And quote Raiden.
We must act now. We must stop this deadly alliance.
So, there you have it, guys. In the game, specifically in Kung Lao's profile, Deadly Alliance took place a decade after the events of Shinnok's invasion. However, I felt this was too much of a time skip. If anything, I'd rather have it be lesser than 5. I feel it's too much time, especially since not much has changed regarding the lives of the combatants. Believe me. I'm surprised that the Kombat kids had only been introduced in the NetherRealm games, and yet we don't see shit of development in the classic games. Not even Sonya and Cage, nor Liu and Kitana settling down. Please make it happen, MK12. I don't want to do the 5-year time skip either, since Mortal Kombat was on hiatus until 2002, from its dark age in 97. So, maybe 1 year. Also, I heavily concur with what Jack said in Shaolin Monks that time flows differently in each realm. And to back it up more, I concur with John Constantine when he said time stops in hell from Earth, and that 2 minutes in hell is a lifetime. So, there you have it. Aside from the intro of Deadly Alliance, there's the songs for that, but I can't play them. Actually, I found that song first in the history of Mortal Kombat. I thought it was Chester from Linkin Park, even though it was released Hybrid Theory and Reanimation at the time of the game's release. I'm glad with the Mortal Kombat wiki mentioned the lost treasure. I hope you guys appreciated that little plot twist. Unlike the game, Lu's spirit wasn't stolen by Shang, nor imprisoned as an undead soldier, but rather encased in a dragon amulet and saved by Raiden. Believe me, Raiden should be more active and caring with his followers. I always wanted the Thunder God to be preemptive and compassionate to his compatriots, not be neglected like he was in the NetherRealm games. I'm sure as an Elder God he can have the same abilities as Shinnok, creating his own relic. I got something good planned for Lu in a conjunction with Kung Lao. You'll see. For once, he will not be alone avenging his Shaolin brother's death. So there you have it, guys. Here's the prologue. Next time, we shall dive into the first chapter, and I got something special planned for the monks. Until then, I'm the Ekron Writer signing out, and I'll see you all in part 1. Man, that song was shorter than I thought. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, we just went through the prologue, and the Wuxi Academy was under assault by the Deadly Alliance consisting of Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. In the early morning, while Liu Kang was training, he was the first warrior to arise and arrive at the Wuxi Arena where he was attacked. And he was nearly killed, but Raiden actually saved his soul through a dragon amulet he created while he was an Elder God. And so, he abandoned his position as an Elder God and became the protector of Earth once more, as well as Lu's guardian over his soul. And Kung Lao, Nightwolf, and Aiko surveyed the damage. So, the first chapter is just going to stir the pot for what's to come. And I had this awesome idea. What if Liu Kang's spirit wasn't imprisoned by Shang, but actually helped Kung Lao, who was supposed to be the main man of Deadly Alliance? So, let's get this thing going, shall we? Alright, continuation 1, the Shaolin Guest and Host. Moments later from the intrusion by the Deadly Alliance, several monks had mourned over their idol's fate as they saw his lifeless body sprawled out, although it was a lot harder for Aiko, Kung Lao, and Raiden to cushion the blow and prove Lu's soul was intact inside the dragon amulet. thus giving them a sort of cultural shock. Thankfully, it didn't take long for them to readjust when hope smiled upon them. They soon carried Liu Kang's corpse, and Kai was indeed one of the pallbearers, while the former champion's humble grandfather only helped his fellow monks to load his grandson's body onto a covered stretcher. "A tomb shall be built in his honor, but..." Oh, wrong voice. "A tomb shall be built in his honor, but it must be somewhere hidden, someplace safe in case of another invasion." Just then, his mind flashed back to Khan's extermination squads and evacuating to the Dragon Grotto. Then a few years back to 92, the moment when Liu returned from America. Yeah, well actually, a few years back to 92, to the moment, after the first tournament, when the monks had to relocate Chance, his younger brother's body, after he was slaughtered by Shang Tsung in the courtyard near the Temple of Light. This was sort of like deja vu in this case. Actually, this is a flashback scene to the first Mortal Kombat film.
Is this the place?
Yes. This is where we found his body.
What happened?
After you left for America, he followed in your footsteps, preparing for the tournament.
Grandfather, it wasn't enough you filled my head with that nonsense.
To save the world is not nonsense.
Men fighting in a simple contest don't decide these things, Grandfather. How can you, a wise man, believe this?
We all believe in it, including your brother.
His mind returned to the present as Raiden broke his reverie. We shall be taking Liu's body to the same place where his brother's body is held, within the distant wood, where not even Shang Tsung would dare to tread. I had already assigned Nightwolf to use his shamanistic skills and protect this sacred site, like he did to his past home on the East Coast. However, being that Liu's the former champion, he laid a frail hand on the man's shoulder, I suggest a tomb specially made for him. Just like with our ancestors. Right. The responsibilities on stopping the deadly alliance and avenging Liu Kang is now unto you, Kung Lao. What? Why me? He's right, Kung Lao. The amulet spoke with its jade eyes flashing, took it out from his chest pocket. As my closest Shaolin brother and former champion, so too with our ancestor, the great Kung Lao. You shall be my own personal retainer. Prestigious descendant was flabbergasted, as was Aiko. What? From now on, my fate rests within your hands. Do not let Shang Tsung claim my soul. I know this may be a heavy burden, but you know I'll be with you. I shall not be heavy. I am your Shaolin brother, after all. Guess the reference. Although this actually made Aiko smirk, knowing the punchline. Kung Lao, please! You have to stop them and make sure my master's fate is safe. If you can put our ancestors to rest, then you are certainly capable of putting Liu's soul at ease too. This is your chance to be his equal now. Kai was just too emotional to make the mission, so he volunteered to establish Liu's services with the other monks. And Kai has a very minor role here, but this is the only time you'll see him. That last statement actually made Lao take a jolt, remembering his angst on desiring to be even in strength, stamina, and skill, and finally freeing his ancestors after the trifecta of fatal battles within Khan's arena. This actually created a warm burning feeling in his heart. I will, Kai. I promise you all. The other monks wished him good luck and pleaded to succeed in saving Liu Kang's lost spirit, as well as Earthrealm in the long term. Nightwolf, however, was going over the security footage across the arena, which showed Shang Tsung's disguise, and the assault joined by Quan Chi.
However, by the time the lightning storm hit, every camera over it and near the premise went out like candles. The sensors were unable to record any further activity due to them being fried. The Matokan sighed. Seems the surveillance has been shot, Kiba. Over the attack Quan Chi before Raiden's intervention. I know how you must be feeling, dealing with both of our nemeses again. I believe they escaped from the Netherrealm somehow, to have their revenge over Liu Kang, besting our hero in cold blood. I'm not going to let them dominate all the realms. This can't be the time to focus on repairs, nor our despairs. Liu Kang depends on us. His companion affirmed this by letting out a sharp bark. Lao alerted Kung Jin's mom via phone line in Mandarin as he and Aiko started packing within his chamber. Being it was around 8 a.m., Jin was already attending school. She wished Aiko and Lao good luck and reminding the cardiokinetic to take her beet vitamins every twice a day. The vengeful Oriental also suggested to never brief Jin on Liu Kang's death, unless if the hero should fail and won't return after a week being gone. He ended the landline, and within 40 minutes the couple made the necessary preparations. To the former monk, this did remind him of those same precautions before he and Liu headed to Outworld, albeit less hastily, in reference to Shaolin monks. About an hour had passed when the three combatants rendezvoused back at the Wuxi arena, with Raiden expecting them. Are you all prepared? His soldiers confirmed. I have appointed my brother Fujin, the current guardian of Earthrealm, to rally our distant companions before they shall approach Outworld. Because I relinquished my status as Elder God, I'm still powerless there. I was afraid you'd say that. Just like in his last expedition, Shaolin monks. That is, if we should gather all our allies. Where should we be until then? In the meantime, we will gather at Shang Tsung's island. It's less likely he would be there, as his powers manifest in Outworld. Shang Tsung's island? Isn't it in Outworld? Or Earthrealm? It's actually a little bit of both, Aiko. Do you remember infiltrating it, Kung Lao? For a few moments, his mind flashed back on him ambushing Shang and his cronies while being disguised as one of the spearmen, as you'll see in the intro, then breaking his cover and enlisting himself in the tournament before Shang self-destructed his turf, and the monks were unable to escape till they reached a portal past a giant waterfall, which you'll face your first mini-boss. Yes, but where is it exactly? It's between Earthrealm and It's between Earthrealm and Outworld. Liu Kang's voice chimed. Lao took out the dragon head again. It's not entirely a part of Earth, but rather in the Lost Sea. I'm sure you recall the ship heading there through a portal, right? With all that calamity and Shang declaring, "It has begun!" Those haunting words rang in their minds. Come, we must head to the Isle's ruins post-haste. I will make a portal leading to it. Hurry now! He did just that with minimal effort. Well, there's no going back now. I can turn tail and run, as long as you guys are here. We must get going. Nightwolf and Aiko nodded, and he was the first to leap into the portal. The beach was balmy, and the sky was clear when the quintet emerged. Aiko stumbled because she wasn't as used to traversing through portals, unlike Raiden, who stood firmly. Despite the large heap of rubble in the distance, the Oriental flags remained. Raiden urged Nightwolf to make a bonfire while Lao and Aiko kept a sharp eye for any enemies. Thankfully, everything was still. The Thunder God watched their backs, but he seemed to be deep in thought. The fresh bonfire's flames turned green, courtesy of Nightwolf to begin a ritual. Kung Lao. His face fell in dread. this is a very dangerous procedure, highly unorthodox if done voluntarily. But due to you having close trusting ties with your Shaolin brother, it may not be as diminishing. Liu Kang, what you're about to perform is unlike many mortals has ever done. Your spirit must merge with Kung Lao's vessel. Nightwolf was more intrigued than frightful. I've seen this happen before, though it's been hardly done because of the mounting consequences. Well, aside from me, of course. Possession is very risky to both the host and the curious spirit. Raiden, that means I need to be unconscious, right? In order for Liu Kang to enter me? Yes. The body must share only one consciousness. However, it must be done temporarily, as the foreign spirit would cause long-term damage if not handled properly. This didn't reassure Lao in the slightest. His mentor tried to show some comfort. Do not fret. I will monitor Liu Kang's spirit and your body. However, since you are the retainer, you must undergo this training. Besides, 2 separate heads aren't always better than one. Lao just hung his head, trying to clear it as he processed this unusual undertaking. What must I do? Lie down. As he did, Aiko took out a folded sleeping bag, allowing Lao to lay on his back and rest his head comfortably. Remain still and close your eyes as you'd start to meditate. Liu Kang, enter Kung Lao's body. The dragon amulet shall be facing the host. Before Lao remained idle, he took out the golden head, laid it on his chest facing him. Liu's spirit was able to see him through the pair of clear orb windows. Now, envision Kung Lao. The mind must overcome matter. The monk stepped closer and he performed that stunt. Images of his rival flashed through it. Before he knew it, his green essence emitted from the amulet and went into Lao, as if it was carried by a current. Good. You will feel some discomfort, Kung Lao, but do not be alarmed. After Liu's green streak entered Lao's body, his arm began to ripple. He felt tense while his shell was being entered through. He began to panic as he lost control over his being while also feeling an out-of-body experience. Raiden stated the body must share one consciousness only, that being Liu's. Lao grew nervous when he grew more powerless until his body collapsed and remained motionless as if he passed out. Aiko rushed over to his side, though Raiden urged her to stay put with Nightwolf, who didn't seem fazed. Moments later, Lao's body rose little by little, albeit groggy and sluggish, as it was Liu testing his host. Slowly he stood up by his firm hands and feet with his eyes remaining shut. By the time Lao's vessel went completely upright, he ascended his head, and his eyes shot open, then narrowed, showing fiery pupils while Lao's was mixed with Liu's, creating a more neon amber hue. After some basic katas, Liu immediately got to work. Whether it be kicks, rapid punches, and other complex combos, Lao's body moved normally. No traces of distortion, not even translucence, nor slipping. At the same time, Liu remembered Lao's abilities while doing his usual training. He even attempted his signature hat throw, in which he used Lao's mind to draw it back. He repeated only for it to be a flaming hat, then conjuring it back and putting it out the fire. This intrigued the spectators watching him every spectacular move. Raiden was impressed on the former champion mastering both... not now. Raiden was impressed on the former champion mastering both arrow and pyrokinesis simultaneously. Excellent! Both fire and wind working together, as flames shall not be conjured without oxygen and working in sync by nature. Liu also envisioned on Kung Lao's tornado kick, in which he performed one spinning rapidly, even conjuring a basic funnel which nearly blew out the bonfire and Nightwolf and Aiko off their feet. Remembering the maneuver, he tipped and commanded his hat causing the usual spiral. Raiden stated to use his mind utilizing both skills from observing Lao and using his knowledge and consciousness. He did, conjuring a funnel of air and fire. Raiden stated oxygen works together, creating flames, which it does. Lao's vessel seemed to have warmed up as Liu entered it, allowing it to use his pyrokinesis and other moves. Liu was astonished he can still use his own abilities, including the flying and bicycle kicks, and his pyrokinesis, which had that airy effect. Aerosol. The most difficult move, though, was indeed Lao's teleport, in which Raiden encouraged to use his mind and his hat to warp behind the opponent. At first he failed using Liu's own teleport with his eyes shut, but using his hat and visualizing, he managed to teleport through the sand and behind one of the old palm trees, albeit a few feet away. The Thunder God urged for him to warp and attack from the air with Lao's teleport kicks, even when he flipped and kicked multiple times onto another trunk till it fell. Remembering Liu's observation of Lao, it took a few trees to master that technique. A few tries. Even when he made a punch to the ground from aloft. Liu noticed, startled as he covered Lao's mouth, that their voices were intermixed during their war cries. Raiden stated since Lao's still the host, their voices became audible as one. After a while, when Liu reviewed Lao's maneuvers, Raiden urged him to return to his amulet. He took it out, and the god stated he must envision it in his mind as his spirit's returning point. He concentrated until that image appeared in his shut eyes vividly. Raiden told Liu to lie down and hold the relic, while subconsciously commanding his astral form to return. Through green energy emitting from Lao's body, it did. The vessel became limp afterwards, as if he fainted again. Nightwolf and Aiko scrambled to his sides, calling his name. There was no response, nor movement as he grew pale. Raiden stepped closer and kept encouraging Lao to wake up and break free from his unconsciousness, to follow his mentor's voice guiding him through the darkness. Lao's eyes fluttered as he let some weak groans, his head moving from one side to the next, his hand wrinkling to a loose fist. By the time his sight cleared, he noticed his teacher and Aiko over him. As if from a nightmare, Lao bolted up and breathed rapidly with his heart racing. How are you feeling? Are you all right? Kiba went and licked Lao's face several times. The former monk calmed a little, especially when Aiko hugged him. I lost control over my mind and body. I felt my soul leaving, and everything turned dark. And I can almost envision myself performing Liu Kang's moves. I wish I could do the bicycle kicks and flying kicks by myself. They were difficult to pull off while I was... Lost his train of thought. Raiden warned Liu mustn't stay in him for long, otherwise there can be irreversible consequences wearing it. Moreover, Lao himself would possibly be in the void permanently. He grew terrified, but the Electromancer assured it's the only way to confuse and destroy the deadly alliance. The second Chinese warrior could have sworn his muscles and mostly his head began to ache from the strain. Oh good, I'm almost done. Through drinking some herbal tea to relieve his pains, Lao hallucinated minutes later, as if his brain was beginning to swell. He held his head as he moaned and squeezed his eyes shut, as if his mind was trying to resist them. From Liu Kang dying at the Wuxi arena, that scene worsened in conjunction with the stress, to the point on Lao hollering. It seems both martial artists have retained memories from their separate entities, a major side effect of the host sharing the guest, Raiden warned. He, Aiko, and Kiba kept tending Lao, while Nightwolf remained steadfast. It's as if in order to become one entity, they must share traits with each other. They're transmitting their thoughts into one another, like magnets but are repelling from each other. The gentle breeze dancing flames in the ocean waves gave Lao some comfort, external sources aside from his compatriots. The Indian finally stepped in. Kung Lao, I know it's going to take some time and skill, and luck, to work the two entities as one. But you two have a common cause. You can use that to start out with. Instead of having your spirit reject Liu Kang's, let your spirit share your experiences, but wield them cohesively. It is temporary, so no pressure. I will give you some time to train yourself more with Liu Kang's spirit, and him to do the same, until Fusion shall gather the other warriors. But remember, time is of the essence. Yes, I know there's supposed to be 4 victories, thus 4 medals in Liu's upcoming temple. However, he only won 3 straight victories, from the first tournament to the second and Khan's invasion, with the 4th competition won by the gods, Raiden and Fusion, as you'd seen in my previous epic, and thus reversing Liu's eternal curse. I also threw in an Easter egg referring to Chan's death from the OG film, which seemed like deja vu, since Liu had also been killed by Shang. Another element will be introduced later to make another recollection. Possession may be a scary thing, but not always. I thought it was an awesome idea to have Liu Kang's prowess intermixed with Kung Lao's. Kinda reminds me of Gotenks or Gogeta, even though they're technically fusions, and I always like seeing the Shaolin monks working as one, and as a bromance, like Raiden said. Sometimes 2 heads aren't always better than 1, especially if they're separated. Hell, I did that before in my missing episodes, The Sleepy Hollow, as the witnesses. Ichabod and Laura Thomas did a sort of battle bond to outmaneuver the Headless Horseman, which he has no head, ironically. Besides, I definitely see Liu Kang and Kung Lao is Liu's retainer, as he's his utmost rival, nearly matching his skills. Very close to being his equal even in the games, and being his closest and most trustful Shaolin brother. It's just like what True Underdog Gaming said. Lao is like the Vegeta to Liu as Goku during the greatest downfall. That's the most perfect analogy between them, and especially with the fusions. Also, just like in my last epic, I didn't really have much of a role to give Kai, especially since he was cut in this game and probably won't return till Armageddon, sadly. Maybe if I should stir deception, he might have a better shot? Well, no. Actually, I didn't have any ideas for Kai. So, Final Combat would have to do. And here are the songs for that. So Raiden shall train Kung Lao, the host, with the spirit of Liu Kang, the guest, who would give both Shaolin a power boost, much like Nightwolf does with Kiba. They have until Fusion, staying in Earthrealm, gather the other combatants for the journey through Outworld, and the fateful battle against the Deadly Alliance. So, stay tuned for that. Until then, this is the Ikran Rider signing out. See you guys later. One of the most memorable songs in Deadly Alliance. Maybe the only one, aside from Immortal. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, Kung Lao, Aiko, Nightwolf, and Raiden were making the last-minute preparations before they headed to Shang Tsung's island as their rendezvous point, and Raiden assigned Fusion to recruit the distant combatants, while Raiden keeps an eye on Kung Lao and Liu Kang's training, with Liu Kang's soul inside of Kung Lao's host. So, with that out of the way, let's get going. And I apologize for the delay because the second part was accidentally deleted. So let's get this over with. Alright, continuation 2, Repressed Memories. From here on in, the Fic's going to have some flashback scenes recalling the prelude before the Deadly Alliance make their move on Earthrealm and killing Liu Kang. Deadly Alliance was a very tricky story to work with, even more overwhelming than my last epic, Shinnok's Uprising. So many things transpired here, and it's difficult enough when the lore's divided between each combatant, because of the bios. Luckily, I found a vid explaining it all courtesy of MK Temple, the same source of intel I used for my previous epic. However, since I had no experience with MK5, it was still quite a challenge while piercing everything together. Kung Lao still trains with Liu's soul inside him, while a special someone shall recruit their distant allies. Throughout the last few days, Raiden, Aiko, Nightwolf, and Kiba had been monitoring Kung Lao's training while sharing Liu Kang's spirit inside him. His skills were impressive, even when the former champion combined his pyrokinesis with his aerokinesis. However, Lao seemed to have missed those powerful combinations, like throwing Liu Kang after a few flips and the monk unleashing a tremendous flying kick. Also, the after effects were what kept hindering the retired Shaolin. Little by little, Lao gradually became stronger and more mobile with Liu's astral form, and they both became bolder in stopping the Deadly Alliance by sharing their common goal pointed out by Nightwolf. Since then, Lao had Liu as his ghastly guide. The responsibilities were undoubtedly onto him now, in saving all realms and avenging his partner. He knew how this was his chance to prove himself as being the Shaolin's equal. Late one evening, Lao's body became limp during one meditation session, something he hadn't done so in a while. If he could just ease his body and mind, then perhaps enduring Liu's intervention shouldn't be too painful. It seemed the calming waves and the gentle breeze soothed him down in conjunction with his deep rhythmic breathing. His head soon began to get weighed down, and his heart rate was steadily decreasing. He was enveloped in complete darkness and soon woke up in the same lotus position with his eyes fluttering open. The light from the bright overcast sky made him come to, yet there was no wind nor waves. He noticed it matched the colorless landscape all around him, even on the distant precipices and floating islands. This place was unfamiliar to him, and not like the island beaches nor like the Wuxi Academy at all. Where is this place? He thought aloud, his eyes scanning the bizarre terrain. Let me have a look, Kung Lao. He was certainly glad he can still hear Liu Kang's voice within the dragon head. He relieved it from his chest pocket, and the monk observed. Just as I suspected. Where is it, Liu Kang? We seem to have merged minds. You and I with our unpleasantries sharing your body. Rolling his eyes. I'd been through this once, and if I remember correctly, this island we're standing in represents our subconscious. You mean this is a dream? It's more likely a surreal trial for the two of us. Do we need to reach those cliffs? This is how we should progress through it. I believe we are in limbo at the moment. This plane shall represent our deepest memories. Perhaps a few conflicts warring inside us. How can we resolve this? Well, we need to build a bridge somehow, and each island must have a different obstacle to overcome. A bridge. Am I supposed to envision that in my mind? Let me out of the amulet for a minute. I'll take a look. Loud suggests that as he outstretched an arm while allowing loose green spirit to be unleashed. His body looked the same, except it was all outlined in the lime hue. He floated over to the plateau in which he saw depression. In it there looked to be the same training grounds as in the academy. Rows of monks were following an instructor, though they were in unison and were learning an unusual method. Of course! They're learning how to fight in the Mantis style. Mantis? I hadn't done this technique in so long. This form of combat was introduced by Wang Lang in the Ming Dynasty, back in 1600. Yes. He mimicked a green praying mantis fighting a cicada. It was a very swift and effective technique. Spirit descended back to the island. Kung Lao, you need to remember and master each technique. The Mantis fighting style is known for its quick and accurate attacks. This can help us against the deadly alliance. Strike me with your basic Mantis attacks. He commanded Lao to perform the drilling punch, which was a move impaling the chest. The double Mantis strike made Lao raise his tight fists and slam them both down onto his enemy. The leg sprouting kick had Lao knee the neck and outstretch the same leg, and the chest-piercing kick was a direct blow toward the stomach. Lao at first felt skeptical on trying to hit a spirit, but he didn't have a choice to question Lu's logic nor the time. Seems it's coming back to you. He looked over the monks again, and he gave his observation to his new disciple. The Mantis single-leg soaring kick is a pop-up hit that allows the attacker to repeatedly strike his opponent before he hits the ground. Attack me with the Mantis single-leg soaring kick. It was sort of like the uppercut, which aimed vertically to the neck, making Lu's spirit get tossed and drop to the ground. Lao did it once as a warm-up, then Lu urged him to juggle the opponent multiple times. Still, it didn't leave a blemish on the spirit. Excellent! You have done well. Now you must learn the Mantis low attacks and sweeps. Use them to keep your opponent on the defensive. You must perform the 7-star hit, toppling kick, ward-off punch, low thrusting palm, and leg squatting kick. Try attacking your opponent with Mantis low attacks and sweeps. The 7-star hit seemed to be 2 fingers and 1 hand poking the stomach, while the other hand used all 5 to hit it. The toppling kick was like a side kick, making the opponent drop. The third technique was like a swift move to the sore gut, and the low thrust was just basically an open hand into the torso followed by the sweeping trip. As soon as he succeeded, a landform began to enlarge and connect to the other distant precipice. Kung Lao ran across it, and the spirit of Liu Kang followed close behind while he hovered. The training ground that the Shaolin saw was gone, yet still there was another cliff in the distance. Liu Kang simply repeated the procedure. Your next lessons will be to learn another one of your martial arts fighting styles. You do recall the Shaolin Fist, right? He nodded. His pose wasn't as basic as before. Instead, one arm was raised and curled back, while the other curled downward. His left leg seemed to be more forward than the right, with his knee bent. Around the year 539 AD, a holy man named Tam Mo developed an exercise program for his fellow monks. The program included several Indian fighting techniques, but over time, the exercise program grew into a kung fu fighting style. Now you must learn the roundhouse strike, attack the heart, curved hook punch, back fist strike, and front kick. The slightly bent knee was raised and the foot struck through the air. The raised right arm aimed for Liu's heart and made a direct vertical hit. With the same curved arm, he aimed and lunged a punch to the upper chest. It was obvious as Liu used his right hand as he struck with the rear. Then he was able to grab the ghost, which made the spirit lower enough to make his mark with a direct kick. Liu backed away a tad, but he just shook off the clenching blows. Like any structure, fighting skill is built brick by brick. You must first learn these basic Shaolin attacks before continuing further. Another landform was forged, and they reached the next plateau. Liu picked up a very familiar weapon. He recognized it as the broadsword. He remembered training in the broadsword technique since his early teen years. Though he was a tad rusty, ironically, the blade itself was still as shiny as ever. The broadsword is known as the arm of foot soldiers and Manchurian officials. It is categorized as a short weapon and is designed for slashing rather than thrusting. With some fragments flashing in his mind performing all kinds of deadly techniques, Liu recalled the cross-cutting slash, twisting body strike, crushing side slash, rising slash, and half-moon slash. Just like an uppercut, he sliced upward, then he sliced down, twirled as he jumped, and struck from airborne again. The side swipe was a piece of cake. The forceful ascension started from the bottom to the top, which caused the body to rise and fall, and some quick swipes in a vertical arch were performed. He also remembered some low stabs toward the torso and legs, while making a spinning strike as well. Kung Lao had also mastered the ability to impale his broadsword into an opponent to slowly drain his life force. Once lodged into an opponent, his blade cannot be removed. In a flashback, he did the same thing with Baraka twice, back in the Soul Tombs a few years back, which is a tie-in to Shaolin monks. Liu just simply wound up like a pitcher preparing a strategic throw and tossed in the blade, making it stuck within Liu Kang's ghostly chest. At first he was terrified, but the monk just laughed it off. You really think that's going to hurt a spirit? I don't feel a thing. Tugged it out and threw it out for Liu to catch the handle. Liu and Liu then heard some vehement muffled voices. They seemed to grow and weaken in decibels, but it was just enough for Liu Kang to recognize. That's Master Raiden! We must go! His best friend took his hand, and then a white light illuminated the plain, blinding their vision. Sure enough, it was him, and the first thing Liu noticed was firm grips on his shoulders, while giving his body a shake. His sight cleared slowly, and indeed it was his mentor. Raiden! Wiped his eyes clean, and Liu was surprised it was already daylight. Thankfully, the landscape was in color again, with a robin egg blue sky, the gray ocean and the amber rubble with the evergreen palms. He let out a slight grin, relieved for once he was back in the realms of the living instead of being the dead plane of existence. It seems you've come too. You were out of it for several hours, and it was hard for me to awaken you. You're lucky I didn't have to use an electroshock onto you. The god smirked. Liu just shook his head. Aiko was just as relieved. Thank goodness you didn't have to. I'd seen those horrid films in a psych ward before. It's about time you have awakened. Raiden was explaining the Deadly Alliance had escaped from the Netherrealm, while betraying Moloch and Draman. Who? Isn't Moloch like a demon? Like a very skilled warlord of sorts? Moloch and Draman had also escaped into Outworld near the Living Forest. I fear the worst for those vulnerable Satirans. Terrifying images flashed through his mind, evacuating the endangered Saurians through a portal to another world of swampy, abandoned ruins, to watching Earthrealm be hit by an asteroid, which is a fallen god during the first insurrection of Shinnok. He soon regained his words. Without Liu Kang's spirit, like Shang Tsung desired, their plans had been grinded to a crawl. With the demon sorcerer's mastery in necromancy, it will not take long for him and Quan Chi to establish their evil plot in Outworld. It actually has It actually has been a decade in the Netherrealm, though it seems to be 1 year in Earthrealm. It didn't seem perplexing to the shaman. This statement tugged a memory in Lau's head when Jax was discussing with him deep in the foundry. Again from Shell and Monks. How long have you been here? I do not know. Time is different in this realm. Feels like weeks. The Thunder God's words interrupted Lau's reverie. As an Elder God, I was able to observe Outworld while also maintaining my abilities. However, I could not intervene. Therefore, I sensed the 2 sorcerers escape a portal from the Netherrealm, while also taking a vessel known as the Nethership in between realms. Remembering Shang's services to Khan, the palace became operational, and their purpose was to house many souls. Kung Lao wondered if Shang was so desperate to become the next ruler and expand Outworld over Edenia, while another fatal Mortal Kombat tournament, like the one that was housed here, but Raiden stated that wasn't his purpose. Instead, the duo desired to awaken the mummified members of the undead serving the ominous Dragon King Onaga. This brutal serpent was foreign to each of the mortals. The heroes took a minute to ponder all this creepy information. Aiko then chimed in that Nightwolf should volunteer for his pet Kiba to detect those who are real, like a sort of soul-smelling detector. Excellent idea, Aiko! Considering he smelt Lau's disguise, which led them a token to the Deadly Alliance's ambush. This made her eyes light up, as did a distant neon shade, which brightened the onlookers' faces. They braced for the worst until their eyes made out a skinny figure in a ponytail with another, and it was Sonya and Johnny. They greeted the duo as did Kiba, who ran up to them, sniffed and licked the female Special Forces agent several times. He then smelt the male agent's feet, in which there was no disquietude. "Hey, Wolfie, how you doing?" Sonya and Johnny approached the quartet and briefly recapped the events leading up to Liu Kang's death. Both agents sympathized, though they were grateful and shocked that the heroes had a spirit talking inside the dragon head Raiden created. As if things can't get any more stranger. Not unless I am willing to possess your body. Johnny here took on as a Bollywood actor part-time, but he still stayed within the Special Forces. They were making an alias for him. Those bastards never believed in resurrection anyway. Right. Oh, I forgot to mention something. Sonya took out a shiny diamond ring from her breast pocket. We've been engaged, and so is Jax with his girlfriend Vera, though the relationship's albeit distant with the OIA and all. You're engaged? Guys, that's great! Yeah, but things just went awry as we lost contact with our men. I think Jax, Cyrex, and Kenshi may be stranded in Outworld. And it all started with a betrayal. Sonya and Johnny with several officers were at the technological base. Well, same one with Cyrex, in MK4. The general's frustrated on calling Jax. She always wound up with no signal after she received a mechanical interference which affected all the equipment. She suddenly received a call on her cell phone. The lieutenant made her notice he wasn't her partner at all. Sonya Blade here. Sonya! Is that you? It's me, Stryker. Stryker? Curtis Stryker? Yeah, it's been a while. I hadn't heard from you in years. What's up? Not too good. My best friend Cabal. He's in pretty rough shape. He's already in critical condition, as if his incinerated face wasn't bad enough. What happened? Someone stole his hook swords and ran off with them. He was only able to identify the suspect with an artificial heart. Artificial heart? Oh, that's Su Hao! Wait, you know this bastard? Yeah, Su Hao went missing for some time. We thought he'd be with Jackson Cyrax as an Outworld scout. He was part of the Special Forces? Jesus, this is heavy. Cabal also identified an encrusted mark of a red dragon on his arm. Red dragon? The red dragons! I thought they were dead like the black dragons. Rumor has it the red dragons were too cruel for his subordinate. Oh, the latter is a crime syndicate that broke off from the former organization. Rumor has it the red dragons were too cruel for its subordinates. First Kano and now this? We weren't able to catch the suspect. I had to stick with Cabal. But if he has connections to the Special Forces, you best stay alert. He could be after you. I'll keep that in mind, Stryker. I hope for you and Cabal to make it through this ordeal. I'll alert my squad members. Sonya out. Upon the incident of an agent turning rogue, Sonya and Johnny didn't hesitate. They were on the case as they flew to New York. Following the signal of Stryker's call from a distant hospital, they landed within the vicinity of the streets that were once occupied by the rise of Shao Kahn's fortress. This area even tugged lost memories from Sonya herself. With that sudden flashback, she suspected Sue to be close. Where is Aika when we need her? They scanned the area for the betrayer, only to notice a whirring noise. Johnny's ears perked up and noticed a pair of twin-handled blades shaped like hooks. Hook swords? Incoming! Sonya almost instantly spotted the enemy, and it was Su Hao, nonetheless. Su Hao! It didn't really have much of a voice actor. I'm doing the best I can. Long time no see, princess. She could have sworn he started to ogle her. Hey! You betrayed your own men! What the hell is wrong with you? I only allied myself with the Special Forces to rid of the Black Dragons. Virtually, you had succeeded since they died off with the likes of Kano and Jarek. It was just a favorable deed for my true allies. Movado would be pleased. Su Hao, you were a trusted, honorable soldier. What are you doing? She was stupefied, yet Johnny countered with a shadow kick, canceling Su Hao's dash kick. Shady anti-hero went into the fray with his emerald aura abilities, including his lunge kicks and green fireballs. Su Hao kept firing a large crimson laser a lot, which was precise and also deadly. Johnny could have sworn it was capable of giving him a rush of heat. With the same gizmo pulsing, Su let out a war cry when he sworn was similar to Shao Kahn's, and he soon noticed he became more reckless than before. He kept avoiding Su's physical prowess, assuming his chest plate was power source. Cage seemed to almost be a glass cannon as his muscles became sore by each blow. Su's army boots were just as merciless, especially with spikes underneath. While keeping his distance, Cage evaded his collapse, which generated a spiral of wind toward him. One gust connected, making him lose his balance. After what seemed like almost 10 minutes, a skinny tornado touched down onto the former agent. This literally took him off his feet and tossed him into a nearby dumpster, in which the impact closed the lid and made it jiggle. And, it was Fujin. Still needs some more practice. Fujin! Long time no see. I was hoping circumstances would be less convenient with that roach crawling around. Hadn't seen you in a while. Yes, you too. But we have no time for introductions. Your mission is about to change its trajectory. What is it? Su Hao wounded Cabal and betrayed my team. It gets even worse. Liu Kang. He has been slaughtered by Shang Tsung. The two could have sworn their hearts skipped a beat. That scary son of a bitch is back? Indeed. But Liu Kang is partially dead, at least for the moment. His soul was saved by my brother. Raiden was inspired by our arch-enemy Shinnok. Thus he created a dragon amulet in case the inevitable should happen. As if it wasn't bad enough losing and resurrecting you already. To Johnny, of course. Took 2 years after all. Not so easy when reconstructing from a decapitation. Where is Raiden now? He, Lu, Kung Lao, Aiko, and Nightwolf are at Shang Tsung's island. I'd been assigned to recruit our distant allies there. Hold up. Wasn't that island destroyed after it sunk into the sea? After the first tournament? Not really, though there's not much left excepting a humongous pile of rubble. My brother needed to relinquish his status as an elder god while this was going on. They weren't very pleased with his sudden desertion. Yeah, even in the military, you can't relieve your line of duty unless you've been honorably discharged. In any case, I'll conjure a portal taking you there, and if my assumptions are correct, I think your narc would be working for the Deadly Alliance anyway. After 500 years, it has been reforged. Quan Chi is aiding Shang too. That bold monster too? This is bad, with them working together. I still need to find the other combatants. We must hurry. He conjured a portal. The beach was projecting through it. Go. Straight ahead is the rendezvous point. Our mission has dealt with a more greater threat. Run along. Well, it's all or nothing. Another Mortal Kombat, I guess. Our friends need us, as does Master Raiden. That's more than enough. Couple nodded before they leapt into the portal. I hope it's not too late already. Fusion may be correct, Sonya. Su Hao can just be another crony for the sorcerer's machinations. We never heard from the Outworld or Investigation Agency since I'm beginning to feel the worst for Jax, Kenshi, and Cyrax. We will approach Outworld shortly. For now, though, my brother has his hands full. Nightwolf wished he would have his equipment ready to detect oncoming rips since the shapeshifter was still at large, and was willing to make another swift move disguised as another acquaintance. Kung Lao still needs to train himself, housing Liu Kang's spirit. Housing it? As in possession? Can it get any worse? He still has a long way to go, faced Lao, wielding it like a sword with a twig. If we see any more rips, more warriors will follow. Hanzo, Kwai, and others shall join... No. More warriors will follow. Hanzo, Kwai, and others shall join us soon. At least we still have Lu's soul. Away from Shang Tsung, unlike what he did to Art. And deja vu there, with Goro. Oh good, I'm almost done. In his native tongue, Raiden prayed for Fusion to shake a leg, even though only several hours had passed, and the sun climbed to a high noon. And there are the songs for that. Like, damn it! I tried looking for those Code Lyoko songs before, and they just vanished. What the hell? Alright, for this fix, Sonya has returned, as did Fusion and Johnny, but I'm going to use her actress and her attire from Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Aside from Olivia from Defenders of the Realm, and Bridget from the original, I felt Sandra to be just as iconic. Didn't like the 3D render in Alliance very much. I also wanted her to be engaged with Johnny, as they're only one step closer to giving birth to Cassie, as is Jax involving Jackie. They won't have much time to settle with the Deadly Alliance around, which I'd made a brief reference to Conquest. They may soon go through a power struggle, who knows. Kung Lao's training sessions were the most difficult scenes I needed to write. I didn't like doing it, especially when referring to his own Conquest mode. There were so many moves to highlight amongst his 3 fighting styles. It was pure torture. Although, the scene inspired from Guardians of the Galaxy, the Telltale series, was more comforting. When Mantis merged with Peter's mind to find his broken team, by exploring his emotions associated with them. Hey, since Liu kept merging with Lao, and since their minds must work in sync, why not? I can agree with one of the creators, John Vogel, who really despises Su Hao despite him being a popular choice for Alliance. I don't blame you, as he became a scrappy later on. Never found the red dragons to begin with, not the black dragons, like Ian in 616 Entertainment, but utilizing his artificial heart was fascinating. So, Fusion is still on the hunt for more allies. Will he succeed? And would the team be recruited in time? Well, find out later. Until then, this is the Ekron Rider signing out. Ciao. Not a bad choice. Not bad at all. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, we just went through the flashback scenes involving Sonya and Johnny Cage as they actually received a call from Stryker from New York. And from their Special Forces base, they headed there following the location of his signal. And apparently Cabal was hospitalized by the uprising of the Red Dragons, but mostly from their traitor, Su Hao. So Su Hao actually betrayed the Special Forces and attacked Stryker and Cabal. And now he's working for the Red Dragons, since the Black Dragons have been wiped out. Fortunately, they were saved by Fusion, and he actually stated to them that their mission is going to change trajectory because their old enemies have returned, the Deadly Alliance. Liu Kang was killed by them and had his soul spared, which to Johnny, of course, he was a little skeptical about. So they headed to Shang Tsung's island. But Fusion is not done gathering recruits just yet. He still has a few more to go. So let's get this going, shall we? Alright, continuation 3, embarking to Outworld. Again. It was now daylight and Fusion just arrived in Japan. It didn't take long for him to travel from place to place considering he was the god of wind, utilizing his funnels as transport. Why can't they use Fusion and Deadly Alliance and Deception? Why Armageddon? He's got so much potential. Air, in this case, can move as fast as the incredible speed of light. Fusion first visited the towering 50-foot Shirai Ryu base. The clan had been reformed by Hanzo after the falls of Shinnok and Quan Chi. And recently, they'd received a baby in a basket out of nowhere. Some clan members, while they were training, heard some whines, or cries, and followed them to the source at the front step. Sure enough, it was an infant with black hair with a yellow headband matching his own one-piece outfit, and he was brought in. One of the male fighters, wearing the usual Shirai Ryu uniform, stormed in and alerted, "Grandmaster Hanzo, you wouldn't believe this, but there happens to be an infant on our doorstep. He was delivered inside a handbasket." Hanzo had on the usual garb, but without his yellow mask and black hood. Instead, his face was shown with a thin... Basically, it's his attire in MK10, in his human form. A baby? Why would there be a baby here at a time like this? I'm trying my best with the Russell Crowe impression. Anyway, there were exotic symbols and a wailing newborn. He stepped closer and examined the pamphlet, which to him looked like it was written in Thai. He requested for one of his men to read it, because it was from Thailand, not Japan. "To my most trusted friend Hanzo, please watch over my lonesome son. I cannot leave him within the care of the Thai nor the Chinese nurseries, as one is primitive while the others are militaristic. I'm on my way to chase after the bastard who blinded me, and thus I needed someone else to write this request. Perhaps my last. Please take care of the child while I'm away. Chances are I may not return. I have but one goal, to slay the sorcerer who blinded me. You are my only salvation, Hanzo Hasashi. For his sake and mine, look after Takeda. Takahashi. Regards, Kenshi." He signed his name in Thai. Kenshi? Kenshi Takahashi? I thought he joined the Special Forces. I'd heard he passed all tests with flying colors. Sonya Jackson enlisted his help. Soon after, he found a sacred sword from a well which was believed to be the burial of his ancestors. If I'm right, he might have gone to Outworld. Baby began to cry harder, which distracted Hanzo. He looked over the basket one of the ninjas was holding in. He just stopped as he stared at it. Slowly he picked up the kid, and he began to sob less and less. He opened his baggy black eyes and gazed onto the man who was holding him. He began to silence himself, and Hanzo couldn't help but gaze back. "Master, are you all right?" Hanzo never looked away. "Yes, I'm fine. It's just... I can't help but feel that this baby reminds me of my son, Satoshi Hasashi." He always went by his pet name, Jubei. Suddenly he felt a warm sensation onto his black boots. He looked down, and to his surprise, there were droplets coming from Takeda's underside. All the baby did was smile and coo at Hanzo. The rancid stench was beginning to get to him. Can any of you wash this kid and get him into a fresher clothes?" "Of course, master." One of the disciples carried Takeda away, who was still grinning as he looked back at him. All Hanzo did was gruff at the odor and hot mess, before he received a more vehement tone. "I had brought the child over to the Shirai Ryu to keep him safe." The humanized wraith looked behind to see Fujin standing proudly at the epicenter of the red mat. All he did was bow to the new protector of Earthrealm. "I want to thank you for doing so. Kenshi said he's on his way to Outworld with the investigation agency to massacre Shang Tsung, since he went blind." Indeed, the ruthless samurai had followed a man named Song to find the secret well, the burial of his ancestors, and a certain special sword. He was able to locate it, but unfortunately the blade went awry and berserk, as souls began to overwhelm the warrior. He was fortunate enough that the sacred sword voiced to him, after he was left to die while Shang absorbed those erratic essences. Kenshi has been gone ever since, and I granted him his favor while he's out there looking for Cyrax and Jax. If I know him, he would have taken a portal right about now. I appreciate the news, Flash Lord Fujin. I will make sure that Takeda is safe. Fushin's face fell. There's a more unfortunate news. Liu Kang, our former champion, was slain by Shang Tsung, even though my brother Raiden saved his soul. What? This can't be happening! Liu Kang would have won against the vile sorcerer. After 5 centuries, the deadly alliance has been reforged. Your personal assailant, Quan Chi. He has aided Shang in his endeavors. It was bad enough on having the resurrected Oriental attack Earth once more, but conspiring with Hanzo's ultimate target, the one who massacred his family and clan so long ago, and lying about it. Hanzo's body began to tremble. I sympathize with your plight, but you must now make a choice, Hanzo. Come with me, as I shall recruit your partner Kuai Liang, or stay and care for the child. Which would it be? He gave him several moments to ponder everything and rethink his options. Just then fragments of Hanzo's own son flashed back into his mind, as well as the sudden delivery of Takeda. Recalling his distant friend Kenshi and how talented he was as a swordsman, he stated his goal clearly. Fushin then left to the bone-freezing, perilous icy region of Arctica. Just recently, in the vast bitter northern pole, a young slim female ninja named Frost won a small tournament. She just took out one of the Grandmaster's prominent comrades with a flying arm bar and became Kuai's prodigy. Each of the guys cheered, including Thomas, who stood out the most in his dark gray garb, compared to the usual cerulean uniforms. By the power vested in me and the judge's unanimous decision, our newest and most honorable apprentice is Frost. Congratulations, Lin Kuei champion. As if on cue of the clan's roars, they also heard a strong squall of wind and loose snow blow against the walls of the base. Damn. Damn, I'm gonna start again. Alright, where have I left off? Here's the usual uniforms, blah blah blah. Alright, here we go. The guardsmen from the Twin Towers looked and noticed a sudden funnel from within the courtyard. Then an elderly figure with a long white ponytail broke out of it. The Lin Kuei thought it was another dangerous ice storm, though it was only the new guardian of Earthrealm, Fushin. He informed the news of Liu Kang's death, though his soul was saved, and his old nemesis have returned. The Watchtower's guards ran into the main chamber and passed the news on to the Grandmaster. They could have sworn that Kuai's blood just ran as cold as the very desert in which they created their base, which took over a year to complete. Shang Tsung and Quan Chi? They both are alive and returned to Earthrealm, and nearly killed our ally Liu Kang. It was difficult for him to process these stressful scenarios. I'm still not used to the pronunciation yet. If I may, I shall assist you as we should meet Lord Raiden at the deserted stand, at the deserted island. Smoke broke through the stunned silence. No! I cannot risk losing another brother! Recalling Sub-Zero's failures and leaving Smoke behind as he escaped from the corrupted Lin Kuei cyber initiative, and nearly losing him as he was being reprogrammed by Nightwolf, he cannot possibly bear it. He was, however, grateful that Hanzo shall be by his side. Then his face fell, as Kuai became worried if Hanzo got involved, as if he'll no longer be himself. Grandmaster, I shall join you! The fallen ninjas couldn't help but groan, affirming Frost's request considering they were all battered, while she was standing as firm as a tree. You wish to come with me? To Shang Tsung's island and stepping into enemy territory? All she did was nod and confirm her statement. Frost, this isn't an exhibition anymore. It's a matter of life and death. The demonic sorcerers and the warriors are highly skilled. Besides, you are a... Why does it matter? I have what it takes since I won the competition, don't I? Indeed she has. I may be a cyborg, so having me may be a better chance. But I doubt you'd endure the deadly alliance with just you and Hanzo. She can be quite the decoy, if there happens to be 2 cryomancers. Frost, if anything should happen to you, I will never forgive myself. It'll all be on me, Grandmaster. It's my decision. It's about time we Lin Kuei exercise free will. This is my chance to prove myself. Frost was determined to carry on the Lin Kuei clan, and just like the war with Shinnok, Smoke held the fort. By the time Fushin returned to Osaka, Hanzo reunited with his former rival of the opposite elemental. After low bows and a firm handshake, the former revenant mentioned that Kuei needed to give the cyborg a chance since he was surprised that he was willing to risk everything on a headstrong rookie. The cryomancer was just reluctant on losing his surrogate brother since his conversion by Oniro. Frost indeed proved her worth by plowing through each of her opponents like snow dunes. With the news of Liu Kang's partial demise, he couldn't fathom to lose another crucial ally. Hanzo sighed as he nodded and warned Sub-Zero to be his wingman, that once he should revert to his wraith persona as he'd encounter Quan Chi, he can lose all control. Kuei understood the consequences, recalling all the unpleasantries fighting against him since the second tournament began. After the Shirai Ryu leader declared he'll be leaving for Outworld and bring peace back to his clan, gathered with Kuei and Frost before they were lifted off their feet. Back on the beach of Shang Tsung's former hideout, Nightwolf continued to spar with Kung Lao while having Liu Kang's soul inside his body. The shaman figured it'd be the best way to train the 2 monks while combined in conjunction with him and Kiba matching their own power boosts. I guess it's good for something. Sonya gave Aiko some pointers as well while Raiden and Johnny stood by, even when the Cardiokinetic managed to produce a spin kick while Sonya held her foot aloft. The force of it was just a strong push. The trained combatants felt a sudden heavy gust. Their eyes beheld a skinny funnel just a few miles away. Raiden assured it wasn't a tornado as he raised an arm. By the time the F-Zero dissipated, 4 figures walked toward the group as they followed the shoals. Kiba? Nightwolf straightened his body as he allowed his wolf to exit his vessel. Both bodies glowed while Kiba jumped out from his owner's chest. He shook off before he trotted toward Kuei. The Ice Warrior bent down and petted him as did Frost. He smelled each of the combatants and gave out a subtle bark, letting the heroes know they were real. If I am correct, Shang Tsung should have been in Outworld by now. He then bowed to his former rival Kung Lao, which is precisely where we are going, resulting in murmurs from his peers. I'll let you all gather your bearings before we will proceed. If memory serves, then both sorcerers must have taken the celestial portal there. The celestial portal? The warp point between Earthrealm and Outworld? Precisely. Only deities and sorcerers know of this mystical plane of existence, but you must all know full well I have no powers once we should cross over. Well, I was afraid you'd say that. Huh, I thought we'd be taking that creepy-ass boat Shang Tsung had. No, the 2 demon sorcerers are using it for their own endeavors, to transport each of their victims' souls to his grand palace in order to awaken the Dragon King and his mummified army. Gave each of the heroes an hour for last-minute preparations, which also gave them enough time to introduce one another, especially to Frost, who seemed to warm up to Sonya and Aiko, even being impressed on their past victories and having a rare cardiokinetic. By the time the sun hit the distant barren horizon of the ocean, and with all the heroes gathered, even Fushin, who wanted to help his brother, were rallied at the epicenter of Shang Tsung's island. Hanzo volunteered to avenge his family again as well as Liu Kang, and warned everyone that if he meets his enemy, he won't have control over his great self. He also promised he would find Sonya's and Johnny's distant ally, Kenshi. Kung Lao knew and read up on stressors and triggers due to Aiko's sensitive mind as an autistic amongst other things. Even Kung Lao is aware of her limitations. I can only take you as far as the celestial portal. From there, you're left with your own devices. Are you all ready? The group nodded, with Aiko and Frost affirming slowly due to nervousness. A ring of neon blue light appeared around the heroes before they disappeared in a glowing field. Contrary to the double-crossing Frost in the games, the ideas in using her was actually inspired by the amazing sprite animation, Mortal Kombat Reconciliation. Sure, Kwai, as the new Grandmaster, possesses the Dragon Medallion, and Frost grew envious over him, but in that epic, I truly admired both Cryomancers working together against Khan and his warriors. Besides, 2 of the same elementals is certainly better than 1. Having more strong ladies is just as good. About Smoke, though, I was nervous on using him since he'd be reprogrammed by Noob Saibot by deception, as I found out Smoke has been left for dead in an outworld prison for 12 years since Khan's invasion. I was a bit reluctant on using him, hence Hanzo's and Kwai's reactions. And there are the songs for that. So we finally gathered all the Earthrealm warriors and embarked into Outworld again, since the second tournament, which was a tie-in to Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. Contrary to the game, Jax isn't in the party since he's been theorized he's in Outworlds with Kenshi and Cyrax. I was going to highlight the portal, but it just seemed radically different, as there's a trial you must endure before accessing. Hopefully I'll get to that and step foot into the foreboding realm next chapter. Until then, this is the Ekron Writers signing out, and I'll see you guys next chapter. Bet that ending part was the fatality, but I never found that song to be memorable, like most of the soundtrack. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, we just went through Fujin's half of the chapter as he was recruiting distant combatants, with Sonya and Johnny rendezvousing at Shang Tsung's island with the other heroes. And later on, he actually found Hanzo Hasashi, who just got a note from Kenshi in Tai, in which some of his students translated for him to take care of Takeda, the baby, while Kenshi sets out to find Shang Tsung, who blinded him recently. And so, Hanzo took on the mission, and Fujin actually found Kuai Liang, Frost, and Smoke in Antarctica, although Smoke was assigned to hold the fort, and together they rendezvoused to Shang Tsung's island, although Hanzo always had that dread that he would give in to his great self if he should face Quan Chi again. So, the combatants have been gathered, and it's off to Outworld. Alright, here we are. Continuation 4, Reconnections. The group of heroes arrived with the arena adjoining the celestial portal. A full moon shined down onto the central platform, giving the ornamental spot a sort of eerie hue. Even more so were the two floating heads aloft. Raiden described they belonged to the ancient Asian sages that patrolled the Arcane Way Station and reminded the Octet this was the place where the Deadly Alliance entered Earthrealm. This is part of Outworld? Indeed it is, Psycho. The portal is a more convenient passage into the realm itself, though it is guarded by those chosen sages soaring here. They establish a trial in which the chosen must overcome in order to allow entry, by defeating a representation of their greatest enemy. So, this place is not only secretive, but also protected. Precisely, Kung Lao. I don't recognize neither of those sketchy heads. Neither do I. Me neither. The Shaolin didn't say anything, sharing their uncertainty. Raiden said that in order to cross over into other realms, in this case Outworld, that said trial must be accomplished. Johnny muttered he was surprised that Shang took the secretive route, instead of resorting to the nether ship, which seems a lot more comfortable by comparison. Sonya for once couldn't agree more. Can you blame them? Determined to secure Liu Kang's soul, and before his mentor had a chance to retaliate, Kung Lao took the call to arms in order to hone himself against the Deadly Alliance. Both gods admired his valor, and literally so he stepped onto the middle platform. The floating guardian heads halted and faced the oncoming Oriental, then conjured something. All the parties saw was a spark and a flash of blinding light, as if it was from Raiden's usual lightning. A few moments later, Lao unshielded his eyes and was taken aback by a sudden appearance from beneath the floor. It was as if the intruder mimicked Lao's own teleportation. His face just dropped as he gazed onto his lethal opponent with dark Asian skin. Basically, it's Kung Lao's Revenant. Oh man. I wasn't sure what to come up with, so I just randomly picked his Revenant counterpart. Just like an MK11. Each one of his moves the doppelganger knew, from the tornado kick, teleport, hat throw, and retrieval. They appeared to be in a standoff, whether it be deflecting their hat tosses with a tornado kick, or countering with their teleport and swift moves. Even when either Lao managed to stick his hat onto a corner pillar and forced his enemy into it for a short while, things looked grim as each Lao attempted to outmaneuver his opponent or simply hit back more aggressively. Until... Kung Lao, lend me your soul, Liu Kang offered. It's about time to incinerate the undead copy. Without relent, Lao nodded his assent, only to be knocked down while his Shaolin brother swept into his body. The host just lay there on his back, allowing a brand new strategy. Great. All the enemy did was stare at his victim's body, which glowed and seeped in as Liu's emerald soul entered it. Lao's eyes opened with a bright amber again before he used his hands to flip onto his feet. Lao's body was Lu's own playground, and he even used the Forgotten Mantis fighting style. This actually outflanked the enemy. Even his ferocious bicycle kick made him falter. The tornado kick was engulfed in both a violent wind and flame. Even Lao's hat was encased in both elementals. All of the Revenant's counters had little effect, as Lu's pyrokinesis caused some searing pain. All undead abominations like you are vulnerable to the heat. Taste it! To end its suffering, Lao just kept on dicing his double with his hat until he was down. Finally, Lao's body skyrocketed in temperature as if he was enduring a fever, only it was voluntary. Their voices rose in unison as their hands conjured large embers in Lao's hands before they wound up and released the high fire onto the Revenant. They weren't done yet as Lao marched up to his copy, screeching like a banshee, before he was sliced through the middle by his razor-rimmed hat, causing a skinny orange sliver, which combusted till the corpse collapsed and melted into ashes. Haldo couldn't help but feel intrigued on the tepid display, as he has done the same thing while he was living a corpse hell-bent on blind vengeance. Johnny beat everyone as he remarked, "Now that's what I call toasty. That's the way to deal with those oversaturating hordes." Just after a few seconds admiring the disintegration, Lu's soul emitted and returned to the golden dragon head. Nightwolf and Aiko watched Lao warily, knowing something was about to give. As if on cue, they rushed over when Lao's knees buckled and gravity took over, weighing him down. They were about to take an arm, but Lao murmured he was suffering from fatigue, as well as fever still. By touching his head, the shaman noticed he still had a high temperature. Lao was audible, but he can only slur. "Stand back!" Noticing the tenor in ran Sub-Zero. "He's suffering from delirium!" The Matoken observed what the cryomancer could do once he had the sacred dragon medallion. He immediately... hold on for 1 second, guys. I had to turn down the light so the clock wouldn't chime. Anyway, he is suffering from delirium, the cryomancer observed. He immediately got to work as he conjured rapidly cooling air when he laid a hand on Lao's forehead. "The brain must be stable, and it's the most sensitive when it controls the body's temperature. It must be cooled in order to reduce flare and calefaction." It didn't take long for Lao to have a shiver through his body who calmed him so much, as he gasped, feeling the frigid sensation course through him. Could have sworn his head was clearing and hadn't felt this weak since the after-effects of Shinnok's thrall. Even Frost pitched in as she offered Lao to drink some artica water from her indigo canister. Took it in several gulps before he made some deep inhales. It was undoubtedly the most refreshing thing since the crisp, pristine mountain H2O. Kwai confirmed that his fever had been broken, then he helped him get back on his shaky feet. Aiko laid a hand onto his heart and gave him her strength. Lao held it close as she did so, warming both of their hearts. "So what now, Raiden? The way to the celestial portal should be clear now. This portal is supported by the 4 pillars. You may stop beneath its rip, but remember, Fujin and I still do not have any power in Outworld. From here on in, you're all left with your own fates. Make sure you all stand together, and never let Shang Tsung dissuade any of you. Otherwise, he shall be underhanded disguising himself as one of you. My wolf Kiba should do the job on detecting any fake souls. I may have him in me. However, I believe his sense of smell is more superior than mine." Everyone agreed. They then approached beneath the hovering neon portal before they were taken off their feet as they were blinded by an intense illumination. Together, The octet of warriors descended gradually onto the basalt soil, which seemed as black as the foreign clear atmosphere. Unlike their last location, the skies of the outworld proper were twice as bleak, with little to no light onto the landscape covered by thick canopies. Only the moon and stars gave the gang a little guidance. We are back, in the sorcerer's own diabolical territory. Lau wasn't so impressed. He could tell by the chill in the air, or perhaps from his nervousness, they stepped into the enemy's home turf once more. Even the male elemental ninjas shared the same sensation. So, we are finally in Outworld again, always having the sudden uneasy change in scenery. Doesn't really look all that different. Indeed, I can sense immense evil present. We must stay on our guard. He let out Kiba, since he was more steadfast than the comrades, while he and his tracker led straight away, with Kung Lao close behind them. We should also look for Jax and Cyrax. They're parts of the Outer World Investigation Agency, and I lost radio contact with them. Must have something to do with that bastard with the artificial heart. She nodded in confirmation, beginning to believe in Raiden's words, and having Su Hao working for the demonic duo. Through their keen sight, Nightwolf and Kung Lao spotted an opaque figure move. The Indian halted the team, raising a hand and ordering them to wait. They and Aiko, who took her mutual's leads, followed the trail, and the rest soon caught up, only to have Sonya stub on something, nearly losing her footing. She was caught by the former celebrity, but the Special Forces agent observed something coarse and metallic. It took one hand to brush off the loose dirt, and it turned out to be a part of Cyrax. This must be a part of Cyrax. Continued to look at it, and it belonged to an arm console of sorts. Catching Sonya's wonderment, Sub-Zero was in deep thought. If I can remember the cold-blooded Lin Kuei's cybernetic units, they wouldn't be necessarily injured if one of the components had been severed, unless they would be in a state of shock. However, since Cyrax happens to be human, he might still be active. With the damage of his human self, it may be sustainable. We can't count on that. We should catch up to the others, Johnny stated in impatience, especially if one should be separated from the team with the possibility that Shang Tsung could be in their midst. Can you blame this guy? Gleam caught Kung Lao's eye. He was immediately on the chase. Nightwolf pleaded to wait, but the Shaolin kept on the hot pursuit. The descent from the few hills nearly made them lose balance. Trotted toward the rough terrain. He teleported, wound up a few feet away. The opaque man looked up and saw a shiny hat nearly slice him into ribbons. He immediately raised his hands in front of his assailant. Hey! Whoa! What the hell are you doing, Kung Lao? I'm on your side. How do I know you're on our side? He then backpedaled as he saw the glimmering arms. Jax? It's about time before you would wring my neck. Suddenly the two men heard some distant barks belonging to a dog, about to claim his prey. Jax threatened he'd punch his tail up his ass, till Kung Lao stated it could just be Kiba. Nightwolf sent the dog here? Sure enough, he emerged from the shadows. Kiba, sniff him! Lao commanded. He volunteered, and Jax was licked. He just sat there and let out a growl as Jax went over to pet him. He suddenly turned when he heard his master, who ran through the thick bush. He let out a happy bark, knowing Jax's soul was clean. Sonya soon followed, and despite his slippery body covered with sweat, she was certainly happy to see him, even Johnny. It's great to see you too, Jax. Where have you been, anyway? The muscular man said he was alone, looking for a way out of Outworld. He had been stranded for the last few days and lost contact with the Special Forces. He believed the Red Dragon must have destroyed the OIA base after that. Yeah, I kind of figured the same since I lost contact with you in headquarters, including Cyrax. Said he was missing the yellow robot, until his vision amongst the darkness spotted a golden glimmer. He theorized the cyborg was also wandering aimlessly to some huge figure that looked like a bat drop and perhaps swooped him away. Congratulations on getting engaged, by the way. I hope you and Vera would plan to have Jackie and avoid your tragic fate. Jax thanked her, and the team broke the news of Lu's unfortunate incident. Quan Chi and Shang Tsung returned from the dead? How in the fuck they escaped from the Nether Realm? Nightwolf interrupted. Raiden observed all this happening with his status as an Elder God. He trusted us to put a stop to the vile demons. If I'm correct, they should definitely have a base of operations somewhere in Outworld. Damn. I ran out of time, guys, so bear with me. We must keep moving. We need to find some better cover. It's not safe within this ominous forest. Everyone nodded and pressed on, but Lao halted. He took out the dragon amulet and spoke to it. Liu Kang, I think this is part of the living forest. I'm afraid you're right. But it seems more tranquil than usual. Hardly any trees using their limbs to rip us asunder, nor any henchmen. Katana once said that she and the Edenians aided the Saurians in redeeming the place. Many perished trying upon the residue of Shang Tsung's corruption. The monk wished he was here. Listen. I hear nothing, nor I. No crickets, nor roars from any of the trees, nor any of the whipping roots and branches. It all goes so quiet. Too quiet. Aiko spun behind herself as she heard a sudden ruffle. She couldn't tell if it was from the ground nor the dark forest itself. Some chills ran through her, thinking that someone might be tracking her and the combatants. Kung Lao stepped closer to her as he noticed the cardiokinetic's hesitation. What is it? Oh, Kung Lao. I thought someone might be tracking us. I heard a ruffle here. Lao observed the spot, yet nothing caught their attention, nor was there any disturbance. Laid a hand on her clammy arm. His touch provided a little warmth and comfort. Come, we must head to the others and get out of these creepy woods. Little did the duo know that a pair of bright turquoise irises peeked out of the shadows. They soon did just that when the group headed through a clearing. It turned out to be atop a steep hill with a looming palace in the distance. That's Edenia! Some of the heroes got a sense of deja vu since the Edenian Revolution from Shinnok and Quan Chi. Great! We should gather allies from the Edenian royals and their armies. Right. We cannot tread in blindly without backup. Good call. Someone needs to break the troubling news to them. More importantly, to Katana. I can talk to her, Sub-Zero. I'm a close ally to Katana. Man, you really got some balls, Kung Lao. Somebody's gotta be ballsy enough to report the grave tragedy. Aiko and I will take the stand. She became giddy at his words. She'd be ecstatic to see the proud Edenian heir again after so long. Everyone agreed to the leader's terms after all. He was the next best combatant aside from Liu Kang, as well as the most logical next to the Matoken. And I always felt that same way about him and Shaolin monks. Inside the throne of the palace, Asgarth announced from the open perch that the Earthrealmers arrived at the majestic gates. The womanly trio, Sindel, Katana, and Jade, were thrilled, as was Shiva, who seemed slightly excited. The queen nodded her assent. The Earthrealmers have arrived? Excellent. She spotted her advisor's sterner demeanor. It's most likely they wanted to visit here because of some incident. Tell the guards to allow them entry. The eagle humanoid obliged, and the Edenians withdrew their spears. As the gate squeaked, a tad open. For a millisecond, Kung Lao wondered if the Shokan Prince Goro was also operating here. Good question. The guys arrived and they made some reunions with the monarchs. After that, Katana and Sindel pondered why Liu Kang wasn't with them, since he was Earthrealm's former champion and all. So, what news have you brought to us, Earthrealmers? Shiva asked as her authoritative and more serious persona. Maybe we should... Good idea. Everyone faced the heroes, curious as to why they're breaking away so soon. Nightwolf broke the silence. Let's just leave business to the pros. Sindel nodded with a coy expression. They left both Kung Lao and Aiko with the Edenians. He took off his hat, stepped forward, and bowed low as a greeting to the queen. Aiko followed. Sir Kung Lao? Lady Aiko? What business have you brought to us, Shaolin warrior? He rose slowly. Queen Sindel, Princess Katana, you would notice that Liu Kang is not with us. I am humbled to say that he is still with us, though not physically. Earthrealm was attacked by the Deadly Alliance, consisting of Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. There were some murmurs throughout the throne room as the petty guards became uneasy. And what of Liu Kang, Kung Lao? Our hero is not entirely with us. Shang Tsung has slain him. No! No! My soul has been spared, but it was only thanks to Lord Raiden who acted accordingly, once I was killed by Shang Tsung. Katana's face became pale at the observation. Liu Kang! Your soul is trapped within that dragon ornament? Well, I wouldn't say trapped, Katana, but more like encased. As long as Shang doesn't steal my essence, I am safe, with Kung Lao as my retainer. I should have known that your Shaolin brother would be your keeper. We're here because the Deadly Alliance... We're here because the Deadly Alliance is planning on resurrecting the dragon Onaga and his army. Raiden watched all this happening. Oh, the gods! The Deadly Alliance must be stopped as soon as possible. What do you know of Onaga, Sindel? Since she has been the second oldest ruler next to Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn's not the only superior ruler of Outworld. Onaga dominated this realm even before his time. Her mind flashed back to several centuries. I actually got most of the information from the fourth snake aligned through time. I highly recommend it. This all happened even way before the great Kung Lao's time, as far back as 8,450 BC, according to your timetable. I'd heard legends of the accursed Dragon King, and before he became emperor, Khan was actually his advisor. He and Onaga had been closely knit when it came to conquering all the smaller realms. They used to be a powerful force, almost as much as Quan Chi and Shinnok. Massacres and chaos reigned supreme in their wake. They were both incredibly malevolent. Until one day, when Khan was finally envious working under the Dragon King, he made his insurrection imminent as he suddenly decided to war against him. A battle ensued between them as power-hungry and ferocious Khan was. He managed to poison the Dragon King himself and sent his generals out into a killing spree against the undead legions. In a short span of time, Khan emerged victorious and from this day forward became Outworld's prime emperor. The Elder Gods then established the Mortal Kombat tournament before he had the rights to invade Edenia. And I lost my beloved Jared and myself as well. I'm sorry. My pardons if I had opened up old wounds. If you and your men aren't willing to prevent this calamity, that's precisely what we must do. I will enlist Kitana and Jade since they're the most willing and skilled. They had partaken in the war against Shinnok. They can be of some great worth to us. If Liu Kang were seen, the Edenian princess could have sworn he just smiled, as if reading her mind. I'd be honored to fight by your side again, Kitana. I know you would, Liu Kang. What about our own army? That which we would conflict the undead? I shall volunteer the Shokan to do so. I'm certain they can't wait to rid of the preceding ruler's troops. If the Centaurs and Saurians are willing to join the cause too, then it's just as well. Excepting those bloodthirsty Tarkatans, we'll be marching in their territory now. It's more than likely they'll assist our enemies, as vicious and violent as they are. I sympathize with your plight involving the Shaolin Kung Lao. All right then. My advisor Shiva will hold the fort. Kitana and Jade will assist you and put an end to the Deadly Alliance's plots. Wait! What of Prince Goro? Everyone hesitated, but Sindel found her words. He hasn't frequented here as of late. Ever since that peace treaty in Quaitan, he has been regulating the Shao Kahn with centaurs. Thankfully, there hasn't been any incidences of bloodshed, but since he'd encounter with his former master, he'll most likely refuse, or even worse, side with him again. Aiko didn't like the sound of that as she groaned. Ugh. I see. The two of you must prepare for the fight ahead. We will rally up whoever is able to willing to aid us. May victory be ours. Edenia depends on it. And they did the motto. Edenia is an idyllic paradise when we are free from tyranny. Good luck, brave noble warriors. After a bow and a curtsy, Lao and Aiko followed. It's ridiculous that some crucial story elements can mostly be found within the combatants' profiles than anywhere else. I know F-Zero GX and Climax are like this, but at least the stories explain some elements just fine. It's not as divided. Deadly Alliance is a bigger disappointment on account of the glorified tutorials in Conquest and just doing the arcade ladders. I don't really count the crypt because it's mostly artworks, spoofy clips, the optional, less vital stuff. And it is, all crypts. And the plots themselves can be very confusing. Again, I recommend the MK Wiki and MK Temples vid on the matter. Maybe Tabmox 99's subject concerning with Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. Speaking of story elements, it was kind of a good thing I had some ideas scrapped, otherwise I'd be lost while highlighting things, such as Jax being stranded, Kung Lao breaking the tragic news to Kitana, Sarex being missing, Sindel describing Onaga, etc. And besides, in every war there must be an enemy, right? An army? Lousy, bloodthirsty, aggressive Tarkatans, and Onaga's undead servants capturing people's souls. I feel so resentful on what the Deadly Alliance can do, especially when its earlier version, the Unholy Alliance, was made, and how each sorcerer is prone to tension, losing themselves in power and avarice. And that's true, especially with Shang Tsung. Very treacherous. Okay, I'm kind of rambling, but my point is, I want to cover and solve as many aspects as I can, and having all those outlines help on resolving this confusing cluster mug. You know how Mortal Kombat is. Even the Celestial Portal was complicated, specifically when certain combatants have unknown enemies during its trial. according to the wiki, on the subject of that mysterious arena, acid bath, and portal songs. Another chapter is finally done, but who did those glowing turquoise eyes belong to? Would Cyrex and Kenshi be found? Find out later. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. And I want to give a quick shout out to 80s Fan, because she did one hell of a job with the Mortal Kombat pictures, especially with Aiko. So far, she did the original cast. Her video was awesome, too. I love those how-to draws. So, I highly recommend giving her a look. She's awesome. So see you guys later. I wish it didn't have to end so abruptly, but I find that song from Super Mario RPG to be an awesome addition to Mortal Kombat Vengeance, representing the Edenian Palace as a sanctuary before they should venture into Outworld. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, we just rallied up all the troops, all the combatants, before they made the foot into Outworld. While there, they encountered the mysterious celestial portal, and Kung Lao, to prove himself he is strong enough to defeat the Deadly Alliance and avenge Liu Kang, stepped up to the plate and encountered his revenant counterpart as a trial. And thanks to the merger with Liu Kang's soul, they were able to easily mop the floor with him. And it's about time, too, because it resulted in a draw in MK11. Never liked his revenant counterpart. Anyway, they were able to find Jax in the living forest, and he suspected that Cyrax is somewhere in Outworld because some bat-like creature abducted him. And Sonya proved it because she found the console, the ARM console, beneath the ground before she reunited with Jax. And Jax is looking for Cyrex and Kenshi. They had been separated because they lost contact with each other. So, they made it out of the living forest and into Edenia, and Sindel briefed them on the coming threat of reviving the Dragon King Onaga and how she was related to Shao Kahn because of their rule, and Shao Kahn won over Onaga by poisoning him. So Sindel recruited Jade and Kitana while the rest would hold the fort, and to wish them luck. So, let's get this thing going. Alright, continuation 5, Boraicho. The Boraicho. Forgive me if you're not a fan of him, I don't blame you. After a hearty breakfast mostly consisting of Adenia's specialty, the legendary Adenian pie, everyone was energized and ready to traverse into the unrelenting outworld frontier. Sonia mentioned since the heroes were embarking from the Adenian palace and dealing with Quan Chi, they must have the Cobalt armor equipped. Luckily, the Adenians took her advice and actually forged and stored several ottomans from the foreboding Cobalt mines, due to their unfortunate experiences during Shinnok's invasion. Nightwolf suggested to Aiko to tap on the engraved dragon symbol at the left side of her waist. She did, and almost instantly her battle armor transformed into a neon blue hue, complete with bright patching similar to the default crimson armor. The shaman was the one who programmed her battle armor to turn into crimson, turquoise, and lime. It can also make her glow in the dark if needed with only one press. At first, Jax refused to wear this armor, the thin armor. He would much rather have his bionic arms and bare chest. That was all he ever needed. If worse should come to worse, he could always wear his heavy artillery complete with a strap filled with grenades. He then queried irritatingly, "By the way, where the hell should we go if we need to take out the Deadly Alliance?" Kung Lao hesitated, trying to hatch a deep thought. He then faced his close partner. "Nightwolf, can you sense the source of the immense darkness? Like you did before when we were scouting towards Shao Kahn's fortress?" "I can try." He and his wolf walked out to the nearby open balcony, while Kiba sniffed the air. He stuck out a hand, attempting to feel the ominous sensation. Huh. I wonder what it does feel like, or how it smells. Must be like a corrosive odor and intense gravity, or causing your heart to skip a beat like anxiety. Precisely, but it doesn't change in density. Kind of like a sixth sense, per se. He scanned the perimeter, till he abruptly stopped and pointed. "There!" The group looked up. "The Deadly Alliance should be in the northwest." Jade just made a facepalm. "Oh no! The direction leads straight through the savage wastelands, Tarkatan territory." "Aren't the Cobalt mines in the same direction?" "They are, but they're beneath the Tarkan's turf," Kitana informed. "Mother has already alerted the Saurians and Shokan. We would need reinforcements if those bloodthirsty scoundrels would get in our way." Are you sure they would just run into battle? I figured they'd serve their master like they did with Shao Kahn." Frost got some of the information courtesy of Kwai and Smoke's battles. "They are reckless abominations, Frost, and they wouldn't mind either way. They can just turn on their leaders at any time. They have no morals. They only care about bloodshed and sustenance. They happen to be the bums and scavengers of Outworld, just like those nomads with the Arctica wastes." "Precisely. This Cobalt armor should give us the home field advantage enduring their sharp fangs, claws, and blades. They should reduce impalement. I just hope my twisted sister wouldn't interfere." "I'm certain she'd still be in the Netherrealm, Kitana." "So, are we all set?" "Looks like it. Time to get moving. We should always stick together to not let Shang hinder and disguise himself as us." Everyone nodded, and they were underway. At times, as the combatants approached the barren wastelands, there were a few hordes of Onis meddling them, Lao recalled using his different fighting styles, including the mantis techniques. Sub-Zero stunned one before Lao decapitated the victim, and the Cryomancer kicked and shattered its body. Even Frost pitched in using with her own abilities, including her nimbleness. Katana mostly defended with her steel fans, while Jade was more offensive thanks to her razor rings. The elemental warriors were very impressed. Looks like your mantis skills are finally paying off. Kung Lao, you actually mastered the mantis technique? Those were taught by an ancient Chinese master since the 1600s. Indeed they were. Liu Kang and I just remembered this intriguing combat style. Even Aiko was just as impressed. Wow! You took out those guys fast! I'm surprised they hadn't hurt your hands. They would have if it not for these. He revealed the black spiky gauntlets. Weren't they used by Liu Kang? Yes, but since his body is no longer active, I thought they could be of some good use. Even the red bandana, he pointed to his forehead, no one actually noticed it just below his hat. Kung Lao, if I ever return to my own body, you best make sure you bring them to me. Hey, I was the one who gave them to you as gifts. They were passed down by our common ancestor. Don't you think I should use them after a while? And it's true. More Onis ambushed the group, interrupting the monks' bickering. Despite their best efforts, they endured some minor injuries, and Aiko was put on healing duties, draining the Horde's energy and healing any wounds. Nightwolf and Kiba remained separated as they fought off the beasts. Jack seemed to have the least bit of trouble, despite never wearing any cobalt armor. Damn it, Jax! He and Johnny also took the forefront. It was mostly to cover Sonya 6. The group also noted that Hanzo could only use his longsword and his pyrokinesis he shot from his hands. It's too bad I can no longer use my spear. I was able to, as it stuck out from my palm while I was cursed in an undead vessel. Johnny stuttered his words, remembering his deadly battle against him at the woods on Shang Tsung's island and in the Netherrealm. I kinda missed that, believe it or not. Shouldn't we hide into those trees over there? We can take those bastards by surprise. Or maybe they would. Frost gave her a dirty look as she disliked her doubts. Sonya may be right, Frost. The trek through a flatter terrain is often easier, and even if the Tarkans should invade, we would radio reinforcements. Nightwolf has advanced some of Edenian's technology here. Aiko couldn't shake off the sudden ruffles she heard last night. Kung Lao took in her worries. They continued to trek through the cool Badlands, even to the heavy purple clouds that were gathering. They soon encountered Onis possessing daggers, and the cobalt armor had lived up to their expectations by preventing fatal stabs. Most of the heroes kept their distance, while Jax bombarded through their small waves. Over time, their journey made the plans expand, and the tree lines became less and less. Now I'm beginning to see why we didn't take the tree lines. It would be unwise, since I might happen to incinerate them anyway, or they would be uprooted and topple over by Jax's unsurmountable strength. Why take the chance? A true warrior must always regard his or her own environment. As a former denizen of the Netherrealm, you don't have a lot of variety, but yes, it's vital to pay attention to your surroundings. When they finally breached open ground, the same pair of turquoise eyes glowed. Within the woods, the muscular body held out a chain with a ball attached to it, then adjusted the weapon beneath its arm. He let out a low growl when he saw the fleshy travelers. If you played Deadly Alliance, well, one of the seasoned players, you should know who he is. Aiko abruptly stopped and turned behind her. Lau eventually noticed her hesitation. Aiko, what is it? I haven't noticed the same ruffle this time, but I feel someone is behind us, hiding with these trees. Lau shifted forward, thinking they should investigate the disturbance, but he almost instantly changed his mind as he quickly shook his head. He laid a hand on her shoulder. This isn't the time to investigate, Aiko. We would be separated from the group. I'm certain our stalker would spot us once we approach open ground. We must keep moving. His touch seemed to calm her, but she still couldn't shake off the fact someone or something was following them. Lau and Aiko were still at the back of the pack. They weren't necessarily eager to catch up, as they'd be able to watch their backs without getting lost. Still, it was nice with just their own company and having more wiggle room. The distance also gave them not much of a struggle over some dunes. By the time they reached the top of a small rise, some ambiguous figure caught Aiko's eye. Actually, that chubby figure stumbled upon his walk and was moving in erratic directions. Kung Lao? She pointed it out. They even saw him fall flat onto his blubbery belly like a beached whale. The former monk just stood there in shock and disgust as his eyes widened and his breath was caught. This cannot be! Who is he? Bo Raicho. Cat got her tongue. Wait, who? He was my former master. Out of the past few years, the cardiokinetic never heard of this incohesive wild load. She always thought the former champion's mentors had always been Raiden and Fusion. Not once has she ever heard of his name, nor even saw this blob. She grew nervous on even approaching him, yet she noticed Lau slowly treading toward him. Lau? Stuck out a hand mentioning her to stay put. He was less antsy than her as he continued till he was inches away. The large lump remained still. Lau just simply rolled his eyes, especially when he was close enough to receive the foul stench of wine, and perhaps excrement. He gave it a tap with his foot, only for the lardy man to quickly roll and tug Lau by the foot. Just as he was about to lose his balance, the Oriental used his other foot to escape. He backed away a few inches and made a fighting stance in the fat ass's nose. As the fat ass rose, he faced his intruder with gleamy bloodshot eyes, sneering as if he was about to attack his prey. He wobbled a little as he stood onto his thick feet that was almost as if structured as an ungulate hooves. What's the big idea? You woke me up for this. I was taking a power nap till you, novice, came to me. Novice? Don't you remember who I am, you big oaf? This disgusted the Shaolin, aside from Bo's drunk demeanor. Simply wiped the residue away with his massive arm. Who the fuck do you think you are, weakling? Lau wasn't intimidated. I will demonstrate who is weak. Fight! All that bastard did was let loose some wind from his buttocks before he charged and hit Lau with all his bulk. Although it was simply a leap toward the victim, a few feet away Aiko could have sworn there was something familiar about that bulky mass. Lau teleported behind him and performed his tornado kick, the drunkard's stomach, but he countered with a fury of fists. Those took Lau off guard, sending him in foot back upon a powerful lunge. Charged again like a bull, but Lau was too flexible. Tossed his hot, which only gave his opponent a few abrasions. They were painful, but he quickly recovered, countering with a large streak of brown vomit. Aiko shielded her eyes and nose, while Lau managed to retrieve his hat in the nick of time. He backflipped to avoid the corrosive odor. I'm not taking any pity on your drunken sickness, Bo Raicho. Just like with Shao Kahn, Bo kept on charging with a powerful arm as he lunged, and Lau easily evaded it Lau came in with swift mantis chop, but all he hit was blubber, even his neck. Jumped again before he was taken off his feet by a sudden charge as Bo went in sideways and hit his head against Lau's chest. The impact left him dazed and searing pain went through his back. Bo then performed a belly flop which crushed Lau under his megaton strength. The Chinese warrior cried out as he received more anguish. Ugh! Then Bo just continued to press his immense body weight onto the hapless victim. He silently wished Lau's loose spirit would seep into him, although he instantly figured it wasn't possible since there was hardly any room for him. Maybe even crushing the dragon amulet. Aiko saw Lau as the bulky bastard's mercy. She let out both hands, causing Bo to clutch his upper chest. Gave it a few punches to clear it, but his heart only got worse. She concentrated more of her energy, making his heart expand, causing excruciating pain. Due to the immense volume, Aiko needed to channel more of her strength in order to give the greatest effect. She concentrated harder, making his heart explode. Aiko, stop! She picked up Lau's implore. Drain some of his energy onto me! She did just that when a red streak escaped into her lover's chest. This restored his oxygen intake and eventually gained enough strength to stand with a flip. Quickly stormed in and twirl kicked the brawler toward his chin, causing himself to soar in an upward motion. This just knocked the wind out of him. As his massive body plummeted, they could have sworn they felt a shaky quake. Several of the combatants felt the aftershock as well. They turned and noticed that the couple went missing. The two separated after an assuring embrace. Lau took out the dragon head, which surprisingly was unharmed. As he withdrew it, Bo slowly got back on his blubbery feet and appeared to be sharper and coherent. You two aren't half bad! Come on, we're not done yet! I won't fight against you! What? What's the matter? We don't have time to waste over your blabbering stories, nor your disgusting drunken habits. We need to get back with our allies. They seem a lot more presentable and preferable than you are. Care to stick with your party animals rather than your own master? I wish you never were! Ever since you were banned from the Wuxi Academy, you had never returned. Not even when the monks had fallen from the Tarkans. You abandoned us! I never wanted to participate in the tournaments. That's why. I never wanted to become champion since I was an Outworlder, and the honors would go straight to Shao Kahn. Once Liu Kang became champion, my services were no longer needed. This didn't make any sense. But Bo simply took another gulp from the same clear green bottle. So, who is this little lady? He ogled, causing Lau to cover her. Before he could make an enraged move, voices were heard from a distance. The running feet reached the duo consisting of the comrades. Kung Lao, Aiko! Where have you been? Thanks to my former sensei being drunk and passed out, I was curious enough to get close to him. I fought him, and Aiko came to my aid before I was crushed to death by the intense body. Kiba bared his teeth next to his owner. Ugh! There's nothing worse than a total inebriate. Can't believe this son of a bitch was your master. You should get yourself a sponsor. Yeah, you tell that bastard, Johnny. No one could digest Lau's intel, not even those more subtle ones like Nightwolf nor Katana. Even Sonya and Jade shared their appall. Bo was hardly fazed. Go get drunk somewhere else, you fucking fatwad! We're leaving! Oh, it's Aiko. Go get drunk somewhere else, you fucking fatwad! We're leaving! And we're leaving you behind while we destroy the Deadly Alliance! Before we will severely punish you! She was the first to stomp away. The group left little by little, but not without a final cue of discontent. Even Jax, who was muttering on how disgraceful he was. If that sorry mutt would have a tail, might as well be between his enlarged buttocks. I'm not a huge fan of Boraicho. I'm sorry. And if you don't believe me, ask Ian from 616 Entertainment. He despises him. They didn't say a word, excepting Kung Lao, who apologized to Aiko in experiencing his former sensei's distasteful actions and toxic state. He said he definitely brought shame to the Shaolin, thus being kicked out of the academy. He was so grateful to be raised and trained by better teachers, including Raiden and Fujin. Liu Kang just couldn't agree more. If he ever comes back, I will never hesitate to kick his ass. He cannot be one of us. He has fallen so far from grace. If he comes on to you, Aiko, I'll break him apart limb from limb. Thanks, guys. Notice Kung Lao looked her. His head was hung in so much remorse. She asked if he was all right. All he did was sulk. Katana suggested to give him some silence, at least until they would take a break from the ongoing journey. Hours later it was sunset. The sky began to turn to a pink as pure as strawberry ice cream. That's the best I could come up with. The ground nearly matched it like opaque raspberry shade. The guys decided to set up camp with an old shrine that had a hollowed light shining down on it, which reminded the former monks of those they'd found throughout Outworld. For a short while, Lu's spirit left the dragon amulet and onto the pile of wood, igniting them. It was certainly a relief to Aiko, since she finally relieved her heavy battle armor and wear regular clothes in its place. She petted and played with Kiba for a while, and the party had another hearty meal, including some Medinian meat and veggies. Kung Lao, however, wasn't too hungry. The Liu Kang was astonished he wasn't used to not eating as his spirit. The former monk just sulked and ate very little. Even Aiko came close to his side and tended him. Even Kiba, who licked him a few times. His shame on being taught by an irredeemable teacher was just latent to Kung Lao. As if reading her sorrowful mind, Katana went to him. Kung Lao, I know you must be burdened by Boraicho's disgrace, but it might be best if you could just tell us who he is, and what he has done. Raiden and Fujin were indeed the better choices. All I did was perspire. Come on, Kung Lao. You can tell us. It must have been shame. Even I'd nearly forgotten on him, much like Raiden. I guess he didn't want to tell us of his regrets from the destruction of Earthrealm. Past secrets can be as deep as the Pacific. Liu Kang is right. He remembered his former mentor since he was a boy as he trained him in Liu Kang, but both drunkenness and volatile bodily habits always got him in trouble and kicked out of the academy. Lao then lost faith and was taught by Raiden more directly. He couldn't believe all this time he was trained by a disgusting tutor from Outworld. Aiko thought it was Boraicho who attacked her in the barren streets of New Jersey during the night they first met, thus releasing her cardiokinesis onto him aside from rescuing her doomed partner. Lao stated it wasn't him, but someone else who looked similar. Probably his hair was browner and he didn't have an oriental complexion. They never mentioned him at all. After the 3 years, Aiko met the Shaolin. The former, however, never wanted to state him as he'd forgotten how disgusting he was. Liu came to the conclusion that it was probably from trauma-induced amnesia. They may have forgotten his training as he was banned from the academy due to his abuse, heavy alcoholism, and his unnerving bodily habits, not returning to Outworld upon the victory of the first 2 tournaments, as he claimed he never wanted to be champion and represent Outworld, in which the honors would automatically go to Shao Kahn. Naturally, Lao refused to believe it. Silence stretched on, then Sonya and Frost assured, Hey, you shouldn't feel ashamed on how your former master fell. I can't imagine Master Sub-Zero doing the same. I'd be just as upset. But you still have got friends to watch your back. Yeah, and if he ever comes around here, I'd be more than happy to kick his sorry ass and punch his pitiful balls. Back to the brewery he came from. Kung Lao and Aiko couldn't help but snicker at the threat. Though to him it was a promise since it has been done a few times. Like with Goro. At least you should thank Raiden for putting you and Lou back on track. Her partner was surprised. Jax! That's the first time I ever heard you actually compliment on the guy. He added to not let it go to their heads. Yeah. We should all get some sufficient rest before the next leg of our journey, and it's what to have our heads clear if we should meet with the Tarkans and the Deadly Alliance. Hanzo's right. Maybe a little meditation won't hurt. We all need some sense to not wind up like that abomination. One by one, each warrior hit the sack or simply just calmed their minds before doing so. Kung Lao and Aiko were still the last ones awake. She couldn't help but lean into his smooth though tense chest. Lao wrapped an arm around her. His mind was still elsewhere. Sense? No, that's not it. I'm just... Lost his train of thought before his eyes and head were heavy enough to make him sleep. The idea on Aiko having 3 different battle armor was from my good friend 80s fan. Her concept art featuring Aiko having 3 distinctive shades. Since the Cobalt armor was said to be blue, it was convenient enough for Aiko to switch forms. Not sure how to use her lime armor yet, but I got to that. Also, the transformation sequence is similar to Reboot, when heroes tap their icons twice to change their formats, per se. I never thought using Aiko's other colors, being she's a cardiokinetic, thus using red, but the blue armor was a nice touch. At first I thought the music track to Conquest was Master Cho based on Bo' Rai Cho, but he only turned out to be a prototype. It's so damn coincidental that Conquest was made back in '98 before Deadly Alliance was created in 2001. Whether it be the Unholy Alliance consisting of Shang and Quan, or even Bo' Rai Cho, perhaps the creators were responsible for both properties. Even though Threshold handled the former, while Midway did the latter after the fiasco known as Special Forces. And there's the songs. And there's the songs for that, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Besides, I dealt with 2 people IRL that were total fucking irredeemable dicks. Counting my ex-step-parent, whom my parent divorced from 3 years ago during the fall. The former has type 1 diabetes and was abusive guardian to me, while also counting an African-American Sao, also type 1, and is nothing more than a slow, domineering slug that I have to work with several days of the week. So, due to past experience, I don't take too kindly to the morbidly obese nor the drunk. I mean, no offense to diabetics, but I have some very unfortunate experiences with them both, and they remind me of Bo' Rai Cho. Please get help if you happen to be in those conditions. They're wastes of life. Don't get me started with those abominable characters and What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Ugh! I hate that movie so damn much. And there's the crackling cabin fireplace, blah blah blah. When the warriors settled down and Kung Lao describes Bo' Rai Cho, it was hard getting that chapter out of the way, being I didn't have a lot of inspiration, a lot of stress, and hating that poor son of a bitch. What a bad first impression. See you all next chapter. Like I said, I hate Bo' Rai Cho, and please, to all of my viewers, don't wind up like him. Don't be drunk, don't be as obese as him. Please get help, and do not be like Bo Show in any way, shape, or form. So, I'm the Ecron Writer signing out, and I'll see you all next chapter. Not bad. Usually it's memorable with Deadly Alliance's soundtrack, but that one's not too shabby. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, Kung Lao and Aiko just actually encountered Kung Lao's and Liu Kang's former mentor, Bo Raicho, who was his usual drunkard self, his inebriated self, and the combatants just went to Aiko's defense, as did Kung Lao, who fought him, and he almost lost. He almost got the air squeezed out of him until Aiko pitched in with her cardiokinesis, just to save his life. And she, much like the other combatants, despised Bo Raicho as their former mentor, and Kung Lao was actually ashamed so deeply during the camp scene. And so everyone assured that, his mentor fell from grace. He shouldn't be at blame for this. Kung Lao shouldn't be blamed for this. When Bo Raicho was banned from the Wuxi Academy because of his drunken habits and his disgusting moves as well. So they continue through Outworld. Alright, continuation 6, Moloch and Draman. You guys will see those Onis soon enough. The gang arrived in what seemed to be a massive mausoleum, an age-old pyramid tomb. Aiko and Sonya couldn't help but feel some Egyptian and Aztec vibes as they beheld the volume and archaic decor of this place, even though they knew this colossal settlement was erected way before their own ancient times. Everyone was startled when they saw the large engraving that looked like Shinnok's amulet, complete with the elaborate designs, the eerie emerald center, and the golden exterior. Only the elemental ninjas found their words. That's the amulet of Shinnok! Events from bringing it to the Temple of Elements and Bihan letting Quan Chi attain it several years prior flashed into their minds. Hanzo was the first to break out of his reverie. I know the real amulet is safe within the Temple of Elements. Kwai and I helped Raiden to hide it away, thus trapping the fallen Elder God into the Netherrealm. I doubt Quan Chi has it. But apparently, even the duplicate didn't do so much. They figured it was the key to unlocking immense ominous power, even when it came to awakening Onaga and his undead army, in which they saw many mummified statues. Everyone was agog as they observed those inanimate abominations. A few stood on the center stage while several columns and rows of them were aligned, surrounding the center set piece. It's possible they contain the remains and souls of the Dragon King's army. Loyal warriors locked in their stony prison as they ritualistically committed mass suicide since his death by Shao Kahn. Remembering her mother's warnings. Good thing I've the fists of ruin. I shall destroy those pitiful puppets before they would be reanimated again. The former monk put his dukes up. And that was a move introduced in Shaolin monks, the Fists of Ruin. The two Adenians spotted the writing on the walls of his tomb as well as the king's enormous burgundy sarcophagus. Katana was the first to decipher it. It is an ancient Edenian language. I think it was inscribed by Onaga's holy men to bring back Outworld's long-lost ruler from beyond the grave, but returning his spirit to his original body. I don't blame you, Jade. Along with Hanzo, Kwai, and Jax, they started shattering them. The women couldn't help but slap their arms and other limbs as flies kept landing on them. Where did all these flies come from? Is the pyramid supposed to be like this? No. Ironically, this place is cooler and right next to the barren Sarna ruins, which is like my desert's neglected, deadlier next-door neighbor. I still don't understand why you own a whole Badland, Johnny said. Khan granted me this territory for my services as his spy. I don't have much use for it anymore. While Kwai was freezing a statue, Hanzo assisted. Yada yada, Jax picked in. Prevented resurfacing. Aiko's heart started to beat more rapidly and she felt nervous. She frantically looked around to see if anything changed, as if an enemy was approaching. Her arms became frigid. She thought it was from the icy air by Sub-Zero's ice blasts. But through the darkness of the entryway, she noticed the same turquoise eyes pierce through, the ones that she suspected that followed through the empty forest. She could have sworn she saw a metallic glimmer just a foot above them. What the hell? Kulau, heads up! Following her cry, he straightened as he gazed to the dark entry, made a reflex tossing his hat toward the oncoming threat. The beast wasn't suspecting it as the impact cut its face. It recovered and let out a menacing growl, as if belonging to a grizzly's. The hat retracted before Lao made out the enemy. It was a brawny, blue-skinned Oni of sorts, but it looked larger, more muscular than the ones they're used to. Swinging a ball and chain. When he emerged, he let out a roar that was louder than a lion's. To Aiko's surprise, his eyes, which turned out to be 3, after he removed a patch, and 4 horns illuminated golden, perhaps the turquoise, was the default shade before glowing while he's on the bloody prowl. After that, an array of slice swarmed in. Heroes shielded their eyes and faces. It wasn't painful, but irritating. By the time they cleared, they encountered a skinnier demon wearing what seems like a teal mask with yellow markings and punctures, and he had an iron club mounted on his right with a sword protruding from it. The rest of his burnt body nearly matched with his outfit. Basically, it's Moloch and Draman, respectively. Those two are no ordinary Onis. They are Moloch and Draman. They're demons straight from the Netherrealm's 5th circle. I dealt with those ferocious bastards many times. and they both rely on anger and malicious strength. There's hardly any reprieve when it comes to their turf. Kung Lao, of all people, should know. Aiko broke the silence. Who's going to help Hanzo beat these brutes? Jax diverged from the group. I'll take on those accursed demons. We don't deal with these bastards often, the OIA. The skinny demon said in a gruffy tone. The OIA, you say? Then you must know of that puny robot's fate. What have you done with Cyrax? And with this? She lifted the arm cannon. You'll soon find out. After you'll be mangled as... Oh, it's Moloch. You'll soon find out after you'll be as mangled as him. He used a test subject with a muffled tone. Jax charged in toward Moloch while Hanzo took on the more agile Draman. Basically, it's like an endurance test, like those in the original Mortal Kombat. But the reboot, they did some enhancements on the matter with the tag team battles. I never really played the reboot, but it was a nice feature, I gotta say. I wish it would return, especially for MK12. So, You can read all this if you want. I'm not really into the battle scene. During the sun. Oh, and dare I say that Draman is one of the most disgusting characters in Mortal Kombat history, at least according to Underdog. And you'll see that video soon enough. Basically, it's the most disgusting because Draman always has those army of flies. So, Scorpion unleashed his fiery breath. He then shifted his attention to Moloch. And like I said, this is like a tag team battle. So, Jax and Hanzo, they actually won over those Onis. After a congratulatory handshake, Hanzo simply looked over the fallen Furies as he sheathed. I've been expecting more from you two Onis. Then again, you're not in Kansas anymore. In this case, the Netherrealm. Jax and Hanzo were diverted by a forceful whoosh of air. Seconds later, they noticed it was a furious Kung Lao. He stormed toward Draman. And, yeah. What business do you have with the Deadly Alliance? He pressed harder on the demon's windpipe as he struggled to speak. I only know of Quan Chi. That fugitive betrayed us as he escaped to Outworld. We wound up in the forest till we tracked you down. Can only speak for his incoherent partner. Nevertheless, Lao continued to torture him, as he never relinquished his lethal grip. Either you help us, or you perish. He and Shang Tsung murdered my best friend in cold blood. We will spare your pathetic lives if you wish to assist us. We have no interest in serving you. Then maybe I shall remove your place and mask and make you serve us. Kung Lao, no! Don't remove his mask. That is the face of Kung Lao. This allows Draman to focus, making his abilities precise. Without it, he'll be more reckless and deadlier than ever. He was once a humanoid before he was casted down by his murderous rampage. Kung Lao, let him go! This reluctantly made him release the demon's raspy trachea. I have no intention joining you fleshy mortals. You will not succeed against the Deadly Alliance. We're only here to follow to Quan Chi's base of operations and slay him for his treachery. He abandoned us after he promised us cover when he stumbled into ancient runestones on awakening the Dragon King. We are as desperate as you are stopping him, but as matters stand, you all weaklings will fail. That made Lao made his fists clench. Enough! He used his free hand to sock Draman only to meet limestone making it crumble. He immediately turned only to a wounded Oni hunched beside his bulky partner in crime. "I'm done dealing with you! Just wander into the Oni's death trap and watch his diabolical plan unfold!" Both devils vanished in a bloody mist before Lao hit nothing but air. "I can't believe I missed." Anzo just sulked. "This won't be the last time we'll see those burdensome beasts. They're incredibly persistent, and if I'm right, they must be heading straight to Moloch's lair, a subterranean terrain. And they had a scrimmage with Cyrax." "Where to, Nightwolf?" Navigator closed his eyes. "It's still up ahead, to the northwest." "Oh good, I'm almost done." "Figures. We will need to traverse through the Sarno ruins. We must stay together, no matter what should happen. The Tarkatans must have gathered at the same place. I am baffled we haven't spotted them in the wastelands yet." "Doesn't this place lead to the chamber of the spiked wheel?" That's different direction, Kung Lao. We won't have to go over the Blood Sea this time." For some reason, this gave all the heroes comfort. "We're heading north to northwest, so the ruins is our next destination." She paused for a moment. "Has everyone destroyed the leftover sarcophaguses?" Everyone confirmed. "And they cleaned it out, especially all those endless clusters." Lao readjusted his hat. "Let's go." The group left the Forsaken Lost Tomb without hesitation. This was hard to write. I wasn't familiar at all when it came to the Oni duo. Trio, if you count Quan Chi, believe it or not. I couldn't believe it either. Moloch and Draman were very tough, even when I had to study their movesets. If you want to see more, I suggest you watch vids on YouTube for the extra dingleberries of Conquest Mode, or 616's entertainment playthroughs. Same deal with Bo Raicho and such. Also, I'm not really into Batman, but I can't help but feel Bane vibes from Batman and Robin considering Moloch. I kind of see him as the lesser cohesive Oni compared to his partner Draman, even more klutzy than him. I was really creeped out as the true underdog described each of the most disgusting combatants ever, with Draman being one of them, as he could never stand the irritatingly noisy sounds of the flies attached to him, as well as conjuring them. Pretty much like Beelzebub, the real Lord of the Flies, in those regards. And I hate the movie and the novel, by the way. I still do. It too was difficult to find an interesting arena revolving around the battle. Had to get through the list of arenas, and I figured the Lost Tomb was a better fit, which led to the Sordo ruins, a destination closer to the final goal, Shang's palace. It was kind of a struggle involving Shinnok's amulet, considering, if you read my last epic, Quan Chi has the duplicate, and contrary to Deadly Alliance in 4, Scorpion had some readjustments too, since he's more humane, thus making him as a sort of informant of the Netherrealm for the team. Admittedly, I made an error when it came to the turquoise eyes following the heroes. I figured that Moloch has 2 blue eyes, though he has 3 and were golden. I made a last-minute decision that Moloch had an eye patch, probably sharpening his sight, and it's illuminate gold instead of blue, when an enemy should be on the prowl. Draman just wouldn't fit well. Only 2 songs for that. Just a little side note, I know the tag team battles were established in the reboot, but if Deadly Alliance were to be more story-driven, it should have combats like this. 2 heroes versus 2 villains and switch periodically. At first I thought those were the endurance levels in the OG game, preferably SNES, but they seem more advanced and convenient than them. I'm very impressed, and I wish that NetherRealm would use this awesome feature in MK12. This may be one thing I like from the reboot, as there hasn't been much at all. Seriously. I thought the Fists of Ruin was a nice touch, as it was created exclusively in Shaolin monks. Reminder of knocking down the walls in Reptile's lair, breaking through secrets at the Wuxi Academy, the Living Forest, and outside the tower. Nice way to make the sarcophagus this significant. I figured I should take a breather before moving on to the Sarna ruins. See you there! Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out. See you then. I find that song to be alright, specifically for the drum arena, but I wish it was a little bit more intense. I can't believe 3 arenas use that song. Should just be the drum arena. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, our heroes just went inside the lost tomb of Onaga and his dragon army, his undead army. And Jax, Hanzo, Kwai, Kung Lao with the Fists of Ruin have actually cleared the way of the undead sarcophaguses, whether they'd be in them or not. And Katana, Aiko, and the others had noticed swarms of flies that weren't there before, and they turned out to be part of Draman, who is one of the Onis and out of the Nether Realm, along with his bulky partner Moloch. And believe it or not, Quan Chi's an Oni too, and Hanzo warned them they're no ordinary Onis, and they're not. So, being that Hanzo knew them from past experience in many encounters, he joined with Jax, and they defeated the Onis. Apparently they just have a grudge with Quan Chi, even though he's an Oni himself. But they were unwilling to help the heroes, so as long as they cleaned out the lost tomb, they were fine. So, it's off to its next-door neighbor, the Sarna ruins. Alright, Part 7, Drums in the Desert. And this is one of my favorite chapters too, you'll see. As much as Jade despised the Sarna ruins, she still led the group out into the unrelenting Badlands. Everyone was curious as to how and why this particular desert was so dangerous, even more than the Yinyan's own unwanted territory. With Aiko and Kung Lao, however, they found it baffling that the way Hanzo spoke about Draman's face of Kung Lao, it sounded remarkably similar to the former monk's own name. It's kind of ridiculous that the mask can be named after you, Kung Lao. But without the G and the A. Or maybe it was just a mockery of my distant family, he added with clenched fists. There better not be a face made after me, Hanzo intervened. Well, I'm quite certain that ominous mask was created centuries before the great Kung Lao, so it may not be too much of an insult. The gang walked outside the lost tomb and into the glaring sunlight which nearly blinded them. The high heat greeted the combatants as they wound up in the arid desert before they beheld its rocky, vast majesty. Whew! This place looks like any other desert. What the hell makes it so risque? Jade warned everyone this place was treacherous on account of the everlasting sandstorms. Even a couple tornadoes can touch down. The sky itself was patchy with the bleak clouds nearly covering over the blazing rays. "You got any cold drinks handy?" Sub-Zero nodded. "With this dragon medallion, my cryomancy shall not be affected by the desert's harsh environment. Frost and I shall compensate if anyone would become dehydrated or irate." His prodigy nodded. After Kung Lao and others adjusted their attire by removing their dark garbs, they pressed onward to absorb as less heat and humidity as possible. Jade, along with Katana, still led the charge, even when the unrelenting thermal sun kept bearing down on them. Jax, Kwai, Hanzo, Frost, and conveniently Liu Kang's spirit were the only ones who didn't grow fatigued, nor seething from it. At times they needed to pause for several moments to take in the cryomancer's soothing chilly air. Even Lao participated, as he used his buzzsaw hat as a big fan to cool off the team. So too with Katana's own steel fans. Those uncomfortable factors made the traverse throughout the everlasting dunes and challenging landscape. Yet still, some were growing weary, as they kept having déjà vu. That was until they become galled by the loose sand being tossed into their faces. Everybody had to shield their faces as they continued forward, especially when they spotted a stray tornado taking form just several feet away. It was definitely a startling sight, especially to those who were unfamiliar with them, including Johnny, Sonia, Aiko, and Jax. Even the colossal height was a bit too much for the cardiokinetic. Due to her uneasiness, he hid behind her beloved, and wondered if Kung Lao can decimate it. He adjusted his hat as tightly as possible, wearing a tense complexion, before he marched closer while departing from the stupefied group. He was fearless and determined as he handed over Lu's dragon amulet to her. His mind then flashed back to his trials with Fusion at its own training ground, the Wind World, during one summer before the war against Shinnok. Lao had the chance to disable an F3 tornado from its core within the American plains. Not without the God of Wind's assistance, of course, much to Lao's discontent. "Lord Fusion, if only you were here." "It's about time!" stormed toward the Dust Devil, much to the horror. Before ducking below the sands with his teleport, his body illuminated in a cerulean aura as he conjured as much might as if he would execute a brutality. In fact, he performed with all his strength with the tornado and his hat created the countering funnel. Only this time it was his own spin cycle, with more ferocity as he approached the heart of the storm, with him and his hat slicing into pieces, thus disabling the twister in minutes. Good going, Kung Lao. Without a lot of stamina and Nightwolf monitoring from the exterior, keeping away deadly debris, courtesy of his ancestors' shamanistic abilities, Lao's whirlwind overpowered the storm as the heroes observed the cerulean aura emerge from the amber V. Little by little, the twister shrunk before his own expanded, and by the time Lao's aerokinesis covered the entire funnel, his burst. Lao's body was hurling down, and Katana's sonokinesis from her fans couldn't prevent the gravity from taking him. Just as his allies were too paralyzed to move, an unseen force stopped Lao directly. His still body slowly descended to the hard sands before he was released from that invisible field. The winced warrior was heaving and hardly moving, and his inner chest and arms were sore from the sudden impacts. First thing his vision saw was the same patchy sky, before the light disturbed by an opaque male figure with short black hair and a blindfold. "It is Kenshi, one of my favorite combatants, introduced here in Deadly Alliance." I'll do his voice as best as I can. "That was mighty impressive, though foolish to decimate that cyclone." Before he had time to protest, everyone called for Lao's name and became relieved to see him alive, albeit weakened. Aiko immediately sat by his side, tendering him. Her comfort, or was it her cardiokinesis, restored some of his strength. The slim man rose and grinned, and Sonia was the first to identify him. Ah, Kenshi! Sonya Blade! Always a pleasure to see you, General. Jackson Johnny gave him a manly hug and a couple slaps. Kenshi actually recognized them, too. Who is he? Kenshi, along with the other agents, explained of his predicament. Years ago, he wandered across Earthrealm in search of worthy competition. Every time he found a combatant a formidable opponent, he would defeat him just to boost his pride. But on one fateful day, Kenshi encountered an elderly man with a pointed white beard and mustache. His name was Song. Convinced the combatant the great warrior needed a handy sword, Song led Kenshi to the location of an ancient and powerful blade, and he claimed that it suited Kenshi's power. But as he unsealed the well wherein the sword supposedly laid, he was overwhelmed by souls trapped within it, which permanently blinded him. After a sneer, Song revealed himself to be none other than the vile sorcerer Shang Tsung, whom Kenshi recognized from horror stories, and proceeded to absorb the released haywire spirits, leaving Kenshi to die within the tomb. However, the sword, which actually did exist, attracted Kenshi by speaking to him in his native Japanese language, leading him to the true origin. Through the ghastly image, the sacred blade originally belonged to a long line of great swordsmen from whom Kenshi descended from. The well was also the sacred resting place of the souls of Kenshi's ancestors, those that were stolen by the demon sorcerer. Kenshi spent the next decade or so retaining his senses, all while searching for his betrayer, a path which would lead him to the special forces. Kenshi's special abilities eventually caught the attention of Jax and Sonya, who at the time were looking for members with unique talents to join their side and venture into Outworld. With Johnny still being an intern, Kenshi jumped at the chance to pursue the man who had deceived him. After going through many tests and examinations, he was then accepted to join the Outer World Investigation Agency. Since then, he had been on a scouting mission to hunt down Cyrax. Both men were unfortunate to lose contact as they wandered aimlessly for days. Cyrax! She took out the missing piece, the arm console. He never struggled with his impaired vision. He examined the piece. This is Cyrax, all right. We saw some huge bats swipe him away. I, too, was looking for that rogue cyber. So far, I had no luck. I am sorry of your plight involving Su Hao. That traitor, along with the likes of that cheating bastard, will pay. Kung Lao grew curious. How is it you can still fight, Kenshi? To demonstrate, he slightly ascended an arm, and the same majestic sword detached from his back scabbard, and turned to Lao and sword toward his face. Kenshi turned it upright. Telekinesis. Power from the mind. The weapon returned to his possession. Aiko was impressed. Mewtwo! Everyone gave her questionable looks as if she was growing two heads. Wait a couple years from now, guys. You should know the reference already. I was on my way looking for the rumored airship named the Dragonfly. I'd heard word it's a fast method of transport, which could bring us straight to Shang's hellhole. When it comes to blindness, it does magnify my other senses. Everyone dusted themselves off, and ignoring the heat, they met a lot of chit-chat with the newcomer, including about the former champion's unfortunate fate. Kenshi was intrigued with the news. He felt sorry it was too late to participate in the first tournament when Shang disguised himself and made him permanently disabled. Johnny could relate since he was tricked by the demon's disguise as his late master Boyd, tie-in to the first film. Just then, amongst the growing gab, Aiko heard some subtle, though powerful booms emanating from the distance. She hesitated and listened, then remained immobilized. As she hardly noticed the guys passing her, she eventually became dazed, almost as if she was about to fall into a trance. Noticing she wasn't close to him, Kung Lao hesitated. Aiko? Lao walked up. Nightwolf intervened. It's those aboriginal drums. They sound very much like us Matokans in Earthrealm. Yet, their message seems rather the unusual type. Those are the trial drums from the cliff people of Makiba. The giant percussionists beat their drums as the fighters combat each other. It is said that in the event of a tie, Konga, the biggest drummer of them all, will challenge both warriors. Seems like they have a lot of hunger for tension. Almost reminds me of the execution drums, how they beat harder and speed up before the victim should be brutalized. What is it? Lau couldn't look away from Aiko's strange demeanor. She seemed more lulled. They are summoning me. I must join them. The dragonfly is within that cliff village. Then we have to go there. I can't wait to be rid of the deadly alliance. As if she was ordered to, Aiko suddenly slipped away as she ran toward the series of blenched buildings that outstretched as far as the end of the distant precipice. The team chased the cardiokinetic, who didn't seem to tire, toward the series of massive drums being beaten by several muscular, dark-skinned men. The heroes just stood there watching each one with strange markings. Technically you wouldn't see the Makiba tribe, nor Konga. It was mentioned, but you don't see them. That's very disappointing. They lost so much potential. Maybe the fourth snake can do a wasted potential episode? I would love to see that. Aiko grew more mesmerized as they hit rapidly while keeping the same tandem as if they were inviting her in. They were accompanied by a shaker but no dancers. This never fazed the rookie, but the other combatants were flabbergasted on how massive the strummers were. The one leading the Makiba tribe was even larger than the rest. He was smack dab in the center. Aiko treaded closer onto the circular arena shaped like another large bongo or djembe, and she bowed to him. The war drums eventually softened, and the giant came marching to her. Chieftain. Moccasin stomped like the Shao Kahn's feet while his lower shawl swayed. He was indeed the overlord. He wore numerous feathers, symbolizing he was a dormant ruler. Lowered over her, and she never felt intimidated, but rather aroused. He caressed her head and neck, and she let out a sigh. Back tingled, and her Padinda became tense. She slowly raised her head, only to have her eyes become translucent. Forgetting all her troubles, her thrall washed over as she stood up, her limp body. I go! Kung Lao called for her. I go! It's no use, Kung Lao. She's under the Makiba's thrall now. This doesn't happen often. The Makiba are a small primitive tribe, yet they draw in the more susceptible. I could sense her mind. It is deformed and thus not as resistant. I need to release her from Konga's hold. Konga? Kenshi stepped forward. Konga! Both warriors faced the blind man. I'll let you keep that foreigner, but only if I don't defeat you in combat. Very well, warrior, he replied in a bass voice that seemed to alien to any Earthrealmer, kind of like Kodo Khan. I wasn't interested in him, but I think he's quite similar to him. He mentioned for Aiko to make her sit with his clan. Kung Lao ran to her, but the other spectators forced him back with their spears and knives. We keep what is ours. The young girl shall stay with us. If you should fail. Agreed. The exotic drums beat up, so Kenshi challenged him. Fight! Kung Lao couldn't believe what he was seeing. Not even his presence snapped her out of the Mikiba's power. It was only up to the skilled psychokinetic. With his monstrous spiked and blunt club drawn, Kenshi kept avoiding it, never being affected by the might of the massive instruments. In fact, Kenshi didn't make a single mark. Instead, he conjured some psychic pushes onto the beast. Didn't matter much with Aiko's mate under attack. Instead, a thin grin appeared as she joined with the assembly, making her heart race and her genitals swell. She had never felt this pleasant. She embraced this tribal power. As her eyes flashed, she wished to become an honorable member of her new people, as her head and neck stretched while she beat rhythmically and orgasmic. Every clinching blow Kenshi avoided, he felt Kanga's body heat before he countered again with another psychic blast, making the chief timber. Yet still he became more arrogant and reckless as he kept closing in on the smaller guy. Whether it be Tai Chi, his katana, Kenshi kept closing in. He always seemed to counter and move, and to Kung Lao, the warlord's fighting style could be similar to Shao Kahn's, as he had a flashback dealing with him in his arena. He became impressed with Kenshi's quickness, despite his blindness, as if he was reading Kanga's moves through his mind. Unfortunately, his lethal bruteness sometimes toppled the ninja over. Kenshi's psychokinesis was on par. Kanga's wrath managed to break through it. He was caught in a stranglehold on Kanga's bulky arm. While squeezing his windpipe, the drum sounded more rapid than deafening, as if his followers were cheering for him. Kenshi's flimsy hands became helpless in his mercy, and he barely managed to raise an arm slightly. He was actually controlling his sword. So, the sword actually stabbed Kanga from behind, actually. His weakened body rose, only to cause his eyes to gouge out of his sockets. Kanga's. That's actually the fatality Kenshi had. Not a bad idea. So, I really liked Kenshi's fatality. The drums immediately stopped as the audience roared in disgust of their fallen master. Kenshi then faced Aiko, who remained still before her head was covered in the psychic field. Her eyes returned to normal. He then spoke into her lover's mind. Kung Lao, get Aiko out of here! At first he was shocked, but he composed, teleported below the crowd, retrieved her and warped back. Get her and everyone to safety! I'll steal the dragonfly! Lao made it an altercation. Kenshi dashed into the village, making the bloodthirsty men chase him. The Mikiba were on his tail. Kenshi made it to the topmost rooftop, and he used his psychokinesis to halt them. Kung Lao carried Aiko in his arms, bringing her back to the team. She was very dazed and can still hear the drums in her head. It was like, she said that it was like recovering from a drunken stupor. Lao reiterated that her new ally would retrieve the dragonfly, and Sonya was flabbergasted he went in alone. There were raspy sounds, as if the air was being chopped. Special Forces agents instantly realized the sounds of helicopter rotors, which turned out to be the dragonfly, had emerged. The wrathful tribe kept chasing after it, though Jax was eager to stop them. Again, never moving his mouth, Kenshi telepathically commanded her to climb aboard. Kung Lao teleported onto the main deck, still carrying Aiko, while Sub-Zero and Frost built ice. Using his hands, Nightwolf leapt onto the center, and so did Sonya, Jax, and Johnny. The persistent tribe never gave up as they shot their deadly arrows. Kenshi shouted to get down, shielding themselves from the lethal onslaughts while he steered the dragonfly away. After a few moments of turbulence, and the pitter-patters from the deflected darts, the heroes escaped while still heading northwest. Way to go, Kenshi! Alright, so they wished him a job well done. Lau couldn't help but lean over and kiss her warmly on the forehead. Aiko. Ah, you should admire Lau's love for her. Lau, you are safe now. There were some whimpers from Kiba. Aiko, before he licked her face, she couldn't help but giggle. It's nice to see you too, Kiba. Nightwolf went to her. Hey, welcome back. Thanks, guys. Kenshi went to the group. You alright? I think so. Thank you. Laid a gentle hand on her forehead, reading her mind as if he was taking her temperature. Aiko appears to be her lucid self. Matoken was relieved. Who's piloting the ship? Jax is. We need a pair of durable arms for a little while. Her mind. It is truly something rare. God damn it. Well, here I go again. She was born prematurely, Kung Lao intervened. By 3 months. They had no choice, as her mother was going through severe complications. Then her doctors were negligent, diminishing her mind's vitality. She was born handicapped. The last sentence was the most difficult to say. Undoubtedly, Kenshi felt pity. I once had a family myself. I lost my wife to a red dragon attack. After I became blind, I wanted my son Takeda to be in the utmost care. I could only rely on a Japanese nursery, as Thailand was too primitive, and China would be too militaristic. Then, Hanzo said he found my letter and decided to let my son stay with the Shirai Ryu. I was astonished he decided to stay with us. If anything should happen to him or myself... Always the optimist, Nightwolf chimed in. We'll help you defeat Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. You did pull off some amazing stunts back there. Yeah. Thanks, Kenshi. Of course, Aiko. Who knows? Maybe I can help you enhance your mind, which would also empower your heart, if we should ever overcome the deadly alliance. But you must stay with Kung Lao. He would be the key. Faced the duo, astonished. He knows. He really is capable of telepathy. There aren't many gifted specimens like it. I think I can learn a thing or two with Keanu here. He left with Kenshi giving Aiko and Lao some time. He could have sworn he heard Sonya shout over the rotors. Keanu? You better not be reading our minds too, egghead. Lao then cut the cardiokinetic's chin. You had me very worried, Aiko. I thought I would lose you. Smooched her. She could never resist Lao's warmth and comfort. I know. I'm sorry. I hope that Kenshi would help when it comes to my mental setbacks. He can help you. I know he will. But until then, we must put Liu Kang's soul to rest and save all realms from our greatest adversaries. With her tired eyes showing a tad of restored determination. You need your rest. I'll stay with you when you wait till you awaken. They made a few deep, passionate kisses before Aiko went to sleep and to rejuvenate her mind. I hadn't seen Snowblind yet, as I'm on the fence with the greedy X6 at WB, but I thought Kenshi was inspirational. I hadn't encountered a lot of people who are blind, excepting that kid cameo in Barney and Friends, Alicia in Fantastic Four, and Possessor from the Silver Surfer. It was intriguing since he's one of the home runners in Deadly Alliance. Even when I saw 616 Entertainment's playthrough climbing the arcade ladder, I always thought he was similar to Mewtwo with his awesome telekinetic abilities, and the fact he can break mind control, transfer thoughts, and have a nickname and inspiration based on Keanu Reeves. Incredible! Especially when there are two representatives. Actually, it's kind of one. I mean, Kung Jin is part of that community, but I thought it would count the blind too. No, just sexual orientation. So it should be Kung Jin, but it might be Fusion? Who knows? It should be. So that makes 2 in Mortal Kombat. And the fact that the Matrix and Mortal Kombat are currently WB properties. What a lousy coincidence! Kenshi was created in 2002. He was inspired by Keanu, specifically Neo, and while WB didn't own Mortal Kombat at the time, Neo also became blind in the Matrix Revolutions 1 year later. Actually, I discovered his son Takeda first in MKX, as I stated him in my top 10 characters I can relate to. Check it out. I find both Takahashis to be legendary in their own right, and I too had made an OC for the Fantastic Four, Terry Thatcher, as a psychokinetic. If only Silver the Hedgehog would have that kind of awesome potential. Longtime followers of mine think it's cliché, but in several of my works, I had used the concept of being in a trance by exotic drums. As I was growing up, I became entranced by them, even when I was little to now. Several OCs and canon characters had that same effect, including my OCs Gavin, Tinsel, and others, using it like my Aboriginal OCs. And also the annual event, the Tribal Ceremony. I just get a turn on with those enticing drums. I find the Dragonfly to be fascinating. It's about damn time the heroes got a more handier method of transport traversing through Outworld. 'Cause come on, it's huge. Contrary to Shaolin Monks, which was always on foot. Kinda reminds me of the airships in the Final Fantasy series, and since there were no dragon jets despite their primitiveness, it all worked out. I couldn't wait to ease the pace. Anyway, there are the songs for that. A little side note, I was inspired by Kung Lao's awesome abilities utilizing his signature tornado, whether it be the tornado kick, the tornado mortality, even the spin time brutality. So why not put his arrow skills to great use disabling a twister? This has never been showcased in Mortal Kombat, not even with the help of Fusion. I know I'm kind of obsessed with the film Twister, but still. Another Warner Brothers property. Take inspiration, guys! Should be showcased in the series. I just hate wasted potential, or potential, in Fourth Snake's case. And I promise not to make the two cryomancers betray each other, as I'd read the Dragonfly's the place where frost turns. It won't happen here. So this chapter's out of the way. Hopefully, I'll get to the next one shortly. Even with my Halloween special interfering some matters, 'cause at the time of writing it, I did my undead enemies. Or undead characters, actually. So, what'll happen next? Find out next time. Man, I really love that song. She did an amazing job remaking this. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, we just encountered Kenshi as we were heading through the Sarna ruins, which according to Jade, it was her next door neighbor to her desert. And Kung Lao just actually decimated an F3. Actually, no, it was a dust devil, but it was still a tornado, and he was able to decimate it from the inside. But thanks to Kenshi, he was able to catch him as he fell, and we actually get to meet him. Sonya, Jax, and Johnny reunited with him, but Aiko actually drifted away as she heard the mighty Makiba drums, and she couldn't resist them. So, following the drums, she actually became one with their tribe for a while, as she was under a trance. And as much as Kung Lao tried, he was unsuccessful until Kenshi stepped in. He was able to take out Konga and restore her mind, albeit dazed, and he was able to help retrieve the dragonfly. So, now the heroes have their own airship through Outworld, and Aiko was resting with Kung Lao by his side. So, I actually like Kenshi in Mortal Kombat. So let's get this thing going. God, I'm on chapter 8 already? Continuation 8 Stragglers. The dragonfly continued to drift northeast toward the Deadly Alliance's dark auras. Kung Lao still remained by Aiko's sleepy side for hours on end. Even Kiba, Kenshi, and Nightwolf took turns on accompanying him, and made some conversation along with Liu Kang's spirit to make the journey less bland. The cardiokinetic was still asleep despite the conversation, courtesy of the airy main deck, and the white noise from the propellers which negated the yapping. Even the cryomancer, Sub-Zero, and Frost, who were sparring, didn't disturb her. With nearly a mile above the ground, Jax was still piloting the ship, while Sonya and Johnny were keeping a sharp lookout as co-pilots. It wasn't easy trying to scan through the thick canopies for their missing comrade, Cyrax, though Sonya suggested they should spot a shimmer of goldenrod metal, as indicated by the arm console in her possession. With that tiny tidbit in mind, Johnny for once took off his $500 sunglasses, and the female agent continued to look over the helm, until a sudden, lustful glimmer caught her keen peripheral vision. "That's him! It's Cyrax!" "Tell the guys to hold on! I'm taking this baby down!" She did so to everyone. "We've reached Commander Cyrax, everyone! Prepare for landing!" The Ice Ninja picked up. "Cyrax! He must be!" Koi looked over yonder, and Frost was surprised as she came to the same conclusion. "He isn't inside that hollow volcano, is he?" The vessel landed gently as the rotors began to slow down. Kiba was licking Aiko's face to awaken her. She moaned a few times. Kiba. Wolf was the first thing she saw, and she reached up groggily to pet him. She thought they'd reached their destination already. "Aiko, the ship is landing. We have found Cyrax." "Cyrax? We think he has just entered that dormant volcano." Her eyes boggled. "A volcano?" Johnny responded as if reading her thoughts. "That guy's insane. He would literally melt if he's still inside his metallic body." "Perhaps not, Johnny. The Linkway cybers are incredibly adaptable. They've been built to endure all environmental hazards, making them supreme machines, built for perfection." "Like the Borg, anyone?" "The Eagle has landed. Let's be underway." Jax was lucky he spotted an open plate just large enough to land the dragonfly with no interference, unless counting the nearby foliage with its slicing propellers. The passengers' bodies began to lurch a little as gravity took over, but they still remained steadfast upon the gradual descent. Nightwolf ordered his companion to sniff Sonia's arm console, then he smelt the air and almost immediately perked up his ears and made a few howls. "Kiba's picked up something. It should be Cyrax's scent." Jax noticed unusual talon tracks. He presumed they belonged to that shadowy bat who abducted Cyrax earlier, while there were some deep holes next to them. He followed Nightwolf and Kiba while sticking closely with Sonya and Johnny. They soon arrived near an enormous tunnel after forcing some thick debris away. Actually, it should be detritus. Kenshi halted the rest of the team with an outstretched arm. He then extended it toward the aperture. "There's some incredible heat and pressure emanating from that tunnel." "How do you know?" "I can feel it. I've noticed my blindness allows me to enhance my other senses sharply. I can already feel the thermal temperature covering my arm. It's extremely volatile. I doubt anyone would be able to withstand the intense dry heat for long." That got Sub-Zero's attention. Intense heat. He had a flashback of him and his comrades falling onto ledges within a fissure Shang Tsung conjured, courtesy of his elemental orb which manipulated the forces of nature. A callback to Defenders of the Realm. Lava was steaming beneath their feet and Kwai was beginning to feel lightheaded and feverish quickly.
It is a miracle we are all still alive. Well, we won't be for long in this blistering heat.
Your fate rests in Raiden's hands. Having defeated Liu Kang, I have had a taste of vengeance. Tell Raiden that unless he comes, I will close the fissure and crush the life out of you. We will be ready for you, Raiden.
He banished that reverie from his mind as he shook his head. "I should take a look." Frost offered to go with him, in which he accepted. "Are you sure you can make it, Grandmaster? Please, allow me to help." "All right, but if the stifling climate should be too much for you, get out. I doubt the special agents shall endure this." Lao took out the golden dragon amulet as he heard Lu's murmuring beneath his tough top. "I should be of some assistance too. I know I can't do much in my astral form, but I'll see what I can do." His Shaolin brother nodded his assent, allowing Lu's spirit to leave the artifact and follow the team in. "Stay frosty, boys." Together, Sonya, Jax, Johnny, Kwai, Frost, Hanzo, and Lu traversed through the opaque cavern. The interior was arched and snug, yet there were no pitfalls. Hearing an echo of a familiar digital sound, the ice elemental halted, then recognized it belonged to the Cyberlink Quay Initiative. "That sound! I know this from anywhere." He heard another mechanical noise. "It's Cyrax!" The group stopped short as they reached a deep slope descending into some magma and small islands. The infernal orange light illuminated from below with the boiling, bubbling magma just several feet down. Already the gang felt the same intense heat. Kenshi warned of reaching their faces. They spotted Cyrax as they gazed down and found the mysterious bat creature Jax spoke of from the distance. They actually noticed it's a woman and a sort of vampire, not the natural Chiropterans. Jax was flabbergasted while Cyrax was following that creepy vampire bat to that thermal place. The cryomancers faced each other and nodded before they conjured icy trails and slid down the slopes. Everyone stood still as if their feet were frozen, but Liu Kang chased after them, with the green aura leaving a sudden though weak whoosh in his wake. They ran down the cliff until they reached the ends of the aisle, and Kwai was fearless as he needed to retrieve his ally from a former defunct and deadly organization. Frost heard horror stories involving the Cyberlink Quay, and she wished to never participate in those horrid experiments to enhance her skills and ways of living. Take that, Mortal Kombat! And Chronica especially. She was happily contrary to live as an imperfect human, Kwai admired her for her determined choice. It wasn't seen beneath her vial nor Frost's, but they could have sworn they smiled in admiration. Just several feet away, Cyrex was seen trekking for something unseen. Sure enough, that vampire bat was beside him. "I know it's here. I can see the sparkling beneath the magma surface, but I can't get to it." "It's Natora." He spoke. "I can't scan it. This dead heat has been disrupting my circuits. I shall go into it myself. It must be confirmed."
"Do it!"
A few moments, the yellow robot leapt into the deathly depths with a single plop. Kwai's face became pale as he observed the horror, watching his distant ally take the plunge. "Cyrax!" He hesitated as the dry heat would hinder Frost. However, since he possessed the legendary dragon medallion, he may be more resistant, unlike his unlucky experience while he was trapped in that deathly ravine. Frost felt just as worried, being so helpless, and she was startled. He went ahead. As soon as he reached the exact pinpoint, he stopped sliding and simply dove into the lava pools. The thick flows barely made him see Cyrax to the bottom and run toward a shiny orb with minimal effort, almost like how Samus would retrieve an upgrade utilizing the Various suit. Cyrax's metallic armor made it easy to walk through, and he found that said blanche orb in a matter of seconds without scanning. As soon as he found the missing treasure, Kwai swam with all his strength down through the pressure toward the comrade. Cyrax noticed him, looked up, and activated his jets beneath his feet, lifting him and Kwai through the thermal surface. Frost and that vampire humanoid noticed the breach, and Cyrax dropped onto sturdy ground. Kwai was very spent as he sat onto the basalt, heaving. Quickly clutched the medallion, which seemed to be unaffected as cool mist surrounded him and Cyrax. Frost couldn't bear the suspense in conjunction with the unrelenting heat anymore, though she was glad her master was all right and found the missing cyber. Slowly she treaded away and reformed the distant agents who were waiting in a cooler, darker location. Upon receiving the news through some huffing, Sonya was ecstatic. Kwai found Cyrax alive and well, but they had their doubts being submerged in lava. Still, they couldn't traverse further into the dangerous volcano, even surprised it hasn't erupted yet. "Cyrax! You can't stay here! You're hurt!" Kwai said, his dry throat tickled, causing him to cough hoarsely.
"He's not leaving till I have what I desire. Where's that orb?"
"Ugh, god damn it, Natora!" Cyrax took out the white orb, illuminating as bright as the surrounding lava. "What is this?"
"That is the key on breaking my realm free from Outworld's cruel shackles. I am Natera, and I come from the conquered realm of Paternus."
Cyrax's body began to short-circuit, blue sparks licked it, and he was also in thin smoke.
"Hurry! Give me that orb!"
"Oh, wait. Hurry! Give me that orb!" Kwai took the spherical object from his friend's hand and lent it to Natera. All she did was gaze into it for a few seconds before she ascended with her pointed, open wings and slammed it onto the basalt, shattering it in a loud trickle. Thick white mist enveloped the ground as it expanded and soon evaporated from the many shards. "What happened?" Natora rose her hands and conjured a little magic. She released her energy while she rose a leg, and a neon portal was forged. "Go! Hurry before the aperture closes!" Despite his weakened, crippled state, Cyrax obeyed when he limped toward the opening, where a holographic image of lush forests was displayed like a projection. Surely it was Earthrealm, and the portal closed as soon as the OIA agent entered through it. Natora looked at the male cryomancer who was struggling to stand.
"I am finished here. My realm has been saved."
Before Kwai could make an objection, she just flew away with her extended wingspan. leaving him suffering. He never had the strength to protest that self-minded wretch. I was never into Natara, to be honest. Natara. Come here! It was Hanzo. Kwai's body was pulled away from the rocky aisles and up the steepy slope. Hanzo then pulled him up. He reached down and carried him over his shoulder. The ninjas met up with Frost and the Special Forces. Dropped Kwai. Blue's spirit offered to enter his body to relieve the pyrexia. He was certain he'd ease it since he has done externally, unlike his sharings with Kung Lao's vessel. Sonya ran toward the duo. Sub-Zero, are you all right? She cried. Her voice became clearer thanks to the relief from the medallion. Yeah, I think so. Frost immediately gave him her frigid thermos. Same one that helped to treat Kung Lao. That sure was a close call, Hanzo. For once he wasn't nervous by the former Spectre. Next to the station Dragonfly, the other combatants were still awaiting the ninjas and Special Forces. There was a ruffle within the brush, and Kiba let out some snarls. They were ambushed by some outworlder thugs. And it's a little reference to something. According to Katana, those were homeless bums, though weren't Tarkatans. So, when the shadow emerged, Aiko was shocked. You! The mutant was bald, and he looked as if he sneered with his skinny orange eyes and pointy fangs. The cardiokinetic came to the conclusion he was Baraka, who licked his fingernail fangs as if claiming her as his next meal. No, listen! No! You listen! Kung Lao rushed toward the duo. Baraka! You lay your hands off her, you bastard! Wait! He's not here to attack me. Are you? Pulled her up to her shaky feet. What are you doing here? Stated he also came from a different time, the same way she did. Only his departure was more recent though just as sudden. He wasn't how and why, but as soon as he spotted her during his wanderings, he knew when and where he was. Kung Lao was impressed he knew Aiko, but also appalled, never forgetting the invasion on the academy, and fighting in a gruesome battle within the soul tombs. Baraka actually hung his head in shame on what he'd done. Alright. Baraka actually hung his head in shame on what he'd done, even serving Shao Kahn when his tribe was enslaved by cruel warlord. He came from a different time period when Tarkatans lived peacefully along with the Saurians, as well as repopulating their species, though they still functioned as excellent hunters and scavengers within their own camp. Lao queried Baraka how he knew Aiko, and he gifted her a red staff, which he named the Quan Dao, given to her by Queen Sindel. The Adenians were surprised they actually had an allegiance with the bloodthirsty Tarkatans, since they were banned from the palace, at least not in his time period. They suddenly grew curious over the benevolent warrior. If he recalled correctly, his malicious kind should be at their goal, Shang Tsung's palace. He also said he was hoping to find a subordinate reptile, but no such luck. Everyone was dumbfounded, yet Kenshi read his mind, and he was actually speaking the truth. Just then the meeting broke as the heroes saw Sub-Zero and company leave from the mouth of the volcano. Sonya recapped that Cyrax has been found. However, Natara helped him escape from the Outworld via portal and returned home. He didn't stay long enough to retrieve his missing arm console. Poor Cyrax. Baraka explained he was chasing after Reptile, and he worried he mustn't enter the mouth of that volcano. There's a dragon egg incubating in a nest with serpentine wings. Sonya wondered, and Baraka summarized it belonged to the lost Dragon King Onaga. Lao asked why it wouldn't be inside the lost tomb. Katana stated his cultists must have migrated it in order for it to hatch, since an egg required heat, and the desert was too violent. If he recalled correctly, his Tarkatan tribe must be assisting the Deadly Alliance on resurrecting Onaga and his undead army at Shang's palace. They're not too far from it now. Kenshi was enthralled. Well, isn't it lucky for you we just happen to be heading your way? You must have an army to back you up. Jade added, Actually, Sindel has the Shokan on standby, but we covered so much ground they might not make it. You may need my help, more than ever. Lao was dumbfounded. A Tarkatan? Helping us? How would that work? Well, I used to work with Katana Khan before I was abruptly sent back. I too came from a devastated future, Aiko. Katana Khan? As in ruler of Outworld? He nodded, mentioning that Shao Kahn was still alive, and the anti-hero was involved in a civil war watching his kind be slain by Jade. The female ninja became speechless. He also stated who that bat-like woman was. Natara, one of the Moroi, spent a very long time trying to find the key that bound her realm to Outworld. The orb, however, was inaccessible, but fortunately for her, she had spotted the Outer World Investigation Agency wingman Cyrax. After seeing Reptile as an easily exploitable fool, she presented him with a Kairahashi blade, an artifact of Zatira, and revealed to him the location of Katana's military encampment. He foolishly offered his services to Natara and pledged to serve her, and she commanded him to attack Cyrax, thus the severed arm console, disabling him from traveling to other realms. The main reason Baraka was trying to find him was he could just be the Uberus of Onaga. Everyone went deathly silent, trying to process every nightmare highlighted, including the masterless, foolhardy reptilian, to cause even more mayhem than they could possibly imagine. Clearly there was no time to rally up their reinforcements now, even if they would contact Sindel miles away. It was unmistakable that, much like the powerless brother gods, it can only be won by mortals left with their own devices now. And I had to leave a cliffhanger here. Here are the songs for that. This was a very difficult chapter to put together, including the soundtrack. Sorry if some entries appear to be repetitive, but I had dirt to spill. First off, that random segment that I came up with the homeless Outworlders ambushing the combatants, that was roughly inspired by that disturbing scene in which Eddie Barzoon gets killed in The Devil's Advocate, another Warner Brothers property. I always hated that movie, and I thought it was about damn time to give them some lethal payback. It and Mortal Kombat are WB properties, after all. Speaking of which, I was involved in an MK roleplay recently and made several fast friends there, including roleplayers who are Baraka and Sindel. They, along with Kung Lao and Fire God Liu Kang at the time, inspired me a lot, that I wanted to include the Tarkatan as an anti-hero than an enemy, as an act of redemption for his previous crimes, even in the Wuxi attack. Much like Reptile, he too needed to preserve his race, thus being close buds in the RP. This was a tricky idea involving him, even putting him as a time traveler from another dystopian future, much like Aiko. The red staff, the Quan Do, was that same weapon Sindel offered to Aiko during her story, MK Legends, as the cardiokinetic trained under her and became a more powerful warrior, even more superior than my version of her. So, in a way, since Jade, amongst others, always abused the biggest loser, I just can't resist anymore. To all my new friends whom I still have, from the community, thank you so much for making Aiko as a vital warrior, and me as a role player, which I do occasionally. I really do appreciate you all, even those I had a fallout with. I didn't have much of a role to give to Natora, not too crazy about that combatant. So would the future Baraka change the outcome of the battle? Find out later. Until then, this is the Ikran Writer signing out. See you guys later. Man, that's gotta be one of the most emotional remakes I've ever heard, even over the original. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, we just encountered Natora and reunited with Cyrax as Sonya found him near the active volcano. And he was heading into the lava shrine because he was appointed by Natora, the vampire, to separate her world from Outworld by shattering an orb. Unfortunately, it was inaccessible due to the lava pools, but Cyrax was able to get to it, but not for long because the lava was too much, and Kwai had to rescue him. So, Natora, she separated her realm, but that was it. She never bothered to save the Lin Kuei. So Hanzo, as Cyrax was heading back to Earthrealm, as promised by Natora, Hanzo was able to save Kwai and Frost from the intense heat, because the Dragon Medallion, he was trying to cool him off, but he was exposed. So Hanzo managed to save the two Cryomancers. And meanwhile, on the Dragonfly, as it landed, they were actually rescued by Baraka, who actually massacred a couple of those Outworld bums, which was roughly inspired by another WB property, which I hate. And it turned out that Baraka, much like Aiko, came from her dystopian future and also went back in time. but the heroes were a little skeptical with Baraka's intentions. So, with him joining the heroes, let's see what happens next. Alright, here we are. Continuation 9, The Secret Whirlwind Kick. The Dragonfly took off with Baraka still in tow. Each of the combatants were very wary on what he would do. Some of them, like Kung Lao, would think he may lead them to a trap or bloody Tarkatan ambush, as they were sure that there would be several of them waiting at Shang Tsung's palace. These worries didn't deter Liu Kang, though. His spirit has been doing some pondering on what went wrong over Bo's stupor as he discussed it with his retainer. He believed that ever since he became champion in the first tournament, Bo lost his purpose and left to Outworld, being drunk and chaotic in the process, thus being banned from the academy, considering the Bimbo's former claim on him being champion would pass over to Shao Kahn. I still don't believe him, Liu Kang. If there's anyone who trained us well, it most certainly be Master Raiden. Fushin as well. The former monk had a brief flashback on developing his tornado at the Wind World, then he wondered what has become of the brother gods. You think those elemental deities trained you well, Kung Lao? Wait. You think those elemental deities trained you well, Kung Lao? They got nothing on me. That gruffy voice not only made the Shaolin brothers startle, but everyone else on board. What they saw was the same bulky, wide load they encountered in the Outworld plains. Bo Raicho was back. Oh boy. Lao abruptly stood up just in utter free shock, while everyone else stalled, including Aiko. He just put his arms on his hips, wearing a pompous composure. He just spoke down to his disciple. You will never stand a chance against the deadly alliance without me. His teeth and eyes gleamed amongst the mountainous shadow. But Raicho, how is it you became a stowaway? Baraka just bore his fangs and dashed toward the drunken bastard as he snarled and crossed his shiny arm blades. He lunged while Bo braced himself, with his thick, powerful arms blocking this lethal advance. Liu's astral form dematerialized from the amulet and pleaded for the two warring Outworlders to stand down. That Baraka was only there as an informant from the future and a helpful asset against his own kind, even searching for his close ally, Reptile. He was reluctant since Baraka was responsible for leading the Wuxi invasion, and all Lao uttered was, Baraka, let him go. The nomad broke away without sheathing his lethal swords. How and why did you come here? No thanks to you, treacherous mutant. That's certain. I see you're close to Shang Tsung's accursed palace, and I have more personal matters. So we must stop dilly-dallying and make haste. He said he was trying to find a young gifted Outworlder named Li Mei, and he believed she and her people were captured by the Deadly Alliance, perhaps as sacrifices for Onaga and his undead army, or possibly serving them in a hostile way. He mentioned that Li Mei was another promising student of his, and only she kept him from going completely addicted to alcoholism. What good would a teacher be without his student, right? You must be referring to the primitive village of Sundo. Bo just smirked. You're not too shabby for an outward scout after all. But we have more important matters, Master Bo. The Lordo's eyes became as wide as the ship's propellers, even his gaping mouth. Is that you, Liu Kang? Lao just sulked. He was dead, by Shang Tsung. Made a quick recap of Liu's tragic fate. He and Quan made a surprise attack when the demon shapeshifter broke his neck. There was a ferocious lightning storm conjured by Raiden, then relinquishing the Elder God status and encased Liu's soul. Lao took out the golden dragon amulet to prove it. but Raichu just hung his saggy head and shinning as she shook it. He slurred he was sorry to hear of Lu's death by the Deadly Alliance, but Lao never bought it and just let him be. Which means you would probably need more work than anyone. Somehow Lao dreaded this, but at the same time he almost felt thankful. Lao actually couldn't help but give a slight bow. I am willing to do whatever it takes. Excellent, my pupil. I shall show you. His blubbery body hopped to a more spacious spot on the main deck. Lao had no choice but to follow after him. He just that with a shrug. The path of every warrior has a humble beginning, and the road to one's destiny is long traveled. Each of life's challenges brings you closer to enlightenment. Experience is the path to understanding. By completing these many journeys to come, you will have gained the strength, speed, agility, and wisdom to master a variety of fighting arts. Every step is a victory. How you maneuver in combat plays as much a part of your strategy as how you punch or kick. Do not assume that offensiveness is always the correct path to victory. A hasty retreat can give you the space you need to plan for your next attack. Do not be discouraged. This toggled a memory in Lao. He was sparring with Liu Kang in the academy, although he lost as the champion lectured.
You see now why we still train?
That was a lucky strike. Let's go again. I will show you.
No, Kung Lao. The training you require is mental, not physical. You cannot surpass your limitations until you acknowledge them.
That was actually a shout-out to Mortal Kombat Onslaught. Training is mental, not physical. Bo was impressed in Lao's uttering. Indeed! Now utilize it! He gave Lao plenty of wiggle room. He's shown him through charades and descriptions of the secret whirlwind kick, which is said to be the equivalent of Lu's lethal maneuvers. Lao was taken aback that this horizontal charge required him to dive into the opponent legs first, while his body rotates rapidly. Bo was confident if he can master the tornado kick, a vertical move, he can surely ace this secret technique. Hit me, if you can. Lao made a fighting stance before he kicked in, closed in on the easy target. His legs didn't lift him off the wooden floor, although they were flexible enough to perform rapid spinning kicks. Bo backed away again, and Lao made a second attempt, lurching his body horizontally, although the move made the Oriental lose his altitude as he fell. Aiko ran to him and tended him with her cardiokinesis, healing the deep gash on his arm. Oof. Bo just stood there like a sturdy tree. Try again. Practice chips away the rough edges. One wins battles by making no mistakes. Making no mistakes is what establishes the certainty of victory, for it means conquering an enemy that is already defeated. Lao dusted himself off, although he flexed his legs before he repeated the lethal strike. Use your heart to cast a vortex while you kick. Move your chicken legs. Let your rapidity be that of the wind. Lao nodded. He lunged at Bo with his legs with massive force, while he spun horizontally and making his hat assist him before hovering and losing his balance. The landing was proven to be more difficult than the action itself. Lao nearly had vertigo as he regained his posture. Good. Make sure you're prepared for not only your execution, but how you land afterwards. You do not want to be open for another attack. Make the technique a part of yourself before you move on. Lao nodded and made a short bow in affirmation that Bo decided to train another pupil of his, which happened to be Aiko herself. The former monk just continued this complicated combat move with Jax as his shield partner, while Sonya volunteered to pilot the Dragonfly. He's training Aiko. Baraka commented, Ooh, Aiko was a promising warrior in my time. During the Wuxi tournament, she was able to best the both of us in combat. Queen Sindel helped hone her skills. Besting me in combat? No! As long as she cannot master her multiple fighting styles, she won't be a formidable opponent. Commanded her to draw out her bow staff, and to her astonishment, the nearly 6-foot rod was longer than her entire body. Don't be fooled of its outstanding length. There's more to it than meets the eye. He even helped her adjust it. It wasn't always the 5'9", but it can go as small as 8 inches. Bo stated that the Kwon-Do staff was also called a bow, ironically, and used in feudal Japan. And if she needed to use it for striking or blocking, she'd need to adjust it like using an umbrella. For you to become a true master of Mortal Kombat, you must learn to attack with multiple fighting styles. Every warrior has 3 fighting styles, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Aiko has mastered many, Baraka commented. Her cardiokinesis is her main method, but that bow staff is also powerful. Ah, the bow staff is a deadly and elegant weapon if understood properly, and how its balance has benefits and disadvantages as well in battle. Aiko gave a slight nod with a bit of stuttering. Understood, but how exactly is this supposed to help me improve myself in combat? Becoming familiar with the fighting styles of the warrior is very important. Know a fighting style like you would know yourself. Let no attribute escape you. She adjusted the bow to medium. She followed the bulky man's advice, striking with it rapidly, not as hard as it could waste her strength. He mentioned that agility and grace is just as important than brute. After a while, her stamina was running low. You're finally learning, Aiko, but my lessons can only take you so far. Yeah, understood. Thanks for the lessons so far. The cardiokinetic never thought she'd be in tutelage of a recovering alcoholic. Bo then switched gears. Now, what do you do when your weapon is knocked out of your hand? You go on the defensive instead of rushing in blind. This is where using your hands in combat comes in. Oh, okay. Now I get it. You mean like using an open hand when splitting blocks? The brief training sessions of the Shaolin entered her mind. Each level was different, starting from wood to stone, steel to diamond, for the most advanced and strongest of the clan. Test your might, anyone? It's a lot more than that. Open-hand combat was something the White Lotus Society specialized in. Even Kung Lao himself knocked the weapon away from Aiko's firm hands, landed with a clatter onto the wooden deck. Aiko immediately took out her club, the same one she had since she mastered the Ankylosaurus animality. No, Aiko! It's good you have a backup, but that shouldn't be the way. She slowly withdrew it. The master even recoiled her idea on retrieving it, however, but was eager to teach her an open hand. Probably the nuktai, a spear hand blow with the fingers extended and compressed together before thrusting into a small diameter, preferably the throat. Bo said the palm strike known as the shoulder and the Shaolin fist. Seeing Kung Lao made her heart warm, and through determination and patience, she was able to learn them, even perform rapid hits of the nuktai onto a small target like Lao used to do in an enemy's neck. But then other maneuvers needed some work. Try again. It is important that you understand how to perform the various types of attacks if you wish to emerge victorious. He then taught her she needed to block with her bow as well, although she needed to learn it on the fly in order to do so. She was impressed the same weapon could be used offensively and defensively. Good form and decent blocking. You're making progress. He even struck first to test Aiko's reflexes, which was an evasion, before she closed in, even blocking with her bow at times before using it for striking. He mentioned it was vital for all his trainees to maintain their pressure and momentum, and never let their pride be tossed in the wind. Never let your guard down. even if you are inches away from victory. Remember that. Before he knew it, Bo moved on to Nightwolf, although his technique wasn't anything physical, but rather spiritual. In fact, it was quite similar to Aiko's own kinesis, which utilized the Matoken on draining souls. He happened to be an expert when it came to his various fighting styles, though he still needed his Wolf Kiba as a power boost. Even if Kung Lao shall do the same with Lu's ardent soul. Bo brought it up it can confuse Shang, with two souls fighting within one body. After a short break, Bo lectured to each of his 3 students they must master all 3 of their own fighting styles in order to outmaneuver and overmatch the Deadly Alliance. He wasn't, however, sure whom he should spar against to demonstrate their strength and strategies. I was never sure. Wow, I'm done already? Unless you can master the 3 fighting styles of each warrior, you will be ground into dust by your opponent. If not, there is no hope for your survival on these journeys. If you desire total victory in Mortal Kombat, you must learn to harness the tools at your disposal. All of a sudden, the dragonfly violently shook. Everyone was tossed asunder while some managed to hold on to the metallic guardrails, or whatever stable component they can find. Surprisingly, there was no flames, but thick smoke emitted from the impact site. The propellers began to shut down as their blades ceased, slicing the air. Screams were heard amongst the chaos, although Lao kept struggling to move despite heavy gravity taking over. He hardly heard a male shouting to brace for emergency landing and for crash landing, but he immediately saw Aiko in a shaky fetal position. He went to her first, covering her body beneath his secure, firmer anchor. Then he hollered over the destruction. "Crawl to me! I can teleport us out to safety! Come on!" Kept on straining his voice for the gang to hear, and slowly they managed to get closer. By the time Lao's eyes struggled to see multiple bodies surrounding him and obscuring the gray sky, he conjured as much strength as he could muster. Everything vanished when a flash of light. Before, moments later, Kung Lao plummeted to the rough brush below. The next thing he knew was the dragonfly falling and clashing like a kamikaze jet, blasting into many pieces of debris. Not gonna lie, these plot elements in this chapter was inspired by the roleplay, from Baraka going back through time, to gifting her the bow or Quan Do staff, to mentioning Queen Cinderella's Aiko's mentor. Also, those events were around 5,000 years into the future where Baraka and the different counterparts of Aiko and Sindel were from, so it may not be canon. Still, I love those ideas before Baraka turned later on, and Sindel too. As matters stand, I don't know if matters now. They shall be elements to my fanfics and nothing more. My friends left me, so that's how matters stand, even now. Needless to say, I'm not going to cover every conquest for each character, so the main 3 would be my golden boys, Kung Lao and Nightwolf, and my OC being trained by Bo Raicho. Ironic, since he had the same name as the staff Aiko was using. I also needed to make an abrupt ending somewhere, thus the idea on having the dragonfly shot down, by whom Sonya presumed it was Su Hao, and I'm pretty sure that Kung Lao's teleport can carry many who make contact, like Rose's teleport in Final Fantasy IV. Oh, and the flashback scene was of course from Mortal Kombat Onslaught on Lu's advice that training is mental than physical. Even Sindel uttered those same words to her Edenian Nephilim daughter Valor, which at first was, then it changed to Descendant, but she remained as a Darksider's OC, so there's no relation. And there are the songs for that. So what would become of our heroes? Had they survived the crash? Well, find out later. Until then, this is the Ikran Writer signing out, and I'll see you guys next time. That song was shorter than I thought. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, Kung Lao, Aiko, and Nightwolf have been trained by Bo Raicho, who was a stowaway on the Dragonfly. And Baraka actually recalled Aiko being trained by him as well as Sindel, as Baraka gifted her the bow staff in the previous chapter, because he recalled Sindel giving it to her 5,000 years since the future. And long story short, the times were screwed up by Kano after Kronika fell, basically. So, Kung Lao was actually able to master the Whirlwind Kick, while Nightwolf was able to master his soul-draining abilities, and Aiko was practicing her 3 fighting styles, which would be the cardiokinesis, the bow staff, as well as open-hand combat, or the Shaolin Fist, rather. So, the Dragonfly was under attack by a sudden impact. Will the heroes escape? Let's find out. Alright, here we are. Continuation 10. Tag Team Deuce. I got 3 chapters to go. Somewhere in the distant opaque corners of Outworld, a whip and series of screeches were heard beneath the bleak overcast. Many thin-skinned people were wearing ripped light rags as pieces of skin flew off, while they tiredly carried heavy blocks to numerous stacks. Anytime a victim would collapse from exhaustion would be lashed by Quan Chi, possessing the fatal rope, while Shang would continuously sacrifice other civilian souls and escort them into the many inanimate statues of Onaga's undead soldiers. One of them awaiting her terrible fate was Li Mei. "Move along!" the blenched sorcerer growled and resumed his lethal abuse. "Our palace shan't be built with you feeble slackers! Ugh, why had they chosen such a pathetic, worthless location?" "It's the secretive area of the Solnado, Quan Chi," Shang said. "The people of Sundo had offered us this sacred land for our devious plans. After I decimated Liu Kang, I enslaved these farce villagers to worship Onaga and erect our unstoppable army. And what of the Solnado, Shang Tsung? How would this help us in our endeavors? With our sorcery and the power of your amulet, we would unlock the vicious and fatal storm, entrapping all the souls from the heavens, raining down into our possession." Sneered at the last statement, with his right palm ignited green as he escorted another essence. "The Sundos are quite useful in that regard." Another realm Morlock continued his slaving spree with his cattle 9 tails as he forced more victims to build their upcoming temple. "And what of those feeble earth realmers and Edenians?" Shang faced him. "That matters not, Quan. Those insects had been shot down, courtesy of the Red Dragon's knowledge of Earthrealm's weaponry. They can be proven as useful as the deceased Black Dragons. Su Hao and Mavado are scouting the Wooden Lens as we speak. Our enemies shall not be so lucky. The Oni are in our captivity. We had been given them live weaker Sundo for them to feast on. They will no longer be a threat to us, as long as they're contained with Moloch's lair." "Splendid. Then let us begin." After that snarl, the bright quartz began to illuminate. Oh boy. About a few miles away from the crash site, where the Dragonfly met its burning demise, Kung Lao slowly rose his head as he moaned. His eyes began to flutter when he came to. Lao noticed he was on firm ground with some fallen broken debris of the forest floor. Relieved he was no longer on the tilting deck, frantically looked around as his mind registered his doomed friends, including Aiko! As if she heard her name, she began to groan and stir. Lau followed her weak voice and tended her. When her head was being cradled, she came to and whispered the Shaolin's name. He assured they're all right, until Kiba came over and licked her face. "Looks like you came around." "Nightwolf! Thank goodness!" "I've yet to find the others, Lau. They shouldn't be too far." But, as if on cue, there were a series of muffled voices all around, each one belonging to their distant allies and laying on the rough terrain, holding an injured limb or hardly moving. The grim situation looked as though they were wounded soldiers upon the aftermath of a lethal battle. "I wish they were as fortunate as we are." "I think I know how to revive them, all at once and fully. However, it may attract other enemies to us. We don't have much time." "We'll need all the help we can get," Liu added, in Raiden's amulet. Lau and Aiko nodded to the late champion's suggestion, eventually easing Nightwolf's indecision. While the couple sat idly, the Matoken walked a few feet away before he rose his arms and descended himself as a sort of summon. "Ancestors, give me strength." Large white light from the sky descended onto the land in a few inches from where it stood. Each of the fallen's bodies began to shine that same shade until the large beam dissipated after several seconds. Aiko and Lau just pondered what just transpired. "Could it be we're being healed?" Shaolin didn't say anything. I think you three had also been recuperated." "How so?" "Well," before he started his statement, Nightwolf's ritual had completed. Everyone began to rise, even the heavier ones. The blank Kenshi stood with minimal effort. The healthy trio did a quick roll call mentally, and almost forgotten Baraka. They still weren't used to having a Tarkatan join their ranks. I don't blame them. The heroes began to gather towards Aiko, Lau, and Nightwolf, and mostly to the Special Forces agents who were the closest to them. "That was some quick thinking on Kung Lao's part, teleporting us off deck." "Whew, it certainly was risky. I could have sworn I'd broken a bone." She inspected herself, though she was surprised she only felt some discomfort. "No need to worry about me, lovely ladies. I can just as well bounce." Typical Bo. "Good thing Frost and I thought twice and used our ice slates to evaluate." Same thing went with my spear. The group clustered together and Nightwolf pointed toward the source of the immense darkness emanating from the Deadly Alliance, toward a towering fortress just a few miles away. It stood gloomily over the thick bushes yonder. "We may need to enter discreetly. We cannot let our enemies suspect us." "God damn it! I can't believe we have to go on foot again. I was having the time of my life during that luxurious, though primitive piece of transport." "The Dragonfly is no more. I too am going to miss that vessel. Let's get moving." Combatants slowly trekked toward the looming palace, with Nightwolf and Kiba leading the way. Even Baraka was surprisingly staying as cool as a cucumber, very unlike the typical Tarkans. Even when Kiba let out some sniffs and soon a whimper, Nightwolf hesitated. He knew this couldn't be good, even distressful as a sign of upset or injury. Kenshi took the front and could sense people in a grave danger. He mentioned prisoners are being tortured through the nearby tunnels. The wolf licked his lips and used his snout to point the way. "Let's go." Everyone considered the Vigilance lead, even Baraka. The OIA taking the rear, excepting Kenshi, who remained close to the leaders. The group trod through some straightforward, narrow subterranean tunnels. They weren't so blindingly dark and a bit snug. It wasn't long before their eyes beheld some faded orange hues as if belonging to torches. The cavern was spacious, with an elaborate platform. They wondered what the foreign symbol belonged to, though it wasn't long for their eyes to register the damage as numerous bloody and torn corpses laid around it. There also appeared to be a pair of tall black stakes with curved tops shaped like horns and a red door. Everyone felt ashamed of all the victims littering the floor, and it reminded the monks of the attack of the monks. Thankfully, none of them was Li Mei, Bo realized. This is indeed Moloch's lair. Everyone looked at him quizzically. Wait, who is it? Oh. We are now beneath Shang Tsung's fortress. The Onis must be waiting for us. As a Netherrealm Wraith, I used to breach Outworld several times, but I was usually after those two bastards. Unless if I shall see any of you, of course. So that's why we don't see you often. Over here! They followed Kung Lao. They laid him down. This Sundo's victim's too weak to speak. I shall read his mind. He's been a victim of the two Onis. Those brutal bastards have slaughtered his kind. Those who were unable to erect Shang Tsung's palace in order to keep the Onis satisfied. He hesitated. The Onis were planning to exterminate Quan Chi. However, they were overmatched of his loyalty to Shang. His fists curled, reminding him of his assailant, which made him blind. That must have been who escaped from the Netherrealm and left the two Oni stranded. Kenshi examined the victim's mind. He became despondent. He's dying. But visions of an emerald storm and entering his mind. Some kind of fatal tunnel encasing souls. He's pleading for us to stop the Onis and the sorcerers. And we need to hurry. Before he knew it, the man became limp. He's gone. Lao just sulked. The bystanders began to feel some stuff, though irritating particles land on them. To the point on... Alright, false alarm. So, the legends of the Solnado are true. You'll look to Baraka. This vicious storm is dangerous. Souls are being sucked from the heavens onto the secretive land only the Sundo know about. The Deadly Alliance may be using it to either revive Onaga, or perhaps empower themselves. A soul NATO? I can shut it down like I did with that cyclone back in the desert. It's not just any tornado, Kung Lao. This is aggressive. If anyone gets too close, they would perish instantly, and have their souls imprisoned and torn asunder. Good call, Baraka. I heard Aiko and others cursing to themselves. This tugged Lao's mind. It must be. He stood up and rose his dukes as the group noticed stomps as if belonging to an enormous beast, and the silver glimmer flickered in the opaque tunnel. Ugh, Moloch and Draman are back for round 2. Kiba snarled. Who's going to help face these guys? Baraka didn't hesitate, anxious for bloodshed. Licked out to the center platform. He made the usual fighting pose as he spread out his fatal swords when he roared. Hanzo was more reluctant as he sighed. We can use all the help we can possibly get. I can't wait to get rid of these Netherrealm monstrosities. Us Tarkatans are rumored to be hybrids of these Onis. I shall never share their evil traits ever again. And it's true. Tarkatans are hybrids of Netherrealm demons. And they're mutants. So, this is a tag team battle. Fight! Draman went first. Baraka sliced through the swarms, the flies. The brutal steel clubs, Tarkatan crossed his blades. Hanzo kept his distance and made sure not to get too close to Moloch's beastly advances, whom, by the way, is a mid-boss in Deadly Alliance, right in Moloch's lair. He lunged the gap. The ninja often used his fiery broadsword as a melee weapon. At times, when there's an opening, Hanzo would unleash his spear, and he barely had enough strength to draw him close. Unfortunately, his plan backfired. Moloch grabbed and slammed the unfortunate victim hard onto the unrelenting limestone. A very lethal move that I saw. It wasn't long before Moloch tossed his orb with a golden chain attached to it. Hanzo began to duck and aim toward Draman, while Baraka switched formation to land some fatal stabs into the demon. Figuring he was more agile and balanced than his assailant, Baraka kept countering and moving away from Moloch. Alas, he was unable to slash the malicious beast's face. Hanzo was put at a sudden disadvantage when Draman blocked his spear with the metal arm, though we repeated the same strategy back at the Lost Tomb as Hanzo turned up the heat, driving the pesticides astray and burning Draman's maroon armor. He had to be wary of the goblin's counters with the right arm when it slammed in his body. Oof. Seeing Hanzo struggle, Baraka switched and air-sliced Draman. He was able to outmaneuver many of Draman's attacks, even evading his shock waves while performing a ground pound similar to Jax's bionic arms. Moloch at times joined in slamming his orb, creating double the impact, but Baraka and Hanzo were expecting them. Spectators had also been affected as they braced themselves and shielded their faces, though Draman was becoming more strategic, utilizing his club as sword and shield. It wasn't even heavy enough to drag him down as he performed an uppercut or two. Hanzo ignited himself and his weapon once more before he charged in for the kill. However, the impact wasn't as desirable by the time Draman's face had a deep scar engraved in it. Hanzo feared by removing the face of Kun Lo, the demon could be insane killing machine. Draman reached to the corner, also instantly ripped off the pale green mask. Oh no! They say that if he removes the mask, he's completely erratic. Draman has gone completely psychotic, to Hanzo's fear. Stopped charging toward the reformed mortal, left Baraka and his maneuvers to assist him. It was the metallic club against Baraka's blades. The Tarkatan was still on the prowl. The recklessness had undoubtedly made it as a fight to the death. Igo grew aggravated over the frantic feud. As if reading her thoughts, Kung Lao felt the same. He worried this wasn't the way to defeat a raging enemy. Lose worse than echoed through his mind. He recalled the brutal battle against the lone Tarkatan as he had the home field advantage while grabbing one of the neon-lined broadswords, threw it in his chest and took a second sword and aimed it to his head dead center. Lao immediately took out his own broadsword and threw it into the center stage. The metal clanged to it and Lu flew toward the Tarkatan. "Baraka! Remember the fight we had at the Soul Tombs?" He did, as he kept on evading Draman's wrathful strikes until the scenario hatched like an egg. Grabbed the fallen blade, made a few abrasions before he tossed it toward the red demon's bare face. Draman hollered in agony, even as Baraka torn out the blade before he unleashed his fury, rapidly slicing him like chop suey. He then stabbed the hot mess on the floor before he focused onto Moloch again. 2 against 1. Hanzo was still being hammered down by the monarch's bulk and metallic orb. The leading Shira Ryu became weaker, thinking he wished he'd be in his undead wraith again, feeling he became less enduring as a human. Kwai kept on cheering him on not to give up, but his cries hardly registered. Cryomancer was about to storm onto the arena till Baraka made a sudden leap and impaled Moloch's enormous back. The beast hollered as if a demon would be in peril. Still, Hanzo and Baraka took no mercy, even when the latter leapt and sliced the golden chain into shards. The Megaton ball thudded away from the stupefied beast. Hanzo wielded a spear as he drew the orb into possession. "Come here!" The ball without its chain rolled, and he used all his force to toss it toward Moloch's open and hard-to-miss target. Enough ferocity to collide with Moloch's unfortunate self. Both he and his prized weapon were tossed away from the elaborate floor, and the impact may have squished his durable, thick ribs. Kenshi didn't have to signal the team to the Onis perished. The Waiko needed to hurry if she should revitalize both wounded warriors. By the time the green assassins coursed into their bodies, everyone could have sworn they made a manly handshake as praise. It seems that Baraka may be redeemable after all. Bo still wasn't certain. Oh, thanks a lot, you bastard. Back at the distant palace, Quan Chi still resumed his enslavement upon the hapless Sun Duo villagers. Sundo. Number of sacrifices were dwindling at an alarming rate, with Li Mei as one of his distinctive prisoners awaiting her sealed fate. The amulet still shined as he held the whip. That's enough, Quan Chi! Those civilians would be of little use. We already have what we need for our plots. Unlock the Solnado with the amulet. I tire of following your orders, Shang. Ever since we formed the unholy alliance while Kung Lao was still alive, Shao Kahn appreciated me over you. Why shall I still act as your underling? Oh boy. They should be dead. Those imputed mortals are a very little threat as shot down by the Red Dragons. Shang just rose an arm abruptly. Wait! They are alive. Their souls are ripe for the taking, especially Liu Kang's. The Red Dragons had scouted the outer perimeter and shot down their puny ship. Yet, I could sense their interfering essences. Prepare the Tarkatans for battle. I shall see to it if they'll perish soon enough. Quan Chi just had no objection. The heroes emerged from the red door at the rear of Moloch's lair. Indigo sky was seen. There it is, everyone. The Deadly Alliance shall be there inside that tower. Nightwolf pointed out. The heroes stood in awe, taking in the scenery. I can surely sense some much animosity and evil emanating from that horrid place. Li Mei must be in there. The Deadly Alliance are enslaving the Sun Do. We still need to be wary of an ambush. They must have an army expecting us. We need to keep in mind that it's only up to us mortals now. Yeah, Lord Raiden stated numerous times he's powerless in the Outworld. Of course. Everyone has their strengths and hindrances in almost every realm. I was once stronger in the Nether Realm, specifically the Fifth Plane, while the Onis became weaker. You'll see that later. They seem to have been strengthened once they breached Outworld, even Quan Chi. We seem to be stronger in Antarctica than anywhere else, while also mentioning Frost. And Earthrealm was where Raiden and Fusion gained the most strength than in any other realm, much as Kung Lao in my adventures through Outworld. I guess it's up to us now. Right. Everyone stay close. Baraka just snarled and crossed his blades, prepared for the worst. The group descended, and Naito's heart began to race. The situation was certainly grim. If enemies shall emerge from the outer shadows. Johnny then pressed a button on his wristband, which emitted a blinking red light. We're gonna need backup. Oh, funny thing. When I was taking a break with that chapter, I did it halfway through. This is the halfway point before I took a break. And YouTube used to freeze my web browser, so I gave my computer a hard restart, and it erased the document which had corrupted data. In other words, my progress was erased. So I had to start the second part all over again. Thanks a lot, you corporate bastards. Several miles away, Adenia Goro was being tended to by Shiva at the throne room. Sindel sat proudly at her throne. Goro, you must relax. The Adenian tea should help you relieve your angst. My people shall be of some assistance to the Earthmen and Adenians, if the Deadly Alliance shall have an army. But I fear the worst, and if I were to intervene, then it's possible I cannot control my violent urges. I know this must feel like déjà vu, Goro. Alas, I think it's best. You are the former champion and the strongest of your kind. But if I were to face Shao Kahn, I too will be distraught and enraged. I hope Kung Lao would keep his head on. He'll need it. The centaurs may also be willing to join the cause, like everyone did against Shinnok and his own forces. Goro's mind was somewhere else. Kung Lao. Memories drifted to him as Lao's ancestors defeated him in Mortal Kombat, Goro slaughtering him before Shang Tsung imprisoned his soul, then facing the Shaolin monks in Outworld, before being fatally kicked by Johnny, and finally having Lao's honorable descendant make peace with him after Goro signed a peace treaty with the centaurs. For once, I pray to the elder gods he and his comrades will be successful. Asgarth came in. I must address you, Queen Sindel. What news do you bring me, Asgarth? My fellow knights and I had received word from the Earthrealmers. They had engaged the Deadly Alliance. Everyone dropped. Even Koro's heart sank, as if they were expecting inevitable and mounting despair. Kenshi forced the gang down in a heap. Everyone fell over before a large plasma beam licked them, as if belonging to Cyclops. Jax was the first to unshield himself, and suddenly, Su Hao! It was confirmed as the man with the artificial heart was storming toward the team. Movado was close behind him. Sonya suspected. Hook swords. Those must belong to Cabal, and the Red Dragons must have made enhancements onto them. I'll make sure I rid those treacherous assholes. You can count on that. Johnny stood up. I'm going after him. He may need help with these traitors armed to the bone. Kenshi just stuck out. Wait! You need to stay with Sonya. Jax may be brash, but he could use a balanced partner. I'll take care of the two terrorists. For once, Johnny actually agreed with Kenshi. It wasn't long before the empty battlefield was overtaken by distant blade-wielding maniacs. Uh-oh, the Tarkatans are here. All Barak did was brace himself. Jax ravaged toward Movado, while Kenshi just faced Su Hao. You treacherous vermin! You betrayed your allies! The minion just spoke. I would not dishonor the Red Dragon clan. I was completing my task at any cost. My primary function was to exterminate the Black Dragons, and nothing more. You would rather cost your loyalty to the Special Forces? Fight! Well, am I out of time? Oh, false alarm. Alright, Kenshi clashed with Su Hao's Sun Moon Blade. No, this was before Pokemon. Ironically. Jax used his bionic arms, his sword and shield against Movado, his long fist and Wing Chun to his aggressive tactical blows. Even with his hook blades he used to draw on his opponent. Jax was lucky he was geared up to his heavy armor. Being bare-chested with only metallic arms in his possession, he'd be vulnerable. Each impact he was cushioned, yet still Movado was just as lethal, unlike his Black Dragon counterpart Kano, in which he never relied on intimidation and brute force. Su Hao was a bit too quick for Kenshi, avoiding his telekinetic fields. Even his Sun Moon blades were fatal, as he used one to block with his free hand. Whew. Well, here I go again. Even his Sun Moon blades were fatal, as he used one to block with his free hand to strike. Even though Kenshi was blind, his mind's eyes were still proven useful. However, it wasn't long till the traitor was beginning to have the upper hand. Jax became vulnerable due to his bulk and bruteness, so he decided to switch formations with Kenshi. He focused on Su Hao and was aware of the igniting heart, always pulsating, and... damn, I don't know how the error got there. And igniting lasers from it. Luckily they took a second or two to charge, just long enough for an opening. Unfortunately, Kenshi was at the home field disadvantage, while Movado's elongating techniques were the most destructive of them all. Even his severe lunges are stretching his blades and long fists like hook shots. Those are pretty lethal moves. Meanwhile, the combatants had their hands full of the Tarkatan melee. Aiko never had the chance to conjure her cardiokinesis and mostly relied on her bow staff and club. Johnny still remained by Sonya's side while the Edenians functioned as one unit despite having the fans and staff as their main methods, aside from injured limbs, by carnivorous fangs and double blades. Nightwolf signaled Kiba to merge with the Matoken, but even his might was nearly futile, as was Kung Lao's and Bo's despite their skills. Even Lu Spirit declared to lend his astral form, as he could only forcefully push away the advancing horde or utilize his pyrokinesis. Kwai and Frost stuck together like a tongue on a frozen pole, yet still they were overmatched. Who's saying that?
There's too many of them! We can't keep fighting like this!
Aiko hollered over the roars and clatter of battle. It was even worse as the blades were able to pierce through and even drain the hero's vitality, much as Baraka did against the Shaolin monks. She even spotted the igniting heart, and yet she was too afraid while her arm trembled, thinking it may explode, 'cause it's artificial. Thankfully, though, Jax was able to endure the violent vortexes conjured by Su's Sun Moon blades. They were almost as much as Kung Lao's tornado kicks. Still, one thing was on his mind, the glowing metallic chest plate located at the left side. As versatile as the traitor's blades were, Jax was as flexible. Thanks to the quick thinking and empowering force, even stunning Su with one of his quakes, he was finally able to reach toward the red chute and rip it out with his 2 hands. And that was a canon fatality, by the way. Su Hao screamed in utter pain before the glowing organ began to lick and cascades of blood oozed out from the new aperture. Jax wasted no time in discarding the fist-sized device like an unwanted toy, and all Su did was stumble toward it as if he was running while intoxicated. Moments later, the machination glowed brightly as the sun, before both it and Su exploded, leaving piles of bloody debris in their wake. Fatality indeed! Aiko tried to catch her breath as she released her cupped hand. She was the one who made the heart spew all over. The feud between Movado and Kenshi still resumed its fury, and the blind warrior was at the losing end. Weary and overmatched by the crime lord's blades and his direct advances, he began to emerge victorious, as were more waves of the advancing Tarkatans. Suddenly they began to get licked by bolts coming from above. The metallic blades were just the perfect conduit to have them stunned and electrified. Each one screeched and collapsed dead in their tracks. While a F2 funnel swept away more of the mutants off their feet and tossed asunder. Everyone halted as they witnessed those sudden natural occurrences. Could it be? He began to register those 2 abrupt forces of nature. Sure enough, 2 men descended onto the blood-stained battlefield. The team was flabbergasted, speaking in a mixture of strange tongues. Raiden and Fusion were here! The assailants, too, were shouting in gibberish as they each performed an aerial dive, taking out numerous Tarkatans in their way. As if on cue, the cavalry arrived, consisting large shadows of beings with 4 arms, and those were half human, half horse. The Shokan and the Centaurs arrived! The signature jumps and muscle, combined with the might of their associates, belonged to the missing Shokan and Centaur warriors. I thought they would never make it! They must have shown up via portal. The battle plans must have come through. That's my mother. May the Elder Gods bless her. Even by the gods' arrival. Master Raiden! Lord Fusion? Wu spoke for the stupefied brother as they both bowed to each of the gods. Can the formalities, Kung Lao. We have bigger fish to fry here. Lord Raiden, I thought you two would be powerless in Outworld. Indeed, Liu Kang. However, we discovered that since we once achieved Elder God status, our abilities had been enhanced, just slightly. We can still be of good use here, but only partially, though I fear we may not be as strong as the Deadly Alliance. We can't stand by idly and let the calamity unfold. Everyone absorbed the gods' determination, even when they willingly discarded their higher peers in order to protect the lesser fortunate. Way to go, brother gods! Those are the ones I really like, and the game should highlight them like this. Still, Kenshi was fighting a losing battle until Jax intervened against Movado. He bashed onto the cruel crime leader constantly, even countering his own lethal sets of Wing Chun techniques. It was just enough to slow down the brute for Kenshi to catch him in his telekinetic field, eventually blowing out his eyes. I just couldn't wait to get it done. Aiko and other spectators had to look away. By the time they came to, Aiko almost instantly registered Kenshi's frail predicament. She began healing duties from some of the enemies she absorbed from, even bits of Sue's. Sonya and Johnny were undoubtedly relieved, since the fatal red dragons had finally bit the bullet. Finally. I was never too crazy about them, but still, whew. Lau looked around for a quick roll call. He noticed someone slipped away. Hey, where's Master Bo? Even Liu was flabbergasted. He hadn't noticed his former sensei at all. I believe he might have slipped under our noses and headed towards that palace. It then occurred to him. He must have been after a student, Li Mei. What? A craven play. You said it, Fushin. I should have known we can't trust him. That drunk son of a bitch is so slick. He thinks he can get away undetected, even masking his damn bodily acts. You tell him, Johnny. Then, we must prepare. We may chance a short respite. Can't agree more, Katana. Damn, this was probably one of the most difficult chapters I had to make for this fic. Even worse was that my laptop froze, as I stated before, so I had to give it a hard restart. I should have closed the text file I've been working with, because when I opened up that same document, the canvas was all blank, and it all turned out to be a corrupt file. I was so pissed since I had to rewrite the battles with the red dragons from scratch, along with any future ideas I came up with. Fucking hell! I may never use that program again, which I am, even currently, but I made sure to close the document when I'm done. Also, I'm so glad I finally got rid of the scrappies consisting of the Onis and the red dragons. I'm sure no one really liked the copy-paste of the black dragons anyway. Not even me, not even 616. Though its mascot and origin were interesting, and Baraka finally had a chance to shine along with Hanzo. So, there are the songs for that, yada yada yada. We are finally nearing the last battle and the finale of the epic that took almost 4 months to create. I can't wait to do this and finish the Deadly Alliance once and for all. Yes! I'm almost done with this. Until then, this is the Ikran Writer signing out, and I'll be looking forward to it. See you guys there. to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, we actually just took out the Tarkatan army. Well, actually, we took down the Onis, Moloch, and Draman, courtesy of Baraka and Hanzo. And Baraka, the time displaced one anyway, to prove himself that he's not a traitor, accepting to his own cause. And, we actually won over them, but there was also another tag team battle. Well, tag team inspired by the reboot. And we faced the Red Dragons just before Shang Tsung's palace, courtesy of Jackson Kenshi, and we just won over the Tarkatan army, courtesy of the Shokan, the Centaurs, because Johnny radioed for backup, and they actually made it through the Outworld plains to reach that destination, as well as Raiden and Fusion. But this is it, guys. We are at the finale. We are at the finale, the final battle of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. We are going to take down the Deadly Alliance, and Liu Kang is going to have his soul rested, and Kung Lao is going to have his chance to shine. I can't wait to do this. This is like the best moment in the third book in the series. I can't wait to pull this off and show it to you guys. This is going to be epic, especially with that song. So, continuation 11, culmination. Inside and nearby the abandoned Tarkatan camp, courtesy of Baraka, the anxious heroes rested up before what can surely be their last battle. Everyone was gearing up and preparing for their inevitable fate as the Deadly Alliance had been honing their diabolical skills in the Netherrealm. They were surely no force to be reckoned with. Nightwolf remained near the bonfire in the epicenter of the camp, brewing up a special herbal tea with ingredients he kept in his possession up until the final fight. Raiden and Fusion remained on guard at the shadowy perimeter, though they were certain the sorcerers shan't strike until they march upon their territory. Iger remained by Kung Lao's side as he made a last attempt on training his mind with intense meditation. His soul was back in the same placid terrain where he and Liu's minds merged into one subconscious. It was just a quick review of all the special moves Kung Lao had learned, including his Mantis, Shaolin Fist, and Broadsword abilities, as well as his new Whirlwind kick. The former Shaolin kept on lunging toward Liu's astral form, feet first, as he continually and rapidly kicked while his body spun like a horizontal funnel. He landed abruptly on his feet, nearly losing his balance. Then as Liu lunged for him, Lao evaded with a few side jumps before getting to slice him with his lethal hat. Liu just grinned. Good! Looks like you're finally getting the hang of it. You must master it against Shang Tsung, but make sure you keep up the velocity so you can keep the momentum. My bicycle kick is just as lethal as your whirlwind maneuver. Lao was in doubt as he slightly hung his head. But never used it when you fought Shang Tsung. Not in the first tournament. His mind flashed back to avenging Chan's death as Liu's fury unleashed a high fire which forced Shang into the circular pit. Although it was proven useful against him when all hell broke loose, and as we defeated him, Kintaro and Khan. Even when I defeated him again, and Shinnok. His partner was still despondent. Don't worry, I can still possess your body when we face off the Deadly Alliance. Does that mean I will be your successor? The monk hesitated before they heard muffled tenor speak. Lao almost instantly woke up. Aiko began to tend for him as they sat beside the bonfire with Nightwolf at the rear. Glad you came too, Kung Lao. I thought you might want to try this new broth I made. For a carved pot made of Material, the shaman removed the lid and poured the hot liquid into a small cup, then handed it to the former monk, who sniffed the soothing aroma. It's very similar to tea, Lao, but this was made with the finest ingredients to help sharpen your mind so it wouldn't be swollen by the troubling chemicals of resentment, to stay focused in the midst of rage. We'll all need it against the unholy alliance. Kung Lao looked at the tan broth before he drank it. Nightwolf then offered another small cup to Aiko, and she did the same. What is this supposed to make us feel? Probably a brief headache, but it should wear off once we start fighting. As long as it doesn't make us feel loopy. I hated when I had to take new meds to ease my disabilities. My former guardian used to treat them as diseases that just sheer limitations. I hope my past self won't be raised by her and her abusive, neglectful ways. Little personal history there. Don't worry about it. I made this broth before I use it on occasion, especially if any of us should be preparing ourselves in a tense situation. Why don't you offer it to our allies, Aiko? She and Lao stood up, and while the cardiokinetic was introducing the combatants minus Bo to that foreign beverage, he talked to some of them. He found Sub-Zero sitting next to Frost and Hanzo, who were discussing the possibility the ninja would give in to his wrathful self if he were to face Quan Chi, all about the stressful triggers. He also worried for Kenshi's consumption as well, since Shang blinded him and sporadically made the spirits run amok within the ancestral blade. He was just lounging for a while with Sonya, Johnny, and Jax, discussing amongst themselves on who would be the best warriors to take on the demonic duo first instead of rushing in irrationally. Katana was thinking the same with Jade. We need to take this infiltration in a strategic approach, Kung Lao. We may not make a preemptive strike, but I doubt I'm as strong as they are. Perhaps you, with Liu Kang's soul, would be the best alternative. Yet you would still need a partner. Lao agreed, yet he was still filled with dread on who can be his wingman. He was fully aware he won't be capable on warring against the two powerful sorcerers by himself, while also endangering the monk's essence. He had a promise to protect, after all. The screeching of Baraka shredding his arm blades were quite distracting in the nearby tent, so Lao left the Adenians to ponder among themselves. I doubt Katana has the strength to hold them off, Lu's voice boomed from the dragon amulet. We have bested her, Jade and Melina, back on top of the tower. So, who should it be? Raiden? Fujin? The god's powers are minimal here. There's only one who would help you. He had been training with our master extensively. Guys! Everyone has drunk the broth Nightwolf made. I think we all should be ready, Aiko mentioned before Lao was beginning to connect the dots. Right. Let's go. How long was I out of it? A few hours, Kung Lao. You sleep like the dead. That'll explain why you're usually late for class. Lao couldn't help but chortle at the statement until his mind flashed back to the time when he was actually tardy while lightning began to strike the Wuxi Academy. I should have been there sooner. You were right. I was late. If only I would have came to your aid. You won't be... He's got a point there. You must never blame yourself, Kung Lao. Raiden and Fujin emerged from the opaque woods. His fate still lies within your hands. The cowboy look-alike pined whether or not the Pyro Soul would cross over if they should be victorious over the deadly alliance, no matter the doubts clouding his mind. He barely heard Katana signaling them and the brother gods everyone was set to step into volatile territory. Quan Chi's head abruptly turned. He and Shang sensed an unusual presence. The Blanche looked over the balcony one more time, with the Sundo villagers still being enslaved and dwindling quicker. He stopped Shang and consuming Le May's soul. "They are here." Shang paused his ritual, forcing Lee's hapless vessel to topple, and he looked up. He began to feel the same slight magnetic pulls of the hero's souls. "Excellent. Then let us commence. We shall unlock the Solnado. Proceed to it." Quan walked over to the rear of the palace, an arched brick wall, yada yada yada. "I just made up the layout. But he still unlocks the Solnado." There was also a very strong gust as if trying to suck in the hapless Sundo victims like a vacuum. Everyone held for dear life as they screamed. The lime green energy grew and expanded ever more when it was breaching the clear night sky above. Even the heroes witnessed this horrifying phenomenon. Raiden and Fushin led the team with Kung Lao, Aiko, and Nightwolf taking the rear, as everyone was stunned by that sudden storm, especially by that expansive pull of wind. Fushin immediately came at the defensive, shielding the mortals with his aerokinesis. "My powers can't hold for long!" Raiden beheld the whirlwind as it glowed and swirls of energy descended beside the large vortex. "Quan Chi has unlocked the Solnado! He's feeding himself in Shang Tsung's soul after soul from the heavens. They will become more powerful the longer they absorb the hapless spirits into that volatile vortex." Fushin continued to push back the severe microburst. But it can only be unlocked by the real amulet. It's in the Temple of Elements." Hanzo struggled to look over at the wing god. "I warned you the faker can do so much. The duplicate was forged by Quan Chi himself. The Oni is merely as gifted as Shinnok, learning his arcane tactics. He must have copied it exactly. It's weaker compared to Shinnok's, but that Oni's got a lot of ingenuity with the black arts." Storm continued to expand in that emerald field, and a massive portal opened up. "My soul isn't safe, Kung Lao," Liu Kang's spirit said. Alright, let's start this again. "There's too many helpless souls caught in this There's too many helpless souls caught in the merciless spell. I cannot break it. It's endless, and it's too harmful for Liu Kang's soul. I can do nothing. It's futile." Damn. All of a sudden, the gust ceased. However, the plasma force remained. "Kung Lao, you and I must dissipate the Solnado. We must enter the epicenter and cut it from the inside. How? We are both aerokinetics who are strong enough to shut it down. We need to approach the storm while the rest of us would distract the Deadly Alliance. Once we enter the belly of the storm, unleash all your fury." "What if we won't survive? It could tear our bodies and spirits asunder." "Risk is part of the game, Kung Lao. Do you really want the Deadly Alliance to be even more powerful than they are now?" His face fell as he heard Liu Kang's words. "Remember when we shut down the soul tombs, as well as the soul chamber?" And this is a shout-out to Shaolin monks. Lao's mind flashed back several years ago when the Shaolin destroyed the territory and outworld with their fists of ruin, alternatively hitting the cauldron. It flashed with every hit until it finally shattered, releasing all the contained essences. Unfortunately, even though they dealt with its guardian Baraka, Shang Tsung had already consumed numerous souls already, knocking away the Chinese warrior seamlessly and reversing his elderly state. Liu recalled working with Katana, Nightwolf, and Shiva decimating the Soul Chamber, the heart of Khan's fortress. By the time the beastly aperture collapsed, every spirit was fleeing freely, although they still needed to deal with the evil Emperor and his elitist general, Motaro. Just then a series of speeches by Shang and Khan recollected in both their minds. They They were intimidating, smack dab in Khan's arena.
To be myself again. It is only right that this victory be mine, and mine alone.
We destroyed your soul tombs. You should not be this strong.
Is that what your master Raiden told you to do?
Then, after the fateful fight, Khan explained his true motive.
As I said, all within this realm serve my will, even those that seek to betray me.
I do not understand.
Shang Tsung impersonated your master Raiden and led you on a quest for power. The more you killed, the more powerful he became. He meant to use this power against me to become the supreme ruler of Outworld.
We have destroyed the soul tombs, and yet Shang Tsung stated it was for nothing. He already had his fill. You must dissipate. He already had his fill. You must dissipate the Soulnado with Lord Fusion, Raiden ordered as he would with his apprentice. Only a minute amount shall suffice, then an endless supply of them, faced his brother who touched his disciple's shoulder. Hurry, with me! Let our other comrades get the sorcerer's attention. You can do this, Fusion said in an authoritative manner. Aiko then lent a hand and gave Lao her own power source, a heart-shaped jewel embedded with crimson. This was actually a unique idea ever since I was involved with that Mortal Kombat roleplay. It was a pretty nice idea, I gotta say. Looks like the Phalons aren't the only ones that do crystal kinesis. How did you... Raiden theorized I can do the opposite of the cursed gem of Tetsuri. As a crystallized heart, it should give you strength when you need it. Occasionally my energy would be channeled to form this jewel, even our love. With smile and thanks he took it before he and Fusion stormed to the violent maelstrom. And Liu Kang's amulet was in Aiko's possession. Those meddling mortals are here! We shall smite them with these precious souls in our bosoms. Victory is absolute. He then raised his arms again, pulling the trapped spirits into himself. With the unstoppable force, our power is infinite, and we will conquer all realms. Shang's celebration was cut short as he and Quan noticed the eerie lime hue gradually churned to a more blue and white shade. The new whirls of energy made the Soulnado slow down and change its course by rotating it clockwise. The sudden force made Shang back away. By the goddamn Elder Gods! The Soulnado's being seized! Hand in hand, both Kung Lao and Fusion breached the volatile vortex. Together, the two elementals conjured their strength as their own whirlwinds altered the storm. This should have happened before Deception, guys! Well, duh! Shut down the Soulnado, the endless supply of souls, you idiots! No wonder they lost in the other game. Little spoilers. Shang continued his fits of rage until he and Quan were disturbed by a sharp bite. It was none other than the end of a spear, which in turn dragged the Blanche off his feet and down the small stairway. Come here! A familiar, sinister tone boomed. Oh God, it was Hanzo! Scorpion! The vengeful wraith stood before him amongst the shadows, his fiery irises glaring. Vengeance will be mine! Uh-oh, he's losing to his rat self. His wraith self, the once humanized ninja, was now consumed by his vengeful form, brewing from the netherrealm as soon as he laid eyes on the diabolical Oni. With broad blade against blade, the duo clanged each other. Noticing the feud from atop the stairs, Shang screamed for the remaining Tarkatans to run out and clobber the approaching heroes and make them be claimed by their master. Fusion and Lao began to struggle as if they were entangled by ropes of energy. The growing roots made the two aerokinetics pause and swipe them away, yet they were persistent, causing the countering funnel to lose power. During the scuffle, Boraicho snuck in and spotted the unconscious student, her amethyst closing Slimay. He stayed low as possible as he trekked toward her inactive body. It lumped over his bulky shoulders, even as he hunched over like a beggar with a massive load. Boraicho saved the last sacrifice, Limay, upon her soul being imprisoned in the last remaining mummified statue of Onaga's army. Bo averted her eternal fate. Well, he's good for something. Before Shang laid his eyes upon the escapees, his hair was licked by electricity. Raiden intervened, buying his prodigy some time. Bo wobbled away before he took a leap of faith at the balcony after he bashed through the rails. The impact made his mammoth-like legs sting, yet Li Mei never stirred. He then gazed onto the spectacle of the Solnado as the green and light blue hues intermixing caught his peripheral vision. After what almost seemed like an eternity, the reckless wraith continued to breathe fire and rely on his swift hand-to-hand tactics, although the Oni seemed to have the upper hand, having more stamina and cunning thanks to his replenished energy. As a desperate attempt, Hanzo rose the Hand of Hell, although despite its ferocious grip, it easily crumbled, while Quan burst out. Oh boy, he broke through his fatality! Not many people can do that! And especially with Shinnok's. His limbs began to give way, yet his anger fueled him until he was officially powerless. Thanks to the many souls in his system, Quan overmatched his old nemesis. You are not in hell anymore. Grabbed Hanzo's weak body, spun him horizontally several times before he made the coordinated toss into the heart of the Solnado. Kinda like Ermac. Kung Lao and Fujin's eyes barely made out the slaughter as the endless horde of souls tore Hanzo's body. And this was canon! Well, except not by the Onis, but Quan. The stunt startled the duo, making their cooperative efforts become useless. The souls became tauter around the two windbearers. Noticing the near-complete dissipation, Bo became irritable. He knew one of his promising students was in peril, and for once, he ran straight for the base of the Solnado. He never cared how lethal it was as he looked into the menacing storm. Damn. Lao and Fujin were beginning to feel their limbs being mercilessly crushed and pulled from their bodies until a massive push released them. The wrathful spirits let them loose as they became hyper-fixated on the new intruder. There was a large body, and upon straining their eyes through the neon limelight, it was none other than Lao and Lu's fallen mentor, Boraicho. He continually latched on and pulled the phantoms away, as Fujin hollered for Lao to decimate the inner funnel. Master! But Fujin held him back and shouted to destroy the rapidly swirling heart. Being they had little choice, the duo utilized their stamina for one more merged astral tornado. Combined, they formed close to an F4, with their particles finally overlapping the Solnado. Shang and Raiden noticed. Fools! They're overriding the Solnado! Sure enough, the lamp streak began to constrict rapidly until the wider blue funnel dissipated, along with a massive swirling portal being closed off within the clouds. With their combined strength, it was just enough might as the width of the Solnado collapsed, moments before it dispersed, causing both aerokinetics to fall sharply. With his advanced elemental skills, Fujin managed to catch his promising disciple, and his body made a sudden lurch. They gradually descended to Earth, although the unlikely anti-hero's heifer body of Bo may have been torn maliciously as Hanzo had. Oh man, 2 people down. Never letting their emotions manifest, Fujin encouraged Kung Lao to finally avenge Liu Kang and put an end to this lifelong nemesis. Quan Chi was stunned, as he barely allowed the Solnado had been decimated. Enraged, Shang strangled the sorcerer, demanding to activate it with the amulet. Your dormant plans have been thwarted, Shang Tsung! Sorcerer wasn't backing down. He actually became irater. "Not quite yet, Thunder God!" He shot out a volley of electricity and green soul straight to him, stunning the benevolent protector. The victim felt as if Shang was draining his vitality upon impact. Shang knew all too well he was powerless in Outworld, thus the demon warlock having the home field advantage, magnifying his own strength. Kung Lao just got invigorated as his upper chest glowed in a crimson light, took out Aiko's heart jewel, and channeling through him. By the time the spot dissipated, Fusion cried out for his brother, who was being mangled by Shang's prowess. Lao looked up and saw the struggle, as did Aiko, who was immersed with the Tarkatan army and her comrades. She screeched for Raiden, and Liu saw too. "Aiko, face my amulet to Kung Lao! The Soulnado is down! Let me use my soul within him!" She did as instructed. Lao braced himself for the sudden intrusion. "Calm yourself, Kung Lao. It's only me. Liu Kang. Yes, we must help Master Raiden and put an end to Shang Tsung once and for all. With the Soulnado down, there's no way he can steal my soul within you. This time, we fight as one." Lao nodded. They actually merged again to annihilate Shang. The spirit then engulfed Lao in a green hue. You get the drill. He teleported beneath the floor and emerged next to the scuffle. He tossed his hat, which made a mark on Shang's neck. His enemy couldn't believe the desired spirit was in Lao all along. In a merged voice they declared, "You'll never murder me, Shang!" "So, it is you, Liu Kang. Your soul escaped to inhabit Kung Lao's body. Admirable, but a foolish endeavor." Put his dukes up. Quan Chi wound up for a green sphere as he was a pitcher. "Not so fast, sorcerer!" In came Nightwolf. "Remember me? The one who broke your precious gem and resisted your dark influence?" His true debut. "A shaman has no chance against me." "Ha! My golden boys are fighting the deadly alliance. This is how it should have been, not with katana. No offense." No wonder they lost. He sucked onto Nightwolf, counter with the same momentum. They switched between freehand combat with the evildoer's longsword against Nightwolf's dagger and tomahawk. They were evenly matched, excepting when Quan conjured a holding spell, possessing his body and driving him forward. Fortunately, being the shaman was talented on manipulating souls, it was a ploy to counter-strike with his weapons. He was also lucky Quan had a bare chest, but he knew it won't be that easy. It's a little reference to the reboot. Liu possessed Lao's body, enabling him with aerosol abilities, combining pyro with Lao's arrow. Each onslaught seemed to have twice the impact, even resistant to Shang's fiery skulls with Liu's own fire strikes, and deflecting them with Lao's tornado kick. Shang's agility was overwhelming Lao's vessel, but where he forced in speed, he was stunned by the powerful blows from Liu's flying and bicycle kicks. Eventually, Liu memorized Lao's own whirlwind kick, which was proven to be just as fatal. With the leg caught, Liu and Lao countered with the free one before they switched over to Quan. Took over Nightwolf's brawl as he went to Shang. Liu approached with a high fire, though Quan blocked it in a moment's notice. Liu gained more momentum and Lao's body became flexible. He noticed Quan had the same teleportation as Lao did, which didn't faze the monk at all. He instead countered with his own and performed aerial kicks onto him till he blocked. He noticed Nightwolf's having a detrimental struggle, so Liu and Lao came to him. Nightwolf bounced back another green sphere from the energy field in his chest and were sort of in a game of dead man's volley. When the Matoken became more offensive, the sphere was forced back more rapidly onto the enemy. He lunged toward Quan, but he eventually retaliated with another clenching blow. He blocked and countered with a dagger until he began draining a bit of Quan's vitality, took Bo's advice, and making his tools have similar properties to Jack the Ripper. Well, if you've seen Sleepy Hollow, you'll know this. and he was using one of his impale moves. He was caught off guard by a teleport that wasn't until the shaman implanted his dagger into Quan's upper chest. Alright, Nightwolf! The monks recovered from a blow, although they weren't so lucky, as Lao felt himself having an out-of-body experience. Kung Lao! Shang's trying to take my soul! It escaped into the amulet, causing Lao to feel dazed. With another hit, it struck him back into reality and countered with his buzzsaw. Lao then lunged at him with a whirlwind kick, diving in first. That's it, Kung Lao! The volatile maneuver certainly was a powerful move, so Lao went in again, only this time Shang grabbed his leg. The impact stunned Lao. Dodge him! Teleported away and recalled Bo's advice on evading after Shang declared him as a coward. Do not assume that offensiveness is always the correct path to victory. A hasty retreat can give you the space you need to plan for your next attack. Do not be dismayed. Alright, Kung Lao teleported to perform an unsuspecting aerial kick onto Quan Chi. Keep going, Lao! There's no need to fight honorably here. In a desperate fit, he drew out a pair of long swords and took out his own broadsword. They clanked against each other, never minding the ear-screeching hits. The Oni wielded two blades Lure conjured onto Lao's blade, giving it a fiery effect. Eventually, he diced him as Quan growled in agony till he saw the green gash. Stunned, Lao aimed and impaled the wound with the broadsword, but was blocked. Luckily, the flesh wound was still injurious. Fireball was shot and hit Lao from behind before Shang commenced to drain Lao's vitality. Nightwolf struck him with an arrow before he impaled him with his own dagger. Quan made the drilling kick, stunning Lao's partner. It's a very lethal move. Shang immediately took out the dart before he lunged toward the stunned Lao. To save his spirit, Liu intervened with his own. A fiery serpent emerged as he attacked Shang directly and burning the stab wound, but the sting hardly pierced him, as Shang clutched it as if constricting his prey. Seeing this stunt, Kung Lao conjured more energy from Aiko's heart jewel, while it did the same with Nightwolf's. Having a flashback of seeing Liu's body lifeless on the late day of the Wuxi arena, it fueled Kung Lao with the rage he never had. Ah, damn it. Whew. Third time's the charm, I guess. Alright. Having a flashback of seeing Liu's body lifeless on the Li Te Shai of the Wuxi. Having a flashback of seeing Liu's body lifeless on the Li Te of the Wuxi arena, it fueled Kung Lao with a rage he never had. His heart began to palpitate, then race as he curled his arms when he screamed. Lao lunged toward Shang with blinding speed as he rapidly kicked as much as his burning legs could. Lao kept on his pent-up brutal assault, socking his assailant with every kick and punch. By the time Shang hunched over, Lao teleported and made rapid chops on his neck. The effects of both stab wounds finally took their desired effects, weakening the unholy alliance. Yet, a long sword was pierced around Quan Chi's neck. His body fell, and Nightwolf barely had made out a Kenshi. They both observed Lao's deep and terrible rage, much to the duo's astonishment. Lao made a war cry, powering up his strength, before his body spun like an F3 twister, attempting to draw in the remaining sorcerer. Shang was desperate to replenish himself with souls as he noticed the torture ghosts leave him. He stuck out an arm, drawing from the lively Nightwolf and Kenshi, and the swordsman tried his damnedest to draw Shang close enough to the vortex. Their crippled bodies were giving in to Shang's mercy, with Liu's spirit nudged his assailant and himself toward the funnel. Shang was blinded by the violent current and helpless against it. He wasn't being tossed around like a boat caught in a whirlpool. In fact, the gravity made him paralyzed, and his body open for assault. It was as if his own souls were caught in the updraft, mimicking a smaller tornado. Not much was seen from the outer layers, except it spun faster, brighter, and harder until... Hit the darts! Fujin hollered over the calamity. Everyone obeyed and hid their heads, especially as Lao finally exploded Shang Tsung's body. A deafening crash that could have belonged to a detonator rang in the spectators' ears, even as they rose slowly. What's left was the dissipating, blinding light. In the place stood Kung Lao, who collapsed. Kenshi caught him in his telekinetic field as he and Nightwolf walked toward their fallen friend. They soon picked him up arm in arm and greeted Lao a job well done. Alright, Shang Tsung is wiped out! The other combatants emerged without the bloodthirsty Tarkatans aside from Baraka, as everyone was just in stunned silence. Is it over? Even Raiden was just as proud. Yes, it truly is, my warriors. Oh. Well done, champion. Kenshi took out the dragon amulet, still intact. He and Lao could have sworn Liu grinned in admiration. It is done. You truly have proven yourself as my equal, Kung Lao, and I am eternally grateful for that. Okay, so how do you expect to get our tired asses back home? Well, I sure as hell don't want to go through that creepy portal again. Bon voyage, anyone? Johnny pointed out the ship. The group went agog at the familiar sight. Of course! He was the most coherent. Moments later, everybody was aboard, and the two elemental gods sent it airborne, courtesy of Raiden's muscle and Fujin's aerokinesis powering it up. With Kenshi piloting it toward the agent's own portal to Earthrealm by Gizmo opening the way. They figured it was best for the heroes to never go through the same mishaps as before in the celestial portal. Can you blame them? Kung Lao rested within the dim-lit cabin as Aiko sat beside him. The candlelight was just enough shade for them to relax without any fluorescent interference. He put aside his razor-rimmed hat and the dragon amulet, and Liu promised not to disturb his slumber, as he may hang out with Katana for a while. Lao just laid his head comfortably on a nearby pillow on top of a small desk. Get some rest, Kung Lao, she chirped before she kissed her gently on the forehead. You fought well, champion, and you had surpassed the strength of our ancestor. Still, as Lao drifted off to sleep, he was uncertain of whether or not he would ever see his Shaolin brother again. And this actually is from the ending here.
Rage fueled Kung Lao's thirst for revenge. The memory of holding his fellow monk's broken body on the Lei Tai of the Wuxi Academy grounds consumed him as he rained blow after blow down upon Shang Tsung. Kung Lao had finally mastered the attack Bo Raicho had taught him. The sorcerer could not withstand his whirlwind assault. Shang Tsung begged for mercy. Kung Lao granted him none. Upon his return to Earthrealm, Kung Lao stood before the modest shrine to Liu Kang, which had been erected by the Wuxi initiates during his absence in Outworld. He lit a stick of incense and placed it among the others already burning there. He bowed his head and prayed for safe passage to the afterlife for his friend and brother. With Shang Tsung's death, Liu Kang's spirit could rest peacefully. Earthrealm was safe once more, but at a terrible cost. The work of the White Lotus Society had become more important than ever.
Just like MK Gold, this was the best ending in Deadly Alliance. Like, seriously, Kung Lao's endings are usually the best. Except for what's coming up, but still. And this is also Raiden's ending as well.
Once again, The threat to Earthrealm has been vanquished. The deadly alliance is no more. What dangers lie in the future I can no longer foresee. Perhaps the Dragon King will in fact return. Perhaps the depths of the Netherrealm will spew forth a legion of Oni. Even the vampire people pose a threat to peace now that Outworld is in chaos. But one thing is certain. Earthrealm must be protected. I have abandoned my status as Elder God to aid these mortals and act defiant of the heavens. I will instead remain here on Earth as God of Thunder.
This is like the second best, next to Kung Lao. Okay, yeah, technically Kung Lao did face the Deadly Alliance by himself in the reboot. However, I felt it was all meaningless after he was slain by Shao Kahn, twisting his neck behind him. As said by Underdog, Lao's comeuppance was demonstrated in Deadly Alliance, and god damn it, he has earned it. Especially as Lu's replacement as champion. I don't think he'd be eternally cursed, as it wasn't necessarily revolved around an official tournament. Plus, there was no honor. Then again, when is one is? Moreover, it's no wonder the Deadly Alliance was in the won at the end, and at the start of Deception, because they obviously still had the Soulnado active, and they've grown too powerful by absorbing too many souls. So, if those petty developers would have let the hero shut down the source of energy, wouldn't the combatants stand a better chance? This was definitely a middle finger, and although I know it's obvious, they played the asinine excuse that game victories aren't the same as plot victories. It just pisses me off every time. And you know, it's always the best to think outside the box. Always. I swear to God, if I ever make a worst cliches list, this may be in the top 2. Oh, and the idea I had of Aiko's Heart Jewel, I had this in my head for quite a while when I began role-playing, before the massive fallout. I kind of figured if there's a crystallized evil heart from Tetsuri, then there should be an opposite with the positive effects. I mean, if the Phalons can channel their energy onto a single gem, so can she. And the more energies she has, the more she can harness to make the gem grow and increase the impact. And the small line when the merged voices declared Shang won't murder them was actually from the rare trailer of the '95 Mortal Kombat film. Seriously, look it up, it's great stuff. And there are the songs, of course. I am so ecstatic I was able to pull the finale off before Christmas while writing it. As promised, I shall finish it off. And also, Kung Lao's ending is definitely the best out of all of them. Oh man, that was a great finale! So stay tuned for the epilogue, guys. welcome to the epilogue of Mortal Kombat Vengeance. Last time, during the finale, we actually saw the Shaolin monks team up with Nightwolf as they faced against the Deadly Alliance, Shang Tsung and Quan Chi. But first, Kung Lao was appointed by Fusion to shut down the Solnado, and they actually decimated it from the inside, but not without the help of Bo Raicho, who sacrificed himself and got Li Mei, his promising student, out of trouble before he did so. And so he sacrificed his own soul to keep the souls at bay, while Fusion and Kung Lao were successful. And we also lost Hanzo because he gave in to his great self as Scorpion as soon as he saw Quan Chi. And because Quan Chi had a fresh amount of souls in him, he was able to overthrow him very easily. So we lost Hanzo too. And so Kung Lao, my golden boys, Kung Lao and Nightwolf actually defeated the Deadly Alliance, but at a couple costs. And Kung Lao had actually wondered if he would see Liu Kang's spirit again. So, all that shall be explained in the epilogue. So, here we are. I forgot to mention that Nightwolf's tactic on using the Soul Drain taught by Bo Raicho was actually an idea made by Jack the Ripper, rather than a Giga Drain in Pokemon like I thought. It wasn't necessarily based on the Byzantine Parang, introduced in Sleepy Hollow Season 3, capable on corrupting the wielder, and most notably draining the victim's vitality after a stab, much like the impalement strategy in Deadly Alliance. So, just a clear indication. During the voyage into the Earthrealm portal, Sub-Zero mourned for the death of the loyal companion Hanzo Hasashi, while he was fully tending Kenshi's fatal flesh wound on his ribcage during the fatal scrimmage of the Red Dragons. The Cryomancer didn't have enough time in their R&R. Fortunately, thanks to Kwai's cryokinesis imbued by the Dragon Medallion, he led Frost on healing duties, subduing severe infection and blood loss. Sonya noticed the assault belonged to hook-like abrasions, which triggered a memory from her and Johnny's previous assault by Su Hao after Stryker and Cabal fell within the New York streets. General made the call to the hospital where Stryker and Cabal were kept. Great news struck, and the doomed handicapped had his condition upgraded from critical to stable during the hero's ventures in Outworld. Stryker announced Cabal will be his normal self with the exception of his pre-existing condition on utilizing his air mask, which to her it was acceptable. The riot control officer was also grateful that Cabal had his signature weapons back with the Red Dragon enhancements. So, Cabal has an actual improvement on his own weapons. Sweet. Johnny still occasionally goes on an acting gig, mostly in Bollywood, and hired a new stunt double named Mocap as a replacement in case he ever gets injured on the job or simply is away on duty with Special Forces. Side note, I was never crazy about Mocap. I just threw him in there just for lulz. Even as far as saving Earthrealm. In fact, word of mouth had been going around that he may be in charge in producing a lower form of media. The Shaolin, although they weren't certain if it was Liu Kang, Kung Lao, or even Fusion who started the trend, noted Cage was actually impressed in Aiko's own fanfiction series, and he just might adapt them, with her permission, as his own feature-length films. And the young Cardiokinetic doesn't know that yet. It probably won't be highlighted until my last epic, so there's that little tidbit. In Arctica, after a brief moment of silence while lighting an enchanted candle for Hanzo's journey into the afterlife, reuniting with his lost family and clan, Sub-Zero then announced to the Lin Kuei that Frost had been an integral part on the destruction of the Deadly Alliance, and that he was proud to have her as a member of the Lin Kuei clan. During the pandemonium, the random bystanders, including Thomas, noticed something they'd never anticipated. Kuai Liang and Frost gazed into their crystal blue eyes and slowly inched over for a passionate kiss and a warm embrace. Yes! They are a couple! Kuai Liang and Frost love each other. Just a middle finger to Frost being a traitor. I hate that. They deserve the best. According to the Cryomancer's discretion, Kenshi found and met his infant son Takeda for the first time in several months, located in the Japanese Shiraryu headquarters. He still at times grieved for his fallen friend Hanzo and never had the opportunity to reverse his impaired sight. However, having been reunited with his missing clan, kin, and as long as he had the legendary blade on hand with his ancestors finally at rest, much like Chan and the great Kung Lao, he was eternally grateful. Jax was still pretty miffed on having his own OIA base obliterated by a rocket, according to the remaining agents. He figured it was the same one Su Hao used to obliterate the Dragonfly and kill off all his pursuers and avoid custody. He always suspected it was not due to maintenance failure. Besides, the vessel was primitive yet still advanced in Outworld standards to fall apart in the air, and not as potent and destructive as a jet's combustible engines. He also wished the Edenians at least would use them for future warfare, if the OIA shall fund them, that is. Don't count on it. Back at the Edenian Palace, everyone remained still after a brief moment of cheer from the victory over the Deadly Alliance by Liu, Lao, and their successful allies, as well as the liberation of Outworld. Sindel stood before, to her surprise, the time-displaced lone Tarkatan, Baraka. Everyone was stunned in silence as Katana and Jade escorted him past the guards and explained his predicament. Even remarkably so, knowing Aiko was a promising warrior who bested him and Bo. They couldn't believe it either. The Queen then denounced, "You do realize in this time period, we have banned you and your kind into the far reaches of the Outworld frontier. As you proclaimed, you came back in time, much like Aiko did. However, because of your willingness to turn against your own violent clan and for insisting on thwarting the Deadly Alliance, your punishment will be reduced. We agreed you shall set up camp near Edenia if you wish. We are quite impressed of your heroism, Baraka." "You are?" He grinned through his deadly fangs, taken aback by the offer. "Yes, which is why we had negotiated only you to relocate, while the rest of the Tarkatans shall remain scarce, unless they had proven not to be a threat and are loyal to the Edenian throne. The Shokan and Centaurs will keep a keen eye on you, so do not slip." The last statement is full of sternness, showcasing she and all of Edenia shouldn't fall into corruption and treachery again. Baraka won't be fazed by the offer. Changing the subject, Goro spoke. "To what of the possible resurrection of Onaga?" Everyone, especially Baraka, Katana, and Jade, were at a loss for words. I don't blame them. We would survey the remains of Shang Tsung's palace, and the people of Sun Do shall be watched over as well. I am certain they had been shaken up with the Alliance's merciless slavery," Jade added with a sigh. "I hope the Earthrealm Guardians would cover it in that regard." As you know, Katana was with Liu Kang's last minutes. Back in the palace ruins, Fujin and Raiden stood idly after they powered up the nether ship, leading the heroes through the open portal and escorted some of the passengers into Edenia as well. As the Thunder God stated, he was curious on what we could become of Outworld, as either chaotic without the Alliance's totalitarian, or if the Dragon King would be reborn. He then recalled the brief statement from Baraka as his purpose was to search for his close ally Reptile, which seemed very peculiar. Reptile? Sizoth had been massacred by the Saurian troops after the war against the accursed Shinnok. Indeed. However, I doubt Baraka had that kind of knowledge, as he came from another time. You mean Reptile might have been displaced as well? The Godly brothers then heard a weak chuckle. Following the deep voice, it was Quan Chi, still alive and barely hanging by a thread, with his broken, bleeding neck. They went over him. "I thought we slain him," Fusion denounced. Not quite, Blunder Gods." Wing God was about to smite him until Raiden held him back. "What is it that you know of Onaga, Quan Chi?" Blanche Sorcerer replied. "You're too late, lowly gods. Onaga will soon be reborn. We have offered many souls to the Dragon King and his loyal army. Now his rebirth is nearly complete. It is only a matter of time." Brothers gazed onto the inactive, mummified remains. Fusion objected until Raiden forced him to observe their eyes glowing in an eerie green hue. The sight startled Raiden, but Fusion was more boastful. "We can smite them easily." "You have no power here. The undead slaves of Onaga are unbeatable, and with the souls locked in each of the many sarcophaguses, they can easily overwhelm you, as they shall await their master's second awakening. It won't be a cakewalk once the Dragon King has risen. All realms shall bow down to Onaga's insatiable might." Irritated, Fusion declared, "Shut up!" He fired toward the dying foe, yet Raiden was still fixated onto the army's abrupt stir. Aiko shook her beloved awake as she tugged his arm. At first she awakened him as they landed in Earthrealm, with the sun breaching the window. Bilal offered to sleep more. Soon Lu's spirit came over to him as it had been several minutes since. Gruggly lifted his head and was reluctant on heading out of the cabin. With a cooperation from Nightwolf, with Kiba walking beside them, Lao slowly trudged away. It didn't land too far from the academy. The tween, Kung Jin's giddy cheers seemed to perk him up. Jin's mom was also glad to see him after a long, perilous journey, especially upon their success on relieving Lu's soul. But just hearing her words, both Aiko's and Lao's faces dropped. They even tuned out the numerous monks crying for their victory, as well as the loss of the champion. Kai offered the pair to visit the new freshly built tomb amongst the distant woods, in which you'll see the ending. Through the clearing, an elaborate building rested with central flame burning in the center window. Everyone was awestruck by the place. There were even 3 of Lu's medals as Earthrealm's hero dangling over it. Amongst the sunset and its cinnabar sky, it was breathtaking. Lao took out the dragon amulet Raiden forged, allowing the heroic monk to gaze onto his resting place. He stood up to the modest shrine as he witnessed other flames dancing in front of the hearth. With his signature hat, he made a fire spark on a nearby stick. Incense began to emanate from it. He slowly placed with the others burning there. With his head off, he bowed, his head low, despite having sudden warm tears flowing from his eyes. Lao never thought he'd feel so mournful, with his head and heart so heavy, not even with his fallen brothers from the Tarkatan attack, as he always believed crying was a weakness. Still, he let his sadness take him over, not even noticing the small audience feeling just as consumed. Oh, poor Lao. Remembering Lu's as the sworn brother's words of Kung Lao as the new champion and his replacement, he silently prayed for a safe journey into the afterlife, hoping he would watch over him and the Shaolin with his kid brother Chan, even his parents he lost so long ago. Lau's mind flashed back to all the distant memories he had with him, good, bad, and indifferent, all the trials and tribulations. He even wished he wasn't so hard on Liu Kang as his bitter rival, fighting for a more peaceful life, yet always obsessing by being overshadowed by him. Now his destiny was in full circle with their great ancestor. His mind was in a complete fog by so many emotions overwhelming him that he didn't notice a shrill voice shouting, "Stop! Stop the ritual! Don't let Liu Kang ascend into the heavens! Don't let the Great Spirit claim his soul!" It was Nightwolf. He was frantic, even Kiba. Kung Lao was the last to raise his head, which could have weighed like a megaton, as weary as ever. He still couldn't register the shaman's urgent message. "Onaga has escaped!" That one phrase made everyone's bodies instantaneously freeze, as if they were caught in an unsuspecting ice blast before 0 degrees below. They didn't even notice Liu Kang abruptly stopping his ascent. "We got Onaga!" Through flashes of intense, radical lightning, both Raiden and Fujin were drawn away from Quan Chi's lifeless vessel as they beheld a horned king which seemed to be 9 feet tall. They were able to make out his piercing orange eyes glaring down onto them, and the shiny spikes protruding from his 3-foot wingspan as he slowly walked from an opaque chamber. He then let out a roar which would belong to the devil himself as he elongated his arms and rose his head. The nightmare has come into fruition. The second coming of the Dragon King Onaga, the mighty omnipotent ruler of Outworld, accepting Shao Kahn, has been resurrected. Oh, man. To be concluded, everybody. Oh, man. I thought the cliffhanger was just what the doctor ordered, and I've been thinking of the working title for my next MK story. Everyone rejected Trojan Dragon, but I guess I'll go with the basic name, The Return of the Dragon King, which I did. The finale for Vengeance was a stark contrast to that of Deadly Alliance. As the Solnado was shut down, the heroes were won over the sorcerers, everyone was escorted home, and Liu was just about to have his spirit rested. And may I say, both Raiden and Kung Lao's endings were the best, as I stated before. And we got the songs for that. Quan's dying words may be similar to Raditz's closing speeches, but I still don't understand how Onaga was reborn by taking the form of reptile, while at the same time the egg hatched. Was that supposed to be a baby dragon inside, or just a beam of light corrupting a new vessel upon reincarnation? I still don't get it. Also, I thought it would be nice to have Aiko's works go by word of mouth to Johnny, and perhaps be adapted as his feature films. Better than being just his anyway. I know Bubbles did the same with a Ratchet Impossible fanfic being adapted into a movie, as it won a contest, but it was just lame. Besides, I'm sure the monks at the Academy would already know, since they're like a closely knit unit. And the plot twist on having the Cryomancers as a couple I find to be more satisfying than Frost's betrayal and so-called death by the Dragon Medallion. Again, thank you for the inspiration, Mortal Kombat Reconciliation. Of course, Deceptions Part 2 from Deadly Alliance, thus the cliffhanger. And I'm still a newbie to this. And it's going to be sheer hell if I should get down to its own more fleshed out conquest mode. Actually, it took half the amount. It took half the amount to write it compared to Vengeance. MK Temple is a lifesaver in those uncharted waters of the 3D era. And so is MK Confessions, might I add. Special thanks goes to him, the former Kung Lao role player who wants to remain nameless. Underdog Gaming, The Fourth Snake, Mortal Kombat Reconciliation, MK Crypt, and a new account I discovered who's a fanatic of the 3D era, MK Confessions. I'll also like to acknowledge the MKRPers. If only we didn't have that nasty fallout in the end. Same case with Ferocious Wraith, and Sindel, and others. It's about time I finally got the story done in less than 4 months, which is twice as long, just like my other 2 epics combined. See what happens when you're a novice to these complicated installments? I still am. So, the 4th book in the series is finally complete. Stay tuned for the return of the Dragon King. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out. Thanks for watching, thanks for listening, and see you again on Book 4 on Mortal Kombat Return of the Dragon King, based on the Conquest mode of Deception. So, see you guys then. Later.